Just take as our example tonight logic. Do Christians use laws of logic and non-Christians use laws of logic? Well, they do. Well, how can they if they have completely different worldviews? What is our view of the law of non-contradiction? There have been a lot of misconceptions about Van Til's convictions on this matter, but it's right here in one of his first syllabi, page 189. To be sure, all men have the law of contradiction in common, in the sense that all men, as creatures made in the image of God, cannot but function in a universe that embodies the ordinances of God. Van Til says, of course, all men have the law of non-contradiction in common, because that's an ordinance of God. That's God's law. And they live in God's world, so they must think in terms of that law. But non-Christians do not believe in such a universe. They believe that man is autonomous, that he's surrounded by a world of pure contingent factuality, that everything is random. This is a chance universe. And that he himself must seek to impose order upon pure factual contingency by means of the laws of logic that exist in themselves. Ultimately, the non-Christian says, this is a chance universe, but my mind doesn't think in terms of chance. My mind thinks in terms of logical laws. So the universe is chance, but I'm going to think about it in terms of logical laws. So that amounts to me imposing my way of thinking on the nature of reality. Accordingly, the Christian, having opposite views of reality, has opposite views of the nature and function of logic in relation to reality. Next paragraph. For the theist, possibility has its source in God, while for the anti-theist, God has his source in possibility. What does this mean? Talking to a non-Christian, the non-Christian says, well, it's possible that there's no God. It's possible there's no God. So what he is saying is that the realm of possibility, in a sense, is the backdrop for whether there's a God or not. You have this realm of possibility, and then one possibility is there's a God. Van Til says, but if God is the source of possibility, then God is the ultimate backdrop, and all the possibilities are a result of what he says are possible. The next paragraph. For theism, God is the source of the probable. For anti-theism, the probable is the source of God. And now listen to the important next paragraph.
Hello, everybody. Sorry I'm late to the party, but the bus was late. Yes, that's my excuse. The bus was late. Yeah, so already this guy's made a mistake, Greg Barnson. He said that. Actually, let me rewind it and let him say it again for himself.
Source in God, while for the anti-theist, God has his source in possibility. What does this mean? Talking to a non-Christian, the non-Christian says, well, it's possible that there's no God.
There you go. He says, a non-Christian says it's possible that there is no God. Did you hear that? That is kind of dishonest, actually. It's possible that there is no God. It's 100% absolute that there is no God. This is the thing. He just brings God into the conversation willy-nilly. Where does this God come from? From his head, from his imagination, from these ancient tomes and works of literature that he has read. So he's already starting to obfuscate. Okay, so watch out for these guys. This video is teaching the presuppositional method, and he's already started out with pounding this God thing into the head, where you really aren't at liberty to question. Excuse me, God, what? Huh? You can't do that. And they make sure you can't do that by over talking, by laughing at you, by insulting you. By if you watch any of my shows where rebuke and reprove come in, you'll see exactly the tactic that they use. He was in my show yesterday, I think, or the day before. And if you want to watch that, just for the tactics that he uses when he confronts an atheist, you'll learn a lot. So let's carry on.
It's possible there's no God. So what he is saying is that the realm of possibility, in a sense, is the backdrop for whether there's a God or not. You have this realm of possibility, and then one possibility is there's a God. Mantil says, but if God is the source of possibility...
No. There's no possibility that there's a God. He is claiming that there's a possibility that there is a God out of all the possibilities, for example, but there is no possibility that there is a God outside of nature. If there's a God inside of nature, then he's doing a really shitty job. And should I call on you Christians? You Christians out there who are a couple of billion on this earth, spreading Darth Dawkins-like hatred and misogyny. Ugh, well, no wonder this planet is so fucked. It's because of you Christians. So stop it. Stop it now. Let's carry on.
Then God is the ultimate backdrop, and all the possibilities are a result of what he says are possible.
God is the ultimate backdrop. Do you hear that? Absolute caca. Where's this? Where did he pull this shit out of? I wonder. Can you maybe write it in the chat?
The next paragraph. For theism, God is the source of the probable. For anti-theism, the probable is the source of God. And now listen to the important next paragraph.
Nonsense.
The reason why these differences do not appear on the surface. Why is it when you're talking to unbelievers that these basic things don't come up all the time? Why isn't it right on the surface?
Because, I'll tell you why. Because you cunts, you Christians, will not steelman atheists. You will not take a point. You will not take a stance where you play devil's advocate and argue for the side of the atheist. In other words, what you have to do is imagine in your head that there is no God. Okay, so everything that you see, everything about nature is just natural. Okay, can you do that? I've actually asked quite a few to do that, and I'll do the other side, and you do the atheist. I'll do the Christian. I'll take a theist position, you take an atheist position, and let's see how we go. I've done that a couple times, probably, maybe not more than 3, but I have done that. And the reason I haven't done that much is because I've challenged dozens of Christians, but none of them want to take the position that God does not exist. They're chicken. They're totally chicken. Anyway, it looks like we have a visitor. Hold on a sec. Jesus is Lord. Who is this? Jesus is Lord is here. Let me welcome Lord. Welcome, sir. All right, there you go. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the podcast. Jesus is Lord. You are muted, so please unmute if you like.
What's the topic today?
Well, I've got a couple of topics right now. I'm just playing a very, very deceptive video, and it's Greg Barnson teaching the presuppositional method to his to a whole bunch of Darth Dawkins like students, I guess. And then the second one was
presupposition.
Yeah, and the second one was I was going to review the whole thing with you and PineCreek.
Oh, okay. The PineCreek so-called challenge.
Did you watch my video on it?
No, I wasn't able to find it. You have to link it. Put a link in the side chat. I'll check it out.
Well, I was going to play. I was going to actually play the whole thing. I was
I
going to.
personally don't. Oh, you were gonna play it? Okay.
Well, I can play
Yeah,
it right
not
now.
interested. Nah.
You're not interested in?
Well, that's up to you. It's your show.
It's a
But
minute.
I was gonna say about presupposition.
It's 1 minute.
About
Oh, yeah, fine. Okay.
presuppositional.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. But the video itself is 1 minute and 14 seconds. So just to let you know. But yeah, carry on about the presupposition.
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I personally don't like presuppositional apologetics. I really not. I think it destroys the atheist too quickly. It destroys the atheist position too fast. It's not fun. I like to torture my victims
Oh, I see.
before I kill them.
Ah,
Yeah, so if
is that
I
is
use
did that did
presuppositional,
Jesus teach you that trick?
well, yeah, intellectually. If I use
Okay,
presuppos-
intellectually.
if I use presuppositional arguments, the debate is over right away. That's no fun. Yeah,
Sure.
that's no
No
fun.
fun. Oh, really? I like to have fun.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a one shot kill. Presuppositional arguments, apologetics it's over. It's like a silver
It
bullet to the
is
back of your head.
because if both sides agree that God exists, then yeah, all right, you're absolutely correct. It's over. But when the discussion is the non-existence of this imaginary God, well, then your presuppositionalism doesn't work so good, does it?
If you deny that God exists, yeah.
I don't.
But I don't
Den-
think that's what
I
all
don't
that
deny.
entails.
I don't deny that God exists. God is impossible. God has never existed. God is just an imaginary construct. So you guys, you Christians who actually believe this stuff are in need of a little bit of a psychiatric checkup. I think.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You can have
When
your opinion.
when was the last time you had a psychiatric checkup?
I never needed one.
You you believe you're a Christian? How can you say that?
Yeah, well, actually, studies have shown that it actually.
Oh, now we
Studies
have.
have shown
Oh,
that it.
you
You want to
follow.
know what the studies actually say?
Not really, not really, because
Oh,
I
okay,
don't
you
need
think
to know
so?
the
Yeah,
studies. I've been on this. I've been on this internet here, at least on this platform for 10 years, and I've met a lot of Christians, and I haven't met one of them who's male that doesn't have a psychiatric issue. I've
Are
met
you
a
a psychiatrist?
I've met a few
Are
who
you a psychiatrist?
actually
Have
I've
you
met
been
a few
diagnosed?
Christians. I have met a few Christians who are very relaxed and very comfortable in their Christianity and don't give a fuck about what anybody else thinks and what they do.
So
And
that's
I'm happy with that. But when people
that's
come
your
in,
definition of
when
psychosis. You redefine psychosis now.
you now you have a psychosis,
Calm.
you have a psychosis.
Yeah. Well, what
Hold on.
degree
What
do you have in
when
the area?
when did you know? When did you find out, or when did you suspect that you had a psychosis?
What degree do you
No,
have in
when
this area?
when did you suspect that you had a psychosis? I don't even know
I
what
never
a
did.
I don't you well you mentioned it. That's why I'm asking you.
I never did. Yeah, I'm asking for your qualification.
I didn't mention it until you did.
Oh, so you don't have any qualification.
I didn't mention your psychosis until you did. So I'm not even too sure
So,
what psychosis is. Can you maybe
so you
explain
don't
it to
have
me?
any qualification.
Can you explain to me what psychosis actually is? Because I'm not sure.
Sure. So
Thank
you
you.
don't have any qualification and you don't have any studies.
Can you
Just
explain to me what psychosis is?
Yeah, the studies show that at least I think it was around 30 to 40% of liberals actually have been diagnosed with a mental disorder. That's what the studies have demonstrated.
I'm not surprised.
That's why.
Now, a mental disorder and a mood
It's a huge
disorder.
percentage.
A huge,
As
listen,
opposed
a
to.
huge percentage of humanity has a mental disorder. So it's not only you
Yeah, I'm
Christians.
sorry to hear
It's
that.
not only you
I'm
Christians.
sorry to hear that.
It's not only you Christians.
We're not the
really.
one diagnosed according to the studies.
According to the studies, you always have
You
studies.
are.
Just like you had a fish story yesterday.
Well, what do you have? Your opinion? What are some of the signs of psychosis?
I have
Being
no
calm.
idea. That's why I was asking you because you're the one who brought it
You're
up.
saying calmness is a sign that they're not psychotic. Really?
No, I didn't say that actually. I said calmness is a sign that they don't give a fuck what anybody else thinks, that they're happy with their own way of life, and they don't get involved in anybody else's business. That's what I'm
So
talking
that
about.
means they don't have any psychological problems, if that's the case, right?
Well, well, no, they don't have any. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not. I'm saying they don't have any uh, issues with their religion, and they don't. They keep it to themselves. It's a private thing, like it should be, and they get on with it, and they get on with their day and get on with their life.
Okay, so that's your prognosis. That's what you use to determine whether or not someone has a psychotic issue or a psychotic event, whether or not
You are
calm
so
versus not being calm,
you are
or
so
whether or not they express their feelings. And,
what is it with the word psychotic that you have to bring up all the time? I don't even know what it means,
well,
and
you were
you.
claiming that Christians were
I
psychotic.
did not claim that you. I never once said the word until you brought it up, and then I asked you what. Can you explain to me what it means? And I'm
Psychosis,
still
right?
waiting, and I'm still waiting.
Okay.
Actually, and while I'm waiting, let me ask you something. How
What are
many
you waiting for?
how many people have you converted to Christianity yourself as an evangelical Christian?
Converted myself? None.
Thank you. It's okay. That's all I wanted to know.
The Holy Spirit does the conversion.
Got it. Got
The
it.
Holy Spirit. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
That's
You,
who
you got
does
a, you
the
got,
conversion.
got an answer for everything. Eh?
Yes, that's what the
Yeah.
scriptures teach.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah. Well, the scriptures teach exactly. That's the problem. The scriptures are just, old literature from old ancient
In your
cultures,
opinion,
and you say, "Oh, that's what the scriptures teach." Well,
oh no, it
that's
is from an ancient culture. That's correct.
exactly. And the scriptures are
Yeah, it's from
nothing.
an ancient
It's not a
culture.
sacred thing. Scriptures is just
And in
writings.
400 years, your books will be from an ancient culture. Who cares?
My
Doesn't
books
make
will
them
be from
false
an
or
ancient
true.
culture. You mean my culture will be ancient? Not in 400
It's
years,
a
it
non
won't.
sequitur.
In
That's called a non
my
sequitur.
my culture will not be obsolete in 400 years.
Neither is the scriptures. Obviously, people still the highest
Do you
grossing
know? Do you know the
selling or
story
the
of?
highest selling book
Do you know the story of how this?
ever,
Do you know
ever.
this? Yeah, I know. But do you know how the
The
story?
Bible.
Do you know how the scriptures? Do you know the story of how the scriptures or how the Bible came to contain the scriptures that it does, and not any of the thousands of others that were around at the time?
Yeah, I was
There
actually
you
just
go.
talking about that
E-
on another atheist channel.
Exactly. It was
Yeah,
by
actually. Yeah, would you like to
consensus.
hear how?
Orthodoxy by
Would you like to?
consensus. Well, I'm
Would you like to hear
proposing.
how?
I'm proposing that it's
Would you?
orthodoxy. Hold on a second. I'm proposing that it's
Would you
all.
like to hear how?
Just one moment, please. I'm proposing that it's orthodoxy by consensus, and now I'd like to hear why. Go ahead.
Consensus based on what criteria?
Consensus of the bishops.
Based on what criteria are they using to come to the consensus?
Well, they're using the criteria of the Godhead, where all three persons of the Godhead are equal,
What are they
as
using
opposed
to
to
determine?
the ones that agree that there's God above, then there's Jesus, and then there's humans. Okay,
What are they using? What criteria are they using
so the council,
to come to that consensus?
absolute.
You don't know, do you?
Yes, I do know, an absolute lack of common
No.
sense.
Are they just picking any, mini, mighty, mo?
It looks
Paper,
like it.
rock, scissors?
It looks like it. I
What
have
are they
no
doing?
idea.
You,
There's no
you
logic.
don't.
There's
You
no
don't.
logic. There's no logic to why they picked what they did and why they left out
Uh-huh.
what they did. There's no logic to it whatsoever.
No one ever taught you how they determined
Well,
these
tell me.
books were
Tell me.
canonical.
Tell
No one
me.
ever taught
Go
you.
ahead and tell me that.
Okay, the books that are canonical are the books that have been discovered to meet certain criteria. Okay, so there's certain criteria that had to be met, whether it's Old Testament. Of course, there's different criteria in the Old Testament than there is in the New. And you had to meet those qualifications in order to be considered inspired text or inspired scripture. Like, for example, you had to be written during a certain time period. If you were written in the second or third like some of the Gnostic texts, like the Gospel of Thomas, that was too late to be considered reliable. So there were certain rules and criteria that they applied to determining, and they had figured that out pretty quickly as early as the first century, second century. We had a canon of 27 books in the New Testament. That's according to church history, uh, Eusebius, church history.
Okay.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now. Yeah. Welcome.
Yeah, we hear you, Iron.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Well, never had a bad day in my life.
Me neither.
Really?
Not a bad day ever.
JiL, I think you're lying.
I am, for sure.
About what?
That you never had a bad day in your life.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Yeah, I
It's not
concur.
about what you
I
believe
concur.
nowadays. It's about what you can prove.
I concur
So what happens to
because.
liars?
Ooh.
What
It's not
happens to
about it's not about what you believe. It's what you can prove.
Oh, you can prove that you never had a bad day in life in your
you,
life?
you made the claim. You said that I'm lying. I'm not telling the truth.
No, I'm saying that you claim that you never had a bad day in your life. Is
Mhm.
that right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so have you ever had a bad day in your life?
No.
How
Okay.
can you say that? How can you
It's
possibly
true.
say that?
Because
It
it's
is-
true.
It's not
It
true.
is true?
Yes, it is.
There's no one on earth
Are
who's
you
never had a
human?
bad day. Are you human? Exactly.
That's your opinion. We just met one. There's one now.
No, sir. No,
So
sir.
you've never had a bad day in your life, JiL?
Never.
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 Until today.
How old? How long have you lived? How many times have you been around the sun?
The sun?
No, how many times have you been around the sun?
How many times
Are
in
you
years or
talking
days?
about how many years I am age? My age?
Yes,
Earth?
yes, JiL. Jesus
Oh.
Christ.
He's 35.
No. I'm not gonna tell you my age, but I'm over 40.
Okay.
But,
So you
yeah.
mid.
What? You know what? You know the female part side of him will not reveal her age. That's very tolerant of you. Jesus is Lord. That's like women do. Oh, I'm not telling you my age, and Jesus is Lord. I'm not telling you my age.
Well, yeah, perhaps they won't even tell you the decade.
Yeah. JiL, so you've been wanting to talk to me for a really long time.
Have I?
Yeah, well, I a couple of years, well, maybe a year ago, you kept on inviting me on your channel to talk on Sundays, Sunday afternoons at 3 p.m. and
Oh
whatever.
yeah, I remember you. You're an old time chat rat. I
Yeah,
am
that's right.
charioteer.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm a chat rat.
Finally, you've come out of your rat hole, and now you're in a live stream, but not on my live stream, of course.
Well, yeah, that's fine, but it
Yeah.
doesn't matter which live stream, right?
Yeah, at least you made it out. Good
It
to see you.
it matters if we're talking or not, right?
Yeah. Anything you wanted to? I know you've been there since I first started streaming, maybe like 8 years ago.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So what
And
I'm saying is, yeah,
oh, go ahead.
when we came onto your stream, like probably about a year ago, me and Dr. Josh and somebody else and Jay Pasick,
Mhm.
right, came onto your stream. You quit the stream. You didn't want us. You didn't want us to come in. I was there too.
I quit the. Oh well, I probably had been streaming as I do every Sunday for 5 hours, and it was probably the fifth hour when you tried to
No,
come in.
wait, no. We were there at 3 p.m. on Sunday afternoon.
Well,
That's
okay. Well,
when you.
okay. Well, already you've already demonstrated what I'm saying is true because I start my streams at noon every Sunday, so that I'd already been streaming for 3 hours.
Well, I don't know what time zone you are.
Well, noon to three, regardless of what time zone it is 3 hours. I'd already been
I
streaming
don't
for three
care.
hours.
But for us, for when you posted the link, it said 3 p.m. You stream live at 3 p.m. on Sundays. Is that right?
No, 12 noon. I
No,
start
no,
12,
no,
12
JiL.
noon every
No,
Sunday.
no, you're
You
lying,
can go
JiL.
look and
You
see,
said
check it out for yourself.
no.
My
You
next
posted.
stream is 12
No,
noon.
you said no. You repeated that. Over afternoon.
I did not
No,
say
and
3.
you
I said
said you
12.
invite any atheist to come in and
Right. And
talk to you.
you
Not
didn't show up until
not
3 o'clock. That's
debate.
3 hours later.
No, wait. What?
I start my streams every Sunday at noon. 12 noon,
Well,
not
I don't know
3.
what time zone you are in, Jill.
Okay. Well, I'm still
But
streaming for 3
when
hours.
you posted it online,
Uh-huh.
me, Digital Hammurabi, Dr. Josh,
Okay, so you
and
wanted to come in and I was ending the stream. So what did you want
and
to bring
Jay
up?
Pasek was expecting to come into your stream and
Hmm.
talk to you.
Okay.
But all of a sudden, you saw who was in the live chat. I was
In
in
the
the live.
live chat.
Yeah, I was in the live
So you
chat.
didn't click on the link.
I did. Well, no,
You
well,
click.
actually, no.
You didn't click.
I
You did
said,
or you didn't?
well, no, I said hello in the live chat,
Okay.
and I said, is this happening or not, or something like that, right? And then
Okay.
Dr. Josh also made a comment. He said, listen, is this happening or what's going on? And I spoke to Dr. Josh for like a little bit. I'm not sure what I
Uh-huh.
said.
What was I actually streaming when this happened?
Well, yeah,
Okay, so you could have clicked on the link. Why didn't you click on the link?
we did click on the link,
And what happened?
and nothing happened. Yeah, it's almost like the stream like
Uh,
quit or something.
oh, well, okay. I'm not sure what happened, but I'm live every Sunday at noon. Okay.
Okay.
And I open up the chat right away. I put the link, I clip it, or I pin it on the top at the top of the chat. Anyone who's willing and able
So
to come in
what's your
could come
time
in.
zone? Are you Eastern Standard or
Central.
you're Central? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you what? You're like 3 hours behind.
Okay.
Is that right?
I don't know what your time zone is.
Okay, my time zone is Eastern.
Okay. That's an
So
hour behind.
it's an hour behind. Okay. All right, fine. So
So what
Sidney,
was it that you wanted to talk to me about with Dr. Josh? I pretty much dealt with all of his erroneous teachings about the Bible, where to now he looks for other Christians to abuse. He doesn't try to bully me anymore. But
well,
what is it that you wanted to talk about
I think Jay Pasek is doing a live stream on you right now.
right now?
Right now, he's actually
What?
doing. He's
His last
actually
4 live streams were
no.
about me.
He's doing a live stream with you and PineCreek.
Wow, his
Remember,
like that's the 4th stream in a row about me.
yeah, remember that with
I
PineCreek?
feel special. Yeah, Pine Creek made a fool out of himself.
What happened? I missed that.
Pine
What
Made a
Creek,
happened?
fool.
What happened?
Pine Creek went through the what they call the what they call that? What do they call that? The epistemological questions with you, right?
Yes, yeah, that's his
Yeah.
niche. Yeah,
Yes.
he thinks that'll work, but
Well,
it
no,
doesn't work on all Christians. It
yeah,
doesn't
but
work
he's
on
not a street. He's not a street epistemologist. He just does it from his fucking room in his house, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
So
Does
he
it from his
asked you
house.
these questions. These I think it was 8 or 9 questions or whatever, right?
Mhm.
And he went through all these questions with you. And the first question was, do you believe in that a snake talked in the Garden of Eden?
Yes,
And you said you agree with that.
yes,
And you went through all the questions, right?
yes. I
And then
actually did my own video where I answered all of those questions. Yeah, he didn't ask me those questions when I went on his channel. We were talking about slavery, and then we got into why I'm a Christian, or epistemology it's called. But yeah, I did answer to all of his questions, and really the answer to the question is that Christians believe in the supernatural. I don't know if he got the memo, but Christians believe in the supernatural. So
Jill.
miracles in the Bible are not a big deal.
Well, Jill, we know that.
Yeah, obviously he didn't. He would never put it in his challenge.
Well, no, because the reason because he got those challenges from the Bible, right?
Right, but Christians already believe in the supernatural. So why are you bringing up things that about the Bible that are talking about the supernatural? That's
Well,
not a challenge for us. We're just going to
okay,
say yes and keep
okay,
it
so
moving.
you don't think there are things in the Bible that are supernatural?
Did I say that?
Well,
I said that he is asking questions that a Christian should have no problem answering. It's not a challenge. When you say, "Do you believe Jesus rose from the dead?" Yes.
Accepted the challenge
Remember, he doesn't want you to explain why you believe it. He just wants you to answer yes or
yeah,
no.
no,
That's not
yeah, yes,
that's not a challenge for us.
What
If
do
it's
you?
something like Numbers 5 or something.
But that's not the point the
Well, what was the
Socratic.
point?
Well,
That's what
I'm
I'd
not
like
gonna
to know.
I'm not gonna divulge the point of a epistemological questioning. That's an atheist secret, okay?
Okay. I mean, what was the? I didn't see the point. Christians believe in the supernatural. I don't know if he's got the memo or not.
Yeah, but when you were asked the questions,
Mhm.
did you go back and reflect on the answers that you gave to those questions?
Yeah, I know why I believe, but remember, he didn't want us to tell us why. So he didn't want you to reflect. He wanted you to just answer yes or no, and
Well,
that's what
no,
I
but
did.
that was the reason that he was doing it. He was well. That's the whole thing about epistemology.
Mhm.
He wants you to reflect on the answers that you gave.
Yeah, and I
Right?
have. I've already reflected on them, and I've already thought about them intimately.
So
And if you need a reason why I believe that, I have a reason. But he didn't want that, so I
okay,
didn't see that as a challenge.
so how is it possible for a snake to talk?
Well, the text communicates that there was a being in the garden that was a spiritual being. We know that Satan is a fallen angel, so he is a spiritual being. So there are different ways of looking at this, and no one interpretation is correct. The reason why you can have more than one interpretation in this instance is because the Bible doesn't really care to explain this. But I would hold to the idea that because snakes don't have vocal cords, just like the son of Sam spoke to David Berkowitz, or his dog spoke to David Berkowitz
Wait,
and told him to do these
wait.
killings.
Who's David
David
Berkowitz? Is
Berkowitz was a
he
serial
was
killer
he was a cult
by
leader
the
or
name of
some kind of cult
Right.
leader or something, right?
Well, he was a serial killer by the name, and he went by the name or the title Son of Sam.
JiL,
And he
JiL,
had a.
I'm gonna
Well,
stop you
let
right
me
now.
respond.
No,
Let
no,
me
but
respond.
why are you going towards serial killers?
I'm trying to explain to you what's
I don't
going
give
on
a
in
shit about
Genesis.
serial killers, man.
Well, listen, and you'll learn something. Perhaps you don't want. All you want is a yes or no question,
my
like
God.
PineCreek.
Sidney,
Then
can you
I'll
believe
give you a
this
yes
shit?
or no
Sidney,
answer.
are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, if all you want is a
Sidney,
yes or no,
are you
then
still
I'll
there?
just say yes. If you don't need the
Yes, yes, I'm here.
explanation,
Can
then
you not
just say
hear
I
me?
don't really
Sidney,
care.
are
Yeah,
you there?
hello, hello,
Hello?
hello.
Yeah. Why is he going to David Berkowitz, a serial killer?
Because he's stuck in a corner
So you
and he's
don't
got
want the
nowhere
answer.
to go.
Right. So you don't want the answer.
No,
Don't ask me
listen.
questions if you don't want me to answer them.
Well, don't give bullshit answers. Give honest answers.
I didn't even give an answer.
Wait, you know what, Sidney? I'm willing to listen to this answer. Because
Okay.
I don't know much about David Berkowitz. I know much about Ted Bundy and this guy John Wayne Gacy and all that shit. But I don't
Mhm.
know much about Daniel Berkowitz. So tell me, why was this guy Daniel Berkowitz? Was he prophetic?
Well, if you would let me explain
I tell you
without
what.
telling me.
Because
Hold on,
that's
hold on,
basically
hold on,
what you're
hold on. Whoa,
saying.
whoa, both of you,
No, I never said that.
Whoa. Okay, just take a break for 1 minute, and I'm going to play this for both of you
Yeah.
and everyone. All right?
Give me 1 minute to respond without him interrupting.
All right, all right.
I'm
But
asking
before
him
you
a
do
question,
that,
and then when he gives an answer, you cut him
watch.
off.
Before you do that, just watch the screen.
I can't see the screen. I'm playing video games.
JiL, how old are you
I have
now?
a challenge for Christians. I think
Old
very
enough.
rarely do you have the opportunity to state
You still play
clearly,
video games?
unabashedly what you believe.
Yes.
Isn't
So
that a
this
sin?
is the challenge. The challenge is I have 8
It's not a sin?
things that I think
Why?
a lot of Christians believe are
Hang on a
just
sec.
facts of
So-
history according to the Bible. And
Did
I'm giving
Eve
you
really
the
talk
opportunity
to
to
simply-
record yourself saying what you
Okay.
believe. So I challenge you to figure out what of these 8 things you believe. So if you believe that, I challenge you to say it out loud and record yourself saying it. publicly say, I believe a man lived in the belly of a great fish for 3 days.
I believe a man lived in the belly of a great fish for 3 days.
Public, or if you don't believe it, then don't say it. But if you do believe it, say it. I believe that Jesus ordered the stoning of rebellious children.
I believe Jesus ordered the stoning of rebellious children. I didn't hear anything, but yeah. So my answer to do I believe in a talking snake? There was a serial killer, and his name was David Berkowitz, and he claimed that it was a dog or the neighbor's dog that was telling him to kill these women. So we believe that Satan can take the form, not take the form, but could actually speak to us or speak to people like David Berkowitz, not through the ear of the fleshly ear, but through the ear of the mind, if you will. So it's a mind-to-mind communication. So
ear of
the
the
snake
mind?
wasn't necessarily talking, but Satan was actually speaking.
Well, again, the laws of logic seem to be a barrier to what you're saying, because you can't be one thing and then another thing at the same time.
Can you guys hear me now? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, good.
Yeah. Did you hear my answer? Did you hear my answer to Moses and his use of symbolism?
Yeah, but you're still relying on mythical figures to present your argument, and that's just never going to fly with an atheist.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to believe in the supernatural. No one expects you
I'm not
to,
talking about the
but we do.
supernatural. I'm talking about the people that you're mentioning, like Moses and Jesus and all
Well,
these
you don't
people
have
that
to
are
believe.
just mythical figures from the script, from the Bibles, right?
That's
So
fine. There's still words on the page.
there are still words on a
That's fine.
page, but they aren't just words on a page.
Sure, that's fine. And they have meaning. So I'm giving you the meaning of the text.
No, we understand the text, and we can read the text, and we can take the meaning of the text for ourselves, because we are educated,
But you have
adult.
to learn how to read the Bible first.
No, I
Okay,
don't.
can somebody can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can hear you.
Okay. Like how did this conversation go from David Berkovich to this?
Well, no, I was using David Berkowitz as an example of how Satan can speak to us through not the ear, but the ear of the mind.
He was schizophrenic.
Yeah, but
He was
okay,
schizophrenic.
Yes.
no, wait. Now I have a question for you, Jill.
He's not schizophrenic anymore, by the way. He's a born again believer.
Okay,
He's-
Jill, I want to ask you
He's
a
still
question.
in jail.
Like, do you know Andrea Yates?
Yes, I
What's
remember that. I remember that one.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, that
Did
was
she
it.
Did she get a special communication from God to
Who are
drown
you
her?
referring to?
Andrea Yates.
She killed her.
Well, first say why.
baby
First say why.
grandson
First say what.
because God told-
I'm not
well,
familiar with the
Well,
story.
because God told her to do it.
Yeah.
God didn't tell her to do that.
Yes. She. Wow.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's why she
No.
got off. That's why she got. That's
Just
why
like
she.
God
That's why
didn't
she went to mental
tell
hospital for the
Berkowitz
rest of
to
her
kill-
life. And I think she's even getting parole.
Okay,
Yeah.
Jill.
Oh my!
Listen,
She must have had a good lawyer.
You know, Jill, you are what's called cherry picking right now.
You
Well,
always
you
does.
asked me about Satan, and then you brought up God speaking.
Yeah, but how do you
Well, no,
how do you justify Satan exists?
Well, do you think God was speaking to Andrea Yates or not?
No.
It was Satan.
And once she becomes a born again believer, she'll realize that. Just like David Berkowitz realized once
Oh
he
my
became
God.
a believer.
Are you
he
serious?
admitted that
He's
Andrea
actually-
Yates
that
he's-
was
was a
talking
devout.
to him.
Wow.
Do you allow people to answer?
We're talking about serious.
Henry Yates was a devout Christian.
Yes, she was.
Henry Yates was a devout
What's a
Christian.
serious Christian? You don't
She
even
was
know
a
what Christian is.
devout. If you
Oh
don't
my
know,
God.
if you don't know the story about Andrea Yates, maybe you should look it
Devout.
up.
What does that even mean?
It means that
Jill, you
that's
move
her
the
her
goalpost.
life.
Every time we say something, you move the goalpost.
What does that even mean?
There you
Devout?
go. What does that even mean? Tell me.
That's not how we
See, you're
determine
moving
whether
the
or not God is
goalpost.
speaking.
Oh, he always does that.
Whether
That's
someone is
their
devout or not
that's
is
their
not how we
tactic.
determine
They know they can't
whether
win the
some-
argument, so they have to come up with fallacies
fallacies. Well, that's a non sequitur.
to
Whether
feel
someone is
to
devout,
think
it
and
doesn't
feel
follow
that they've actually
logically.
won the argument.
Okay, my turn. Whether someone it's a non sequitur. Whether someone is devout or not is not a determination of their spiritual walk or spiritual position.
So what is the
So
determination? What is the
was
determination?
David Berkovich devout?
No,
He's a Christian now. He's a devout Christian now.
he wasn't. He
Yeah.
wasn't then. What was he then?
No.
What was he then? He wasn't an atheist. I think he was Jew.
He claimed, yeah, well, he was an atheist. He claims that he was possessed by Satan, by the devil.
Yeah, but if he's an atheist, then Satan doesn't exist. So that doesn't
Well, he
make
knows
sense.
that now. He's speaking now in his former.
No, but
manner.
when he was an atheist, he knew that Satan doesn't exist. So Satan couldn't be talking to him
He
because
probably didn't
Satan
know what
doesn't
was going
exist.
He
No,
didn't know what was going on.
he
Most
was,
people who are possessed by Satan don't really
he
know
was
that.
he was schizophrenic.
Possessed
I
by
believe he was schizophrenic. He's
He
schizophrenic.
could have. Well, he's no longer schizophrenic. What happened? Was he healed?
I don't know. Can you
What
be
happened?
healed? Can
What
you be
happened
he-
to schizophrenia?
Can you be healed from schizophrenia?
Jill,
What happened?
I'm really curious.
No
Why do you
treatment. No treatment at all. What happened?
Can you be
Jill,
healed
I'm
from
really
schizophrenia?
curious.
How do you know no
What-
treatment? He was in jail for 30 years.
He wasn't. He didn't have any treatment for schizophrenia.
Jill,
Sorry.
why do you bring up this guy David Berkovich? Why do you bring him up?
Well, because
why
he
did you
was
bring up
being-
something? Why did you
I'm
bring up
showing
something
you
like
that
Ted
even to-
Bundy?
I'm demonstrating that today, even today, there are spiritual realities to things that happen in the spiritual realm, and he claims that the dog was actually talking to him, but we know dogs don't have vocal cords. So I think the same thing happened in the garden.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
The same thing was
Hold
going
on a
in the
second.
garden.
Hold on a second. My dog
Jesus
talks to me.
Christ.
My dog talks to me.
What
Yes.
did he say?
Oh,
About
no,
me?
he goes. Okay, this is what it sounds like.
Sidney,
Hold
shut
on.
up, man.
Yeah,
Your
this
dog
is what it
doesn't talk
sounds
to
like.
you. Let me
My
see
dog
what
does.
doesn't talk to you.
My dog talks to me and goes, and she,
vocal
and
cords
she's
of
talk
a
to you.
dog,
when she wants something, she goes. She does talk. She goes.
of a human.
She
That-
goes.
that
This is
human-
how she
provide
goes.
human
This is.
language.
I'm gonna have to mute you if you won't let me talk. So this is how my dog talks to me. I could be sitting here just looking at the screen, and then I'll hear something like this. Okay, right? That's the talk. That's the voice. That's the vocal voice. I look around. Yeah, I look around. I turn around, and there she is. She wants to go outside. She wants to eat. She wants something, but she's talking to me in a talking voice with vocal cords and not barking and telling me something. Obviously, I can't understand, but when I look and I see the body language, I see her eyes, I ask her, the usual associative words, I can figure it out. So don't say that the dog can't talk to you. If you are on the same level as the dog and you understand the dog and yes, a dog can talk to you.
Right, you know what I meant by vocal cords, right, Ian?
Well, yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean by vocal
Right, I'm
cords.
sure the dog was barking too, but he heard the dog telling him to kill people.
Yeah,
That's
but
what
that's
he
that's a
claims.
translation of the doggy speak.
Jill,
No, it was
Jill,
the dog
wait.
probably didn't know.
The dog was
no,
probably
so Jill, I don't understand why this guy's dog talking to him.
Well, I'm demonstrating.
Confirms your theology.
I'm demonstrating.
Good point.
that
Good
the
point.
use of
Good
the-
question.
don't understand.
Good
Okay,
question.
let me-
Like a guy's dog
You don't have to
talks to
understand.
him and tells him to kill people, and you say this is a sign from Yahweh.
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say
I
then?
straw man. I said that is an example of how the spiritual realm, it can appear that the snake was talking. Also, another explanation is that Moses is using the imagery of the snake. So he is using the imagery of the snake to tell us not how Satan looks, but how Satan is. Obama is a snake, for example.
Hold on a
So
second.
the
Let's
he's
go back.
using
Let's go back to
imagery. Look that up
Berkowitz.
for
Are you
homework. Imagery.
saying? Are you saying that Christianity cures mental illness? Christianity cures schizophrenia? Is this what you're saying?
God cures
Are
Christianity.
you?
God.
God doesn't exist. So explain to an atheist.
Okay.
Well, no,
Fine.
no, Sydney, you're going too deep right now. I'm not even getting into the mind. We still into the physical part because Jill is describing physical aspects right now of his God. He's saying that God
Okay.
uses snakes. Does your God use snakes?
Again, there are several
No.
interpretations.
Answer me that question.
He can
Does-
if he chooses to.
I,
Yes.
I can understand
so
a
he
dog
chooses-
talking, but not a
Yes.
snake. Not a snake.
God
Sorry.
can use a donkey to talk to you.
Okay,
A donkey I can understand, and a dog I get, but not a snake can't make a noise that you could misinterpret as talking.
He
He always just go hiss hiss hiss. So what you gonna say? Oh,
And-
Jesus is calling me. Or the Satan is the devil is telling me to kill my children.
Huh?
That's what the snake's
Well, how
doing
do we know that's not God? How do we know that's
because
not
God does not
Well,
exist.
Jill,
Oh,
what
okay.
I'm concentrating on is this idea of the snake, right?
So maybe she was schizophrenic. Yeah, the snake is a use. It's imagery. It's a use of imagery. Look up that term for homework.
No.
So
How
what
does a
does
snake talk
What
if
does
it
the
can't?
snake mean? What is it? What
Ah.
It means that
the
he
image
is
of?
someone that is not to be trusted. So everyone who was reading or hearing the story understood, well, growing up in the Sinai desert, the dangers of a snake. So when you say that this being is a snake, you're saying that he is not to be trusted. Stay
No,
away from him.
no,
That
I
doesn't make
understand that.
sense.
Imagery.
No,
It's
it doesn't
biblical
make
imagery.
sense because snakes aren't as
Well,
dangerous as crows. If they wanted to bring an animal that wasn't to be trusted,
Sidney,
make it a crow because crows
Oh
aren't to be
no,
trusted.
snakes are more deadlier because they're subtle. They're sneaky.
Sydney,
Right.
let's stick with
When we
snakes,
call
okay?
someone
Okay.
a snake, we're saying that
Okay.
they can't be trusted. You can't turn your back
Right.
on them because they'll bite you.
Why
and,
why
you
can't
know,
snakes
snake
be
in the
trusted?
grass, we would say, right?
Well, yeah,
old,
but why can't snakes be trusted?
old wives' tales. That's all.
Well, it's a use of imagery. We do
Yeah.
the same thing today in our culture. Why is it so foreign to you? When
No,
you
no,
say
but-
someone is,
It's
a
like
snake in the
it's
grass,
like we say.
No,
you're not
No,
saying they're a literal
But
snake
Jill,
in the grass.
where did you get this? Where did you get this imagery from?
I can explain
It's
the
all over the
imagery.
scriptures.
The imagery
Have
is
you not
like
read the
in
text?
modern
It's
day, in today's words, it's like Christians cannot be trusted. Like
Yeah,
now
but
he's
Jill,
talking about
Jill, Jill,
snakes
I wanna ask you a
cannot be
question.
trusted.
I want to ask you.
Today Christians
If you
cannot
call-
be
If
trusted.
you get sick, and you call an ambulance, right, to come and save you or take you to the hospital, right? On the side of the ambulance, there's going to be an emblem, a health symbol.
You know where
right?
that came from?
What?
You know where that came from? Another symbolic, another symbol, another
Listen,
use of imagery.
Stop.
Do you know
stop.
where that came from?
Listen, Jill, stop.
You're-
You
you're-
know
You
where
know
I'm
where that
going
came
with
You,
this.
no,
I want you to stop.
I don't know where you're
Everybody
going.
else to hear this.
I don't.
Education is
Hold on, let him talk,
Know
Jill.
where stuff comes from
Jill,
before you
Jill,
mention
Jill,
it.
Jill. Let him
Come
talk.
from the Bible.
Jill,
Yeah.
let him talk, please.
Because what happens when you look at the symbol of health, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, and it's almost on every ambulance or every health facility, they have a pole and a crossbeam with two snakes or the caduceus of Mercury, or the two snakes going up the pole, right?
Hmm.
So what? How do you explain that?
Do you know that snakes can be used to symbolize several different things,
Like what?
not just one thing?
Like what?
So in here, Moses is using the snake to symbolize something that's dangerous.
Wait.
Also in scripture, the snake is also used to symbolize health. That's where
Yes.
you get the ambulance from.
I agree with you
Oh,
because
yes.
when Moses rose the bronze snake on the
Mhm.
pole, that actually healed the people.
Yes. Right.
Yes. So where
Right.
do you think the caduceus of Mercury on the sides of ambulances and on hospitals, these snakes going up two poles? Where do you think that comes from?
It's symbolic of health, and it might originate in the scriptures. There are other cultures who use the symbol of the snake also.
Yeah, it could be. So that's an occultic symbol, isn't it?
It could be, yeah. A lot of things were taken and applied to even trees. Even Jeremiah
Right.
says people
So
took
when, so
trees
when,
and made that into idols, right?
so,
Everything
right,
was made into an idol. Basically, Paul says
right,
everything
right,
that was created, people started worshiping the creation instead of the creator.
right,
Paul says, yeah.
right. So when you get sick, right, and you need to get an ambulance, right, and you need to go to the hospital, right? Do you care whether the hospital is pagan or not?
The hospital it's not about the hospital being pagan. Why is that even what? You're wasting your time.
Because
Okay.
no, because when you get sick, do you discriminate between a hospital that's Christian or that has religion in it,
What does that have to
or
do
a
with
hospital that's
Moses
secular?
and the? What does that have to do with Moses and the snake?
That's
I
what
would
I'm saying.
prefer. Okay,
This
let me
is
answer. I
well,
would
this is where the
prefer a
divisions
Christian.
came from.
Well, let me answer. I would prefer a Christian doctor. Yes, I
Okay,
would prefer
so
a Christian doctor.
so if your life was at stake and you were in the back of an ambulance that had a symbol of the snakes on it, and you asked the ambulance driver, listen, what hospital are you taking me to? Well, I'm taking you to the general hospital of the city. It's a secular hospital, right? It's a pagan hospital. They have pagan symbols in there. They probably have transvestites in there that you probably don't want to be next to, right?
Well, if
So,
I'm in a situation where I can't control it, then
what are
hey,
you
I
going to
can't.
say to this paramedic?
If I'm in
Are
a
you gonna say,
situation
listen,
where I can't control it,
so
then I can't
what are
control
you going
that.
to say? I'm going to say, I'm a Christian. I don't want to go to a pagan hospital
If I'm
where there's
unconscious, no.
transvestites.
I mean,
I need
what
to
choice
go
do I have?
to I need to go to a hospital that conforms to my beliefs.
Okay, now that's just
Right?
silly. Okay, so
The whole,
about the dragon.
the
Now,
whole of Christianity
here's
is
how we
silly.
can
They're not
demonstrate.
just that.
Here's how we can
Exactly.
know.
That's
Here's
freaking
how we can.
hypocritical.
Here's how we
Exactly.
can know that the Bible is using imagery here. All right, if you go to Revelation, you'll see that not only is Satan called a snake, but he's also in the same sentence called an ancient dragon. So is he a snake or a dragon? So we know, therefore, that the authors are not intending to tell us what Satan looks like, but instead they want to teach us what Satan is like. All right, so if we think of Satan as a slithering snake or fire-breathing dragon, then we misunderstand the nature of fallen angels. Fallen angels are spiritual beings. Okay, but the author is trying to communicate in a way. Remember, this is before the 21st century. We don't have television, we don't have special effects. So the authors, the poets back then, used imagery to paint a picture in the mind of their hearer.
Sidney,
Yeah.
question for you quickly.
Yeah.
Is he answering my question?
I have no idea what he's saying.
What question? I already
I was-
said
I was-
it. I don't have
I
a
was-
choice.
I was
If I
waiting-
have a choice, then I'm going to the pagan hospital. Who
I was
cares?
waiting.
Oh,
I was going to
Protect-
say.
Going
I was
to the
going to
pagan
say. Hold on a
hospital.
minute. I was going to say something
Who
about
cares?
the hospital.
I don't care who operates on me as long as you're qualified.
if-
I prefer a Christian.
Hey,
There you
Jill.
go.
I
Jill.
would
If
prefer a Christian
Jill,
because he has faith. Yeah.
if prayer works, why are the hospitals?
Prayer is not designed to get you what you want. That's why they're hospitals.
No, it's not a matter of
So you
getting
don't
what you
understand the
want.
nature of
If
prayer.
you don't want, if you don't want to have your leg amputated by the truck that just hit you, you don't want that. You should be able to pray your leg back on. And if that's
No.
the case, if Jesus does exist to do that, because he's done it before,
No, Jesus
right?
doesn't exist to do that.
Hey,
But he's done it
Sidney.
before.
No, Jesus
So
doesn't exist to
yeah,
do that.
yes, Iron.
Sidney,
You got the wrong Jesus,
somebody
buddy.
in your chat said a comment by
You got the wrong Jesus.
a comment Niessa,
Oh,
NYSSA.
Nisa.
Threepwood, yeah. She said, Sidney, question, Winston, why would JiL go to hospital if he can pray his illness away?
Jill.
The Bible doesn't say that you can pray for something and it's going to happen because you prayed for it. Okay, that's a misunderstanding of what prayer is and its purpose.
What is
If you
what does the
actually
Bible
read
say?
Scripture,
What does the Bible say
If you
about
actually
prayer?
prayer is designed to get you closer to God. It's not designed to get you what you want.
Then why
You can pray until you're blue in the face.
yeah?
If God, it's not in God's will for it to happen.
But why
it's not
does it
happening.
say in the scriptures, in the synoptic gospels, that everything you pray for you will get?
If it's in the will, if you read the context, if it's in the will of the Father, Jesus says.
Oh, Sidney, here's another question. Can I read this one?
Yep.
From Alpha K91.
Okay.
It says, yeah, Sidney, if JiL is so close to the divine, closer than, say, David Berkowitz, right? Who was blessed with total remission of schizophrenia?
I didn't have it to begin with. I'm blessed in other ways. So I mean, I'm glad I didn't have to go through that. I
but you mentioned David Berkowitz, and the only thing we know for sure about him is that he had schizophrenia. So I don't understand.
Past tense. Amen.
All right, you said he's cured, so I'm going for. I agree. I can't argue with you. I don't know, but he definitely had schizophrenia.
And witnesses, actually, his cellmate actually testified that this man was a stand-up guy. He helped people. He preached the gospel. He carried his Bible everywhere he went, perfectly.
So, but he misinterprets. He misinterprets.
Total transformation.
He totally misinterprets. He totally misinterprets. He totally
misinterprets. Carl Rittenhouse. Carl Rittenhouse is also an upstanding citizen.
Amen. Yes, he is.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you there. Yeah, I believe that from what I saw, Rittenhouse was not guilty of everything that I saw. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I think. But this Berkowitz guy and the schizophrenia. Yeah. You mentioned Berkowitz, and the only thing that we know about Berkowitz is that he had schizophrenia, and now that he's a Christian, he doesn't have schizophrenia anymore. So I think that's what the Nissa Threepwood was trying to ask.
Yeah, exactly. So
right.
So
I have to ask. I'm confused.
Nissa Threepwood actually responded. She said, or he said, or they said, I'm arguing based on his logic, which means your logic, JiL.
That's not my logic.
He said, you said where that came from. No, you said schizophrenia was cured by converting to Christianity.
Yes, you did.
No, I said God killed him. He converted to Christianity.
So Christianity and God have absolutely no connection to each other. Okay.
Well, he's a Christian, of course. He's going to worship the God of the Bible. He worships the God of the Bible, sure.
So how many gods are
Christianity?
How many gods
cure him?
Cured him. How many gods were vying for his attention?
How many gods were what?
How many gods were competing for his attention?
Probably all of the hellions that exist. Probably Satan and his angels were probably telling him to do these bad things. The evil one.
So Satan and angels are gods as well as all the other gods that you mentioned. So how many? Like I'm saying, how many of these gods are they? Or fallen angels or whatever? They seem to be all gods according to you.
They can be worshipped as a god. Yes. But they are part of God's creation.
How do you worship an angel? Tell me.
People do worship angels. Yeah, look it up.
Look it up. Where? I'm going to look it up in my...
Look it up
in my Quran. I'm going to look it up in my Quran, all right? Hold on a minute.
People worship other people as well.
You see what he does? You see what he does? You see what he does?
Other people can be a god according to Scripture.
Yeah, it's very slippery. I understand the snake analysis now.
No.
Sorry, the snake analogy.
JiL, you understand now, right? Okay, good for you.
No, JiL, I understand what you're saying. That you just said that people can be gods.
Yes, people can be worshipped and elevated to the status of what the Bible would call.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. Jesus did say that, right?
No, not contextually. He was talking about rulers.
But Jesus said that. I am nothing without the Father, but you can do greater things without me, or something like that.
I'm not sure that.
I'm probably misquoting the verse, but he said that basically, Jesus went back to what's called the Gnostic principle. It's Gnosticism.
Gnostic principle.
Yeah, he was saying. Yeah,
Huh?
he was going. He was saying the Gnostics believed that everybody is pretty much a god.
No, he was referring to the gods and the judges of the Old Testament.
No. The Gnostics were saying, "Know thyself."
I don't care what the Gnostics were saying.
Right?
Jesus
That's
was
what they were
referring to the
saying,
Old
right?
Testament before the Gnostics even showed up with their garbage in the first and second century. You're way too late to be considered reliable or accepted into orthodoxy. Way too late,
That's the whole thing.
Mr. Gnostic.
That's the whole thing. That's what happened with the canonical Gospels. They rejected all the Gnostic
Because they were written
Gospels.
too late.
That's,
Iron.
well,
Iron.
no, that's exactly
You want
what
to you
that's-
want to hear you want to
Written
hear
too late.
you want to hear something quite amazing, and Jill's going to tell you. Jill, you confessed and you made a recording of a belief, and you said this: you believe that Jesus ordered the stoning of rebellious children according to Deuteronomy 21, and you actually
Yeah,
said
did you see my
believe that.
explanation?
I didn't need
Right.
to. I read Deuteronomy 21 verses 18 through 21, and that was an appalling act of violence.
Sure, go read my explanation and you'll see what
I
was
don't need
actually
your
going on in
explanation.
the text.
I read the source. I
Okay.
actually read the
You
original.
read the source?
I said I read the
Okay.
source. Yeah, I read the Bible.
Who are
So
the children in what chapter is that verse in?
18 to 21. Sorry,
What book? What book?
Deuteronomy
Deuteronomy what?
21.
Deuteronomy 20. 21, right?
21. Yeah.
Okay. Who are the children? Who are they referring to when they say children?
Does it? They say children. They refer.
Right, but what is a child according to the text?
It
According to
doesn't.
the
It doesn't.
context.
Stoning children is bad. Stoning
Who are the
children.
No.
children?
Sydney, let him
Who are
go.
the children
Who's the
according
children?
to the text?
The children. Jill, I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna answer you.
Yeah.
The children is basically the people that have given their life to God,
No,
or they have been reborn. Is that
No.
right?
no,
No?
the children.
I tell you,
children in
he's going to
Deuteronomy
come up.
21
He's going to come up with this bullshit treasonous arguments. These children were committing
Oh,
treason.
so you have heard my response.
Yes, of course I have. The children are committing
Yes,
treason,
the children
and treason is punishable by death. This is what he's going
Okay,
to say.
okay, Sydney, let me hear what
Yes.
Jill has to say.
Yeah,
Okay.
children in the Hebrew culture could have been as old as 25 years old. All right. So these are individuals. If you read Deuteronomy 20, which is the chapter before 21, you'll find that the context is war. Okay. In fact, Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 1 starts off by saying, when you go to war. And then it starts giving you how to deal with not only enemy combatants, but also people who are within the camp who are working for the enemy. We would call that treason. And the punishment for treason is death. So when the scripture says that they are straying to another faith, what it's really teaching is that they are leaving the tribe of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and joining an enemy tribe, okay, in which that would be considered treason even today, which is still punishable by death.
Can you believe that? Can you actually
Well,
believe
yeah.
that?
Well,
It's called context.
well,
Context is
no,
king.
no,
When
Sydney.
you go to war, that's the thesis.
No, Sydney,
Okay.
I agree with Jill, because you know what? That actually that perfectly aligns with history.
No, I'm not. I'm not debunking anything Jill said, but it's got nothing to do with what's
no,
written.
because-
What's
because-
written in
no.
Deuteronomy, what we're referring
Because you
to.
only read one sentence. You
No,
gotta
I read.
the
I read
thesis.
everything that Doug
You didn't
PineCreek
read the
Doug.
thesis statement. The
I
thesis
read.
statement is
I
in
read everything that
Deuteronomy 20.
PineCreek. I read everything that PineCreek Doug.
You read his
Doug.
quote mine.
I no.
You
It
read
was.
his quote mine. That's
No,
what you
Jill,
read.
Jill,
Hold on a
quiet.
second. Fuck
Jill-
you. Hold on,
Jill,
guy.
quiet
Hold on.
a
Whoa,
little
whoa,
bit,
whoa,
okay?
whoa, 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 whoa. Stop. This is not going to happen on my watch here. This is not going to happen. I read everything that PineCreek Doug put on the screen in terms of his source for the sentence that you agreed to about Jesus agreeing to stoning other people. Okay, that's what I am saying. I do not need to go to your channel. I read it all.
You read one sentence and you think you've read? We don't call that reading on any level of education, whether it be
This is
middle school,
ad
whether it be
hominem.
grade school,
This is an ad
whether it be
hominem
college
ad
or
hominem
higher
fallacy, ladies and
academia.
gentlemen.
We don't consider that reading, sir.
Who's we?
Context is king.
Who's we, my friend?
Educators. You don't read one sentence
Educators
and say, "Oh, this is what it means."
really? Educators are we? And
Yeah,
you consider
you
yourself
don't
an
read one sentence.
you consider yourself an educator, don't you?
You consider yourself a reader? We're going to read one sentence and this is what it means. Really? You call
Is that what
yourself a reader?
Is that the best you could do? You see how he's going somewhere else? He won't stick to the topic.
I'm trying to figure out why you read the Bible that way when you don't read anything else that way.
I read everything else for what it is, as the Bible included.
You read a novel and read one sentence and think you understand what that sentence means apart from its immediate context?
No, when I read parts of a novel, I understand exactly what they mean by the words that come off the page, just like I do with the Bible.
So you take the sentence out of its immediate context, its historical, its cultural context, and the actual context, and you try to interpret it on its own. That's how you read. I might need to call one of my colleagues, one of the English department, to help you out.
Okay, thank you very much. But you did say that Jesus okayed the stoning of children, did you not?
Yeah, and in the context, it reveals who those children actually are.
Where's the humanism in you? Why don't you have any empathy for the children?
I don't have any empathy for children who join ISIS and then plot against Americans.
Jesus, there was no ISIS in Jesus' time.
Children in their 20s. Well, I'm giving you a parallel.
I don't need a parallel. I'm talking about the children. Why do you not have compassion for the children? Why do you not have compassion for the children?
Have compassion. Now I can call them children because I'm twice their age. I don't have compassion for children in their 20s.
I'm not talking. The children that Jesus wanted stoned. Those children. Where's your compassion? Where's your compassion? Where's your compassion? So where's your compassion? They're humans. They're humans. Okay, they're children.
What's the punishment for treason today?
Hold on a second.
They're humans.
Honey, could you send that? Could you send those nuclear secrets down to the Russian embassy, please? I need $10,000. So ask for Vladimir.
Russia.
Tell him. The code word is Sidney Winston.
Notice how you said Russia instead of China. Liberal. That's how we can tell you're a liberal. Russia. No, the real threat is China.
I'd rather be called a liberal than a Christian. Yuck.
Of course, you want to blame Russia for everything. Right?
No, Russia pays more than China for spies.
So the context reveals who those quote-unquote children were. The Bible calls
Hold on
Christians
a second.
children. The Bible calls Christians.
Don't talk nonsense. Just say you agreed that Jesus is okay with stoning children. Just say you did, because if you don't say it, I will have to play the clip.
I did say it, sure, and I know.
There you go. Thank you very much. So you got trolled. You got trolled so well. You got trolled so well by PineCreek. I can't believe it. How dare you
portray your countrymen? How dare you spy and plot on your countrymen to kill your own countrymen? You should be put to death. I agree with the death penalty. I agree with military tribunals.
Can you guys hear me?
For enemies of the state.
Yeah, I was just going to say you're muted.
Plot against our nation, they should be put to death. No mercy.
Listen to this guy.
Hey, listen to this comment on YouTube. Alpha K91. UCLA is redoing their athletic fields. There's a job offer for goalpost shifter. JiL.
Goalpost shifter, right?
Yeah. Please apply.
Well, I'm reading context. If you don't want to deal with the context,
It pays well,
you found
and you're
it.
highly
Hey,
qualified.
No, wait, let me
If
finish.
you don't want to deal
Alpha
with the context, in which you
K91,
found
yeah,
the text,
well
that's
done.
not my fault.
It says it pays well,
That's your fault.
and you're highly qualified.
All of that doesn't mean
Yeah,
anything. If you don't
woo.
want to deal with the context in which you
That's
found,
hilarious.
that's a nervous laughter. That's an I lost laughter. If you don't want to deal with the context in which the text was found, then I can't
It's not
help
a
you.
nervous laughter.
I can't help you.
That's
You're,
what-
you're
genuine.
you can't be
Listen,
helped.
when they're in this position, all they do is they're going to throw insults and throw any kind of deflection towards you away from themselves. Anything. This
All
is
right,
what
so
they
let
do.
me ask you a question.
They are callous. They're
It's my turn. Let me ask you a
relentless.
Does the Bible call Christians who are grown men children?
It doesn't matter. The Bible's all.
Yes or no?
The
It's a yes
Bible's
or no
fiction.
question.
The Bible's
Why can't you
fiction.
answer a yes
The,
or no
the
question?
Bible
Are you a
is.
man?
The Bible
Well,
is
Jill, the
fiction.
Bible calls everybody
Does
Christians.
the Bible call Christians who are grown men children? Yes or no?
Does the Bible call
The Bible is
Christians...
fiction. They can call them whatever they want.
Oh, now we're back to the Bible
But
is fiction.
but wait a second.
The Bible
though.
is fiction.
The Bible
Does the
says
Bible
that,
call
no,
grown people, men and women, children?
no, they don't.
It doesn't?
No, it
Doesn't.
doesn't.
Oh, sure. Let me show you something in the text. It's in
No,
First
it
John.
doesn't, because you have to.
Well, it's
become
okay.
as
I got a
child.
Bible here, and
no,
when he shows me something in the text, I'll verify it.
No, in
Okay,
Christian,
go to
no,
First John
in
for
Scripture
me.
it says in Scripture it says you have to become as a child to enter the kingdom of heaven, right?
Go to First John. Not become as a child. That's a child. That's a simile. Okay, you needed some help in ELA.
Oh, come
English
on, man.
language arts.
Jill,
That's a
come on.
simile.
That's bullshit.
Okay. I have a direct text that's saying.
Look, you just
calling
shift the fucking goalposts again.
Of course
I'm
he
not
does.
moving, I'm showing you.
Don't be
precedent for
surprised about
usage
what he's doing, Iron. This is
of
his
children,
tactic.
even though it's referring to adults. Okay, I'm showing
Hold
you.
on,
that
I'm still
the
looking for
text does
First
this
John.
Not only
Wait,
in the Old Testament, but the New Testament. First John chapter 2, verse 1. My dear children, I write to you. He's not writing to 3-year-olds. He's writing to adults. So the scriptures does use children to describe adults. This is not the 21st century. This
Right,
is
Jill,
an
Jill,
ancient
Jill.
text. Please understand that.
Jill, we know
They
that.
use language differently than how we use language
Yeah,
today.
but we know that. But because your doctrine
then.
says that
So
people
what's
have
the problem with putting somebody to death that committed
your
treason?
doctrine,
What's the problem with
your doctrine
that?
says that people have to be reborn as children,
So
right?
what's the problem with putting people to death who commit treason?
So that's not like a weird verse.
What's wrong with that?
First John, where was it? Where did you?
First John chapter 2, verse 1. What is wrong with putting people in America? Would America be considered evil if they put people to death who committed treason? Is that something we would be considered immoral, or would be considered immoral today? Yes or no?
If somebody
it doesn't
committed
say
treason in America,
Yes.
and
And they're put to death. Military tribunal.
No. Wait a second. There has to be absolute and unreasonable
Yes.
doubt of
They're
evidence.
tried by
right?
tribunal. Yes. Found
Yeah.
guilty. Yes. Death is your sentence. Is that evil?
Well, is that in the Constitution?
What?
Is that in the Constitution of America?
I'm not sure why that has to be in the Constitution. It could be. I don't know why. Why does that
Well,
matter?
Jill, you're talking about America and putting treasonous people to death. What does it say in the Constitution?
The Constitution, I'm not sure if it talks about, but there's a uniform code of the military justice. The military justice is different than your justice.
Well,
The
yeah,
Constitution deals with civil disobedience.
No,
The
but
the uniform code of the military justice provides what's justice in the military, which is totally different than what's justice in your civil.
So all those
discourse.
people who were on January 6th at the Capitol and the Capitol riots, they should all be. That's treasonous. Should they all be?
yes, that is true. That is
Yeah.
treasonous.
Should they all be executed?
Oh, they went into the Capitol building.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah,
treasonous. That
They
is
were let
treasonous.
into the Capitol building
Because they
sure.
were against democracy.
Right.
Yeah,
And
sure.
also, Jill, I found out that your 20-year-old son was part of that insurrection. That's
No,
treasonous.
are you
serious?
What?
Come on.
Yes.
Yeah,
Now,
right.
what I want to know is, do you support the death penalty for your treasonous son?
Well, first of all, was anyone ever charged with insurrection?
I'm talking about you.
No, you're saying that he was part of an insurrection. Was he actually charged with insurrection?
Yes.
No, he was not, because no one was charged with insurrection.
It's treasonous, but it's treasonous, and they should be put to
No one
death.
did January. You
But
didn't know that, did you?
it's treasonous. But it's treasonous, and they should be put to death.
No,
Correct?
Well, no, Jill.
Well, here's
But
what I
Jill-
would say: try him, give him a trial.
No, I'm not
and
asking
prove it.
for no treason.
Prove it.
Treason deserves execution. Correct?
No, treason deserves a trial.
Oh, so
first.
why didn't Jesus allow a trial for those kids who he wanted
did.
stoned?
There was a
No,
trial.
no,
The elders would, yes, the elders would meet. It doesn't say it there in the text.
It doesn't
That's
say it
how
in the
was
text.
done.
I can't believe you
elders would
said it.
decide
I
whether or
can't
not
believe you said that.
The elders
It
would
doesn't say
decide.
it in the text. No,
It doesn't
it
say it in
doesn't
that
say it
text.
in the text.
No,
You
the
said
Bible
it.
doesn't
It's
have to describe every single process of judiciary.
You have
Does the-
just
does the-
stumbled and fallen on your face.
Does the 10?
Does it or does
does
it not say it in the text? If it doesn't say it in the
It says
text,
it in the
do
Bible,
not.
yes.
If it doesn't say it in the text, it doesn't matter. It doesn't
Okay,
mean
so I
shit.
can
It's
read-
irrelevant.
Okay,
So
I can read
just
one
admit
part of the
defeat. Just admit defeat and slink
Okay, so I
away
can read-
with
you're
your tail
desperate for a
between
victory. I can tell
your
you're desperate for a
legs.
victory. All right.
I
So
don't-
does the 10?
I don't want a
Are you gonna let
victory,
me
but I
respond?
can't help it.
Are you gonna let me respond? Or are you afraid? So
I'm deathly
does
afraid.
Okay. Does the Bill of Rights? Is the Bill of Rights explained, repeated in every part of the Constitution? No.
Jill, I don't
But the
give a
Bill
shit.
of Rights, excuse me, but the Bill of Rights is part of the Constitution or part of our law.
So it's
so
fiction?
we appeal to it.
So it's
you're
fiction
not
as
going to
well.
have-
It's fiction
you're
like the
not gonna
Bible.
have
Is the
the
Bill of
fact-
Rights fiction like the Bible?
Okay. Thank you for
Jill,
demonstrating. you know what you're
Jill, I
talking
want to
about.
ask you. Sorry, what is
Yeah.
the main form of the government of the United States?
So
What is
you're not going to have, even though we have a Bill of Rights, the Bill of Rights is not repeated
no,
in
no,
every
no.
statute.
If you look it up, if
Let
you
him
look
let
it
him
up,
talk about the Bill of Rights, and then we'll get back to the Bible. All
So
right?
the
my
Bill
God,
of
the Bill
Rights
of Rights
is
is
not
useless,
repeated
man.
in every statute. So
I
neither
understand,
is
but
the fact.
he's trying to
So
deflect.
neither is the fact that men, the elders of that community, would come together and decide whether or not this person is guilty or not, the same way we do today.
Everybody conforms to the Constitution.
Everybody conform to the Mosaic Law.
Well, this is the thing, that the Constitution does not conform to Mosaic law.
It's not intended to.
Well, because the Mosaic law is antiquated.
It's a very old code. Yes,
Yes.
right. Antiquated doesn't mean irrelevant.
Yeah, well, no, it does mean it's irrelevant because
No, to you it is.
because human beings evolved and people
Okay,
evolved.
that's fine. Evolved
right?
into what?
Yeah, evolved
That's
into better human beings.
That's fine. I'll debate anybody on the moral ethics of the Old Testament,
So-
which is
so you-
actually more moral than what we have our ethics today. I would say.
Wait, so you don't think that human beings can evolve into better human beings?
No,
You don't believe
I'm
that?
saying- no, I'm
He doesn't
saying-
believe
you
in
don't believe
evolution at all.
No, that's not what I said. I'm saying
Wow.
that the
He's
this
he's
evolution
anti-science.
evolved.
He's anti-science.
Evolved. That's what happened. You didn't
No, I know
evolve.
that.
You evolved.
All Christians are anti-science.
Morally.
actually.
Devolve. Devolution. I believe in devolution.
What is what is
Evolution of the devil.
Devolution.
So wait. If you proclaim this term devolution, that means you're an anti-progressive.
Anti-progressive.
That's
well,
right.
progressive
He's
to
a
your
liberal.
kind.
You liberal.
Yeah.
You damn
Progressive to
liberal.
your
You anti. You don't. You don't.
It
wanna
depends
go
on what you're
against-
progressing.
You don't
it
want
depends on-
human. You know the. but
It
this
depends on what
basically-
you're trying to progress. If
No,
you're
no.
trying to progress the murder of unborn children, then no, that's not progressive. That's
Well, no,
regressive.
we don't want to progress towards your theology. We want to
That's
progress
fine.
towards
Instead you progress towards killing
a
children before
human
they're born.
ideology, right?
And instead you progress towards killing children before they're born. Good job.
Well, that's
Good job.
that's another discussion.
You
for
call that
another day.
progression? We don't call that progression.
Well, what do you call progression?
Yeah, exactly. What do you call
I
progression?
call progression actually caring about women and children enough not to kill them.
Are you using 4G
What?
on your cell phone right now?
What?
4G.
Yeah. Are you using your cell phone right now?
No,
Do you use a cell phone?
I do have a cell phone. Yes.
Okay. Are you progressive?
Technologically, it's different from moral progression. I'm not going to
No.
progress.
No.
To me, to
No.
accept somebody who is a homosexual
That is
That's
hilarious.
not
Oh
true.
no, he's
That's
talking about
not true.
penises.
Why are you bringing
not
homosexuality?
progressive.
He's talking
That is
about the penis.
regressive.
Oh my
What's
gosh.
with the
That is
penis
morally
talk?
Horrible.
What's with the
backwards.
penis talk,
Jill,
Jill?
I want you to admit that you are a progressive.
Progressive in what sense?
You accept new technologies as they come about.
If they're a new technology, that's fine. That's not a sin.
You are progressive.
We accept what is.
You
the Bible
liberal. You're a
doesn't
liberal,
accept sin.
Jill.
Jill,
Forever
You
you'll
can
be known
progress
as
in
a
your
liberal.
learning. You can progress in learning a new
Jill,
language.
Jill,
You
you
can
live in a
progress in
well-constructed
math.
house.
God is not against those things.
Jill, you live in a well-constructed house.
Yes,
You
he
play
does.
the Xbox. I
Ooh.
know you play the Xbox.
No, I don't
Oh,
have PS4.
Jill.
Xbox. Come on, man. You think
I know you play video games.
liberal?
No, I know you play
He
video
calls
games.
you a liberal like it's an insult.
So Jill, I want to confirm that you are actually a progressive.
Sure, in some instances, things
some
that are
instances.
for God, things that are against God, I'm not going to progress in that.
Oh yeah,
Sorry.
exactly.
So,
Exactly.
very
Sorry, killing
subjective.
children
Very
before they're
subjective.
born, that's not
So
progressive.
where
according to God.
where do you draw the line? Do you draw
When
the
you
line
kill
at,
children, that's where I draw the line. When you kill children before they're born.
No. Do you draw the line that you're not playing at your Xbox?
I draw the line when you start killing children, violating
No,
scripture.
that's where you should draw the line.
Excuse
where I draw the
me,
line.
excuse me, but when Biden left Afghanistan and they sent a drone in to kill some terrorists, they actually killed a family of 10, including pregnant women. So that's your military, and don't tell me that
that's
you
not
don't
mine,
support.
that's Biden.
Don't tell
You
me.
voted for
Don't
Biden.
tell me that you
I didn't
don't
vote for
support
Biden.
killing unborn children. If you can
I
just
didn't
drop
vote for that
bombs,
idiot.
if you can drop bombs on women who are pregnant, come on.
I didn't vote for that idiot.
You support
you'll talk that.
you support dropping bombs on women who are pregnant.
I don't know. I didn't vote for.
Oh
actually,
yes,
he
you
didn't
did.
win.
Oh yes, you did.
Actually, he lost the election.
No. Jill only supports the poisoning of the Kurds in northern Turkey.
Oh
Who did that?
yes.
During the Trump administration.
Okay.
That was not
yes.
of God.
There
no.
were women and children. There were pregnant women who were killed there
Yeah.
by Trump, by America.
No, that's not of God.
Yeah, but
You
Jill,
should not be
but
doing
no, but Jill said that's fine because he loves Trump. That's
No.
fine.
that. No, doesn't mean that he can't mess up and violate scripture. If
What do
he
you think, though?
indeed commanded that,
So where's your
then I
outrage?
would then
Where
scripture would condemn that.
where is your outrage at the American bombs that killed pregnant women?
We are
Just like
outraged about
where
what
is
Biden
it?
did.
You're
We are
talking. You're
outraged.
talking about
I have
hypotheticals.
streams and I have
You're
entire
talking
streams
about.
on it.
You're talking about pregnant babies.
check out my streams.
You're
I have
talking
streams
about.
on that.
You're talking about unborn babies that.
How many streams have you
you're
done
let me
on-
finish.
on
Let me.
Biden
You're talking about
and his
unborn.
atrocities?
Excuse me. I am talking. You know. Please. I do respect your rights. But you're talking about.
Hey, don't tell me where my moral outrage is when I have streams on it. I have
I'm not
3 hour
telling you.
streams on it.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about just letting me finish. You know, giving me a little bit of respect. So, where is your outrage against the bombs the American bombs that fall on pregnant women? But your outrage seems to be more focused on the hypothetical unborn children of women who don't exist yet, who might be pregnant and have an abortion. That seems to be a little bit hypocritical.
No,
Jill.
it's not, because I can demonstrate that I've shown moral outrage for both. You can't.
They're not equal, though.
You're not.
No.
In
A,
God's
woman,
eyes,
a
they
woman walking into an abortion clinic freely and
So
voluntarily.
you're
Hold
the
on,
one
hold
that's
on,
not
hold
showing
on. Let me
moral
finish.
outrage.
Let me finish.
So
Let me,
you're the
let,
one that's not showing moral outrage.
let me
for
finish.
both.
Let me finish.
Aha.
Let me finish.
You're
Excuse
you're
me. Excuse me.
deflecting
Let me finish here.
or projecting.
Here,
rather.
can I say something?
No,
quickly?
no, I haven't finished yet. Let me finish. Fuck's sake.
There's
So,
something
a
in the
woman-
chat, Sidney.
so-
There's something in the
I
chat.
don't. All right, we'll get there. We'll get there. So a woman walking into an abortion voluntarily to have to an abortion clinic voluntarily to terminate a pregnancy is the same as a pregnant woman getting a bomb dropped on her house and dying at the hands of the United States government. You're crazy.
Both are guilty
You
of murder.
are
Yeah.
crazy.
Both are guilty of murder.
You are
Yes.
absolutely crazy.
No,
So
no,
we
no,
show moral outrage for
Sydney,
both.
Really?
that's-
How
no, that's
how
the-
are they even? The
Because
woman,
we're consistent
the woman who
in our
goes
worldview.
into the abortion
No,
clinic.
that's right. No, I
the-
understand
I'm-
Sydney's
it's-
logic.
I haven't finished.
Because we're consistent in our
The
world.
woman who goes into the abortion
You are
clinic.
not consistent, Jill.
The woman who
Unlike
goes, the woman who
God is
goes,
not
the
consistent
woman who
at
goes,
all.
the woman who goes into the abortion clinic leaves the abortion clinic alive. The woman who's pregnant under the American bombs gets blown up. So they're not the same.
Okay, so the mother doesn't die, therefore it's okay because the mother is still alive. Oh, come on, dude. Yeah, I mean, it's no wonder no one's ever voted.
I'm
for an
saying to you
atheist
that
president.
it's not
Guys.
equivocal. They're not the same
Okay, guys,
thing.
here's a good.
They are
here's a
not.
good
You
comment.
can't use that
When it
as
comes to the
you
life of
can't
the
use
child,
that. You
they
can't
are
use
both
that.
equivalent.
You can't use that
Okay.
as a
Yes,
comparison.
one more person
You
does die.
cannot
you're
use
okay.
that as a comparison.
You got me there. One
Okay.
more
Okay,
person.
here's a good comment in the chat. It says here that Mickey
Got
D
me there.
says, in all honesty, the Bible was the product of its time. Well, that
Obviously,
makes sense.
obviously,
That makes sense.
obviously, but,
It's an anthology of poems and myths.
it's useless. Marcus Aurelius wrote the Stoics, the Stoicism stuff, also a product of its time, but it's way back before the Bible, and it's way more valuable to us today than the Bible.
Here.
So there
Yeah,
you go.
Sydney, we have another question from
Well, let me respond to that if I will.
I think it
Darwin
was-
was a sign or a part of his time. Maybe we should keep it back. To
No,
when
let
he wrote
him
it.
ask the question
Let's
from.
Let's keep Darwin back.
No,
in the
let's
1800s.
keep. Yeah, we're not talking about
Didn't
Darwin
think
because
so.
nobody.
Didn't think so.
Yeah, let's.
Didn't think so.
Iron, go ahead.
Okay,
Didn't think
Sydney, this is a question for Jill. It says here, if Jill had a child who committed treason, right? Would he feel the same way?
About what?
So Darwin was born in the 1800s. So I guess what he wrote was
What?
just
What-
a product
what
of
if-
his time.
This is what he
What are you
does.
talking
This
about
is
Darwin for?
exactly. This is what he does.
Well, if you cut me off when I'm responding, then the next time you ask me a question, I'm just going to give you
You're not
the response I
responding.
would've
No,
gave
no,
if you
nobody
cut me
asked you
off.
about Darwin.
So,
There's nothing to respond to.
It's a tactic that I use.
Oh my
So if you
God.
cut me off while I'm giving an answer, the next time you ask the question, I'm going to give you the answer I would have gave you before you cut me off. That's what I just did. So if you're going to reject the Bible because it's a product of its time, then you have to reject other things or ancient things or
No,
200, 300-year-old books that
No,
were a product of their
no,
time.
I don't. I
Unless you
don't.
have two
I
standards.
don't reject
Unless you
Marcus.
have two standards.
I don't reject the books written by Marcus Aurelius.
Unless you have two standards.
Do you reject the books written by Marcus Aurelius, or do you accept them?
Unless you have two standards. And
I'm
atheists
asking you.
usually
I'm
do.
asking you,
We
Jill.
have
Do
one
you?
standard, we have one
I'm
God.
asking you. Do you accept the writings of Marcus Aurelius in his
Never
books?
heard of him.
No bullshit. What do you mean you've never heard
Yeah,
of him?
never heard of him.
You've never heard of Marcus?
Well, Sydney, Marcus Aurelius is a philosopher, okay?
No,
Jill-
he was an
Jill-
emperor. He was a Roman emperor. What do you mean?
Yeah, but he was a philosopher as well. But
He was
Jill
a
doesn't know
philosopher.
about philosophy.
More
Jill,
than
you don't
anything,
know-
he was an
you don't know
emperor.
philosophy, do you? Jill, are you do you know about a lot about philosophy?
I know philosophy. I don't
Obviously
know
not.
all
If
of
he
them.
doesn't know Stoicism, he doesn't know anything about philosophy.
Socrates,
No.
Kant, Nietzsche,
Not names,
Hume,
not
Locke.
names, not names. The
But
actual,
I don't know all
the
of them. No one
actual,
knows
the
all
actual
of them.
philosophies behind the names.
Jill,
yeah,
Jill,
of
can you
course,
name me the three laws of logic?
The law of identity, and we've already gone over this with Sidney. I've already gone over this with Sidney. Law of identity, the law of excluded middle, and what's the third one? Help me out, Sidney.
The third one is
The law of non-contradiction.
No, non-contradiction.
yes,
Thank you. Yeah.
yes, yes.
Okay, what's your point? You don't have one.
I'm just saying, like, like how can you say that you know philosophy when you don't
Hmm.
have a good grasp of these concepts?
Well,
That's a good
having the
question. Good
mental
question.
ascension of or remembering them doesn't mean you don't have a
Three.
grasp of the concept.
There's
Well,
three of
no,
them.
I don't think.
Remembering the terms,
Well,
right? You
I
asked me about the terms.
yeah, I don't think philosophy is actually important when it comes to theology because theology kind of separates itself from
Uh,
philosophy, doesn't it?
that's not according to um, men like Kant. They would say no.
Well, no, I think this is my genuine thought process right now. I think that if you say that you are a religious philosopher, that's actually an oxymoronic statement.
Kant
That is
didn't think
actually a
so.
stupid statement because
Kant didn't
if
think so. He was stupid. Kant was stupid.
no,
Immanuel
no,
Kant was
because
stupid.
if you're a theist, no, if you're a
Uh,
religious theist, you
uh,
have an absolute foundation. You know exactly what's going to happen. You have the truth,
you don't know
right?
everything that's going to happen. Just what the
Right.
Bible says
But philosophy
is
is
going
the
to happen.
opposite. Philosophy is questioning your beliefs or
We
questioning the
question
truth,
our beliefs all the time.
right? So
Yeah.
actually, if you claimed
Which is why
if
I'm so good at answering questions because I've questioned my belief.
well, no, but some people claim to be like there's a department in universities called philosophy of religion. That's an
Okay.
oxymoron. How the hell can you do that,
I don't know.
right?
Immanuel Kant sure thought that they were related. In fact,
Well,
philosophy is the queen of sciences. So, or theology is the queen of sciences, and
no, no,
philosophy
no,
is
no, no.
related
Wait,
to it.
no, you lost me there.
Philosophy is related to the
Theology is
religion of
not the
theology.
queen of sciences. I'm sorry.
Okay. Kant didn't
I'm
think so.
sorry.
Again, I'm going to go with the 19th century, the people who
Well,
actually
I'm
built
gonna go.
this
I'm gonna
nation,
go with I'm gonna
the
go with
actual people who.
Aristotle. I'm gonna go with Aristotle and Socrates.
Okay.
Philosophy is the queen of sciences, not
Okay.
theology.
That's fine.
Right?
I
Theology
think
came
they're
later.
related. That's fine.
No,
So,
theology came
so
later.
it wasn't Aristotle who built this nation. It wasn't Aristotle who built the West. It was the scientists and the philosophers who were, most of them were Christians. They were the ones who built
Oh my God.
the clock. They were the ones who built this nation and led the scientific revolution and led your your iPhone and was the reason why we're where we are today.
Do you know who
They
built
were
the
men
clock?
of God. They were men of God
Do
and
you do
men of
you know who
science.
built do you
We
know
have
who built the
iPhones
clock,
because
Jill?
of Christianity. Is that what you said?
They were men of God and men of yeah.
I don't
Who
think so,
invented the
We
Jill.
clock?
we
I
have
think you're wrong.
iPhones because of Christianity.
We have iPhones because of Michael Faraday and
Faraday was a Christian.
all the secular scientists. Well, Michael Faraday was a Christian,
Yeah,
right? I agree
wasn't he?
with you there. I'm
Okay.
going to give you that, right? But the science that he developed was not Christian.
What? Dude,
Michael,
the
Mike,
Bible, hold on, there's a fallacy here.
no,
The
no, but
Bible
Michael Faraday,
describes, hold on. The
No, no,
Bible
wait a
describes,
second.
let me just
But
deal with your error.
all
The
right,
Bible describes both revelations, the natural revelation and the supernatural revelation, as both revelations of God. So just because someone is a scientist and they believe in the supernatural doesn't mean that they can't know the natural as well.
okay. So let me ask you a question. So when Michael Faraday was discovering the laws of thermodynamics or whatever, or electrical forces, did he go down on his knees and say,
Yes.
God, please give me the answer to magnetism and electricity?
Yeah.
Did he
The,
do that?
yes.
No, he did not do
Yes.
that.
Let me prove it. Let me prove it really quickly.
Okay, prove it.
Johann Kepler coined the phrase that had become a motto adopted by many Christian scientists ever since.
Jill, I'm
Okay,
sorry. Kepler is
hold on.
astronomy or
Oh,
astrology.
he's a
I'm
scientist,
talking about
dude. He's a
Kepler.
scientist.
You're way off base. Okay,
Is he a scientist or not?
Kepler is a contemporary of Galileo,
Is he a scientist or not? We're talking about science,
Well,
right?
Kepler was an astrological
Who cares what his
scientist.
field was? He was a scientist. What
I
is
don't
that?
give
What
a
does his
shit.
field got to do with
I'm talking
anything?
about Michael Faraday. Why aren't you addressing that question?
Michael Faraday was another scientist in another field.
Yeah, but his Christian
Uh-huh.
theology did not
So,
influence
so,
his science.
so let me give you the reasoning behind the Christian science. And Kepler just coined a phrase, a motto that has actually coined what actually was going on in the minds of, I think, the Christian scientists, including Faraday. They believed that God had ordered the universe, and because God had ordered the universe, they seek to determine how he did it or what he did it or the order that it's in. So they thought God's thoughts after him. So had they not believed in God, they would have never believed that there was order in the universe, and you would probably be still in the Stone Ages.
Jill, I kind of agree with you there. But
Yes.
did you know that Kepler actually had influences from Islam?
Uh, Look, he probably had influences from all types of religion,
Yeah,
including Babylon.
yeah.
So
So
what?
why are you saying that that Kepler is mostly a Christian scientist,
No,
or
I don't know if he was a Christian, but he
you're
thought
extolling the values of Christianity when I'm talking about Michael Faraday?
Michael Faraday and all of the pioneers of Western science, most of them, if not all, were men of God. They believed that there was something that ordered the universe. Therefore, they sought to find the formula.
Okay,
Newton,
do you know who
uh,
Gregor
uh,
Man do you know who Gregor
Boyle,
Man no,
Kepler.
do you know who Gregor Mendel is?
Yeah, yeah,
Who's
he was
Gregor
a
Mendel?
scientist.
Huh?
He was a scientist, right?
Yeah. When
Yeah.
what did he do?
No,
I
no.
think.
Who's Gregor
Oh, well,
Mendel? A scientist? You think he was a scientist?
I have to
Who is Gregor
probably.
Mendel? You, of all people, should know who he is.
Gregor
I,
Mendel was a
A
monk.
monk,
He was a
oh,
monk.
exactly,
I didn't
exactly.
know that.
Ha ha ha
Was he
ha
like
ha.
a alchemist? I think, right?
No,
No, he wasn't an
dude,
alchemist.
he's
No.
He's
the
a
guy.
monk.
Yeah, tell him what he did.
Yeah. Who
And
is he?
he
Yeah.
and what Gregor Mendel did was actually he's actually considered the father of genetics.
Yep,
Did you know that?
exactly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah.
There you
Yeah.
go.
So
Yeah.
what happened is he cross-pollinated pea plants. Simple experiment, very simple, right? But he actually noticed that these pea plants transferred their traits to their offspring, right?
Mhm.
And that's a basic conception that he achieved.
So
Would
he was a
actually lead to,
scientist.
well, no, would
He was a
actually led
monk. He
to
was a
care,
gardener. He was a gardener, and
He
it was a
wasn't a
monk.
scientist.
well, no,
No.
which actually led to careless Linnaeus, which is actually a precursor to Darwin.
Wait a
Right?
minute. Gregor Mendel wasn't a scientist.
No, he wasn't a scientist. He was a monk.
He was a monk. He was a Catholic monk.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Maybe I'm thinking of a different.
You must be. You're thinking of
Well, he's the founder of
Rabbi
genetics.
Mandel, maybe.
No, well, he is considered to be the father of genetics.
Yeah.
Okay. So
In
what did
science.
he do? How did he discover these? Was he
He was a
Well,
gardener.
a gardener or a
he-
botanist?
yeah.
No,
Is that a science? Is he a
he
scientist?
was a
then?
gardener, for fuck's sake.
Okay, so he was a scientist.
What is botany? Is that a science?
It's a study of like flowers, right?
Thank you.
Okay,
good.
so he was cross-pollinating
no,
things. and
no. You don't know
That's
what
a scientist,
botany.
dude.
Botany is no
It's the study
botany.
of plants.
Excuse me, but when you do
Yeah.
botany, I've done botany. When you do botany, you study shit from the cellular level. But when you're a gardener, you just do the shit, above the soil.
Yeah, right.
So,
Oh, okay, I
that's the difference. So what Mendel
He wasn't
did?
a gardener. He
No,
definitely
okay.
was not a gardener. Okay?
What I'm saying is that he was a monk, and his hobby was these beans or peas or whatever it was that he
That's
was
right, that's
growing.
right,
And
that's
he
right.
noticed there were two colors. That there was brown peas and there were brown beans and there were, I don't know, white beans. I don't know exactly the colors or the particular vegetable.
Well,
but
actually, no, there were no colors.
okay, you know the whole story. Please tell it.
We actually noticed that when he interbred these beans, that certain beans grew bigger and certain beans grew smaller, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
So then he would crossbreed the beans that grew bigger, and then just like Lysenko's biology in Russia, right? Remember that?
No, carry on. Forget about that. Just tell us what happened.
Yeah. So then basically he developed these beans, and then
Hold on,
he
no.
postulated.
You said he cross pollinated the big ones with the big ones, and then you said you didn't say anything. You said Lysenko
Yeah.
or something. So what happens when you? What did Mendel do? What happened when he took the big ones and cross pollinated them? What happened?
Well, then he developed a hybrid, right?
But what? Which is what?
So a hybrid is a mix between small and big.
But you said he took the big ones and interbred them with the big
Right.
with
So
the
then
big
when
ones.
he took the hybrid, right?
Just
And he bred them.
if you don't listen to what I'm saying, then you can't answer my question, Iron. You said, and let me finish. Let me ask you. Let me just finish here. You said that he took the big ones and he cross pollinated them with the big ones, but then you didn't say what the result was.
Well, no, I said that he took the big ones and he cross pollinated with the hybrids, right?
No,
And
you
the
didn't
hybrids-
say that. You didn't say that.
Okay, fine. I'm saying it now.
Well, go back because you've just introduced hybrids as if they just popped into existence.
Well, what do you get when you pollinate the small to big? You get a hybrid.
Okay, and what does a hybrid look like?
It's a
how
medium size.
How can you tell it's a hybrid? Because it's smaller.
It's medium sized.
It's one between. Okay, fair enough. All right.
Okay.
And then what?
So then he took a big one and he cross pollinated with a hybrid, and he found that the big ones and the hybrid produced both small ones and hybrids, right?
But there's no big ones.
Right.
Okay.
So I mean, there's a certain kind of passing on going on there.
Right.
Like,
So that's what he figured. I
yeah,
also heard. You know what I also heard? He thought that he didn't realize what it was because he's not a scientist. So he thought it was something.
Exactly.
He thought it was something in the soil. So he
Yeah.
very accurately measured the soil before,
Yeah.
and then and later at the end of it all, and the soil weighed exactly the same. So it wasn't
Well,
in the
yes,
soil.
he was very meticulous. I wouldn't say that he went down to the soil level.
Yes, you did.
But he was
I remember reading this thing. I remember I forget the whole experiment, but I remember the exact the detail that he actually measured the soil to make sure that it wasn't coming out of the air or whatever it was.
Well, yeah, he was very meticulous, but I think you might be referring to spontaneous combustion.
Spontaneous generation, which was debunked by another Christian.
I
No.
don't know what spontaneous
Your
combustion
religion was already debunked
is,
by Pasteur about
or
Yeah.
how
Yes,
spontaneous
Jill.
combustion
Yes, you're right.
works.
Jill, you're right.
the religion.
Spontaneous
of
generation.
evolution or
No,
a
I wouldn't say.
biogenesis.
No, I wouldn't say spontaneous combustion.
Mickey D puts it perfectly. He says,
So why do you still believe in spontaneous generation? if it's
Mickey
been
D,
debunked?
listen to me.
No,
Guys,
we
guys.
don't- That's why we don't
Side
believe
chat.
in
It's a
spontaneous
fairy
combustion.
tale.
Side chat.
It's a part
There's
of its time.
There's a side chat. I want to play. Jill, can you hear me?
It's a product of its time. It's
Can
spontaneous
you
generation.
hear
is
me,
the product
Jill?
of its time.
Jill, can you hear me, Jill? Jill?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Jill,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Sure.
Mickey D says, to put it simply, Gregor Mendel's work with plants helped produce the idea of genetics, which helped improve the theory of evolution. A monk, a Catholic monk,
Yes.
Jill, we have to thank for the almost discovery of genetics.
Thank you, Jill, for your Catholicism.
Well,
Are we allowed to thank the current Pope for
Well, we
Gregor
thank God.
Mendel?
We thank God for all knowledge. But we don't thank God for anti-knowledge. And so for people to hold to spontaneous generation after it was debunked by a Christian, the concept is sad, really. But
Oh,
when you don't have God, of course you pick your own. You pick a myth to believe in. So
well, you've picked yours for sure.
yeah, and you've got yours, spontaneous generation.
I don't know
You
what that
believe
Jill,
that.
is. I
Jill,
don't know what that
Jill.
is. Sorry.
So tell me something.
So
Are you?
that's where you came from. That's where you believe you came into existence through
That's what
spontaneous
you're
generation.
saying. You're telling me what I
Non-living
believe.
matter
I'd
could
rather
directly produce
you
living organisms.
I'd rather
Do you
tell
believe that?
you I'd rather tell you what I believe, and you tell me what you believe. But
Sure. Do you believe?
you
Do you believe?
don't tell me what I believe.
Okay, I'm going to ask it and put it in the form
No,
of a question.
no, I'm not. No, no.
You're not going to answer.
Sydney, relax.
You
Okay.
got
Like,
So
you got 2 minutes in the box.
You don't want to answer questions, huh? I'm not afraid to answer
I
questions.
don't care
Why are
about.
you?
I'm not because you're being very dishonest when you start telling me what I believe.
Okay.
well, yeah,
I'm not
that is
telling you.
dishonest, Jill. So don't tell Sydney what he
I'm
believes.
asking now.
But Jill, can you finish your point?
Yes. Do you believe that non-living matter could directly produce living organisms?
It's possible.
That's spontaneous generation. It's been
No, it's
debunked.
not.
It's not spontaneous
It's
generation.
not spontaneous, no.
It was a theory once widely held by.
Yeah, well,
people
I
like
know. I know.
Yeah, too bad. You still that's a product of its time. Maybe you should
No.
get rid of that.
Well, that was a very crude
Yeah.
implementation of spontaneous generation.
Yeah, his name was Louis Pasteur, right?
No, Louis
we get
Pasteur actually
pasteurization
debunked.
of milk from, right?
No,
A Christian.
Louis Pasteur debunked spontaneous.
Yes, he did. Yeah, you still believe it to this day.
No, that's why that's how we came up with pasteurization.
What is this? What is
Right.
this spontaneous regeneration thing you're talking about?
That's what you
There was a
I've never heard that one before.
No, there was a scientist in the past before Louis Pasteur that he had an hypothesis. He said, "I'm going to take a jar, and I'm going to put a piece of flesh, like a piece of meat, in there, with some straw, and see if anything comes from that." Right?
Mhm.
So he put it in there, and then what he found out was basically there was maggots that started eating the meat.
Okay.
Right? And
Yeah.
the straw. So he was trying to figure out where the hell would this come from? Why would the maggots develop on the meat if it's sealed in a jar with some straw, right? So then he figured out there must be some kind of contamination going on. So then obviously he figured out that before he put the meat in the jar, there had to be some kind of contamination. Right? He actually debunked himself because that led the way to bacteria discovery, that led the way to pasteurization, Louis Pasteur, and that led the way to all kinds of other scientific developments. So yes, I agree with you. Spontaneous generation was debunked, but you cannot compare that to abiogenesis, Jill. You cannot do that.
So which of the 8 or so theories, except for the alien did it theory, or panspermia, I think it's called. Which of the 7 or 8 theories do you hold to, or do you hold to a combination of all of them?
Well, you know what? If you ask me honestly, I would say that there was some kind of. I would say there's some kind of viral substance that developed on Earth, like because if you look at viruses today, they have everything you need to spread your information. You have a protein coating on the outside, you have genetic information on the inside, and you have a mechanism to attach to a cell, right?
So we're descendants of viruses.
Well, that could be one explanation. That's what I'm saying. I think that's the most like. I think that's the most likely explanation.
Talk about a fairy tale.
Well, no, because when I think about even when you mentioned panspermia or whatever. Panspermia?
What is that?
Panspermia is when an asteroid comes in or some material comes in, and actually pollinizes the earth. Now we know that tardigrades can live for frickin' a long time. Tardigrades are these water bears that live on all kinds of matter on Earth. You can find them anywhere. And I wouldn't be surprised if there was some kind of symbiotic relationship going on. Because I think that I think that evolution I think that evolution is all about symbiosis. Look at mitochondria, which is the bacteria that combined with eukaryotic cells. Mitochondria actually provides energy for our cells today. We are eukaryotes, right?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. So mitochondria was actually developed a symbiotic relationship with a precursor to eukaryotes, maybe a prokaryote, or I wouldn't say archaea, because archaea is like fungi, whatever. But my mitochondria develop a symbiotic relationship with prokaryotes to make what's called eukaryotes.
Right. Hey, you've
Right?
been watching Aaron Ra, have you?
Well, yeah, I've been brushing up on my biology,
Good.
and I
That's
mean,
a great story, by the way.
oh, story.
Yeah, that's a great story.
It's so made
There's
up.
no evidence for it, but that's a
It's
great
fig-
story.
Oh, there's no evidence.
Well, Joe, I like your story too.
Yeah, I mean, we both
Yeah,
have
I mean, there's no
our
evidence
original-
for it, but it's a good
We both
story.
have really good stories. Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only
I
yours
like
is a
I like
physical
Iron's
study.
story
Only-
better.
Only your story is a physical claim which requires physical evidence.
There's
you don't
none.
have.
There's none of that around. Forget it. You're never
Which you
gonna.
don't have.
You'll
Well, wait a
never get
second, but
physical
Yet you
evidence.
believe. Yet you believe.
No, but we do have
How
physical
dare?
evidence.
How?
You
No.
don't have any
All you have
evidence
is
of
science.
abiogenesis.
All you have is science and data and
All you have is
analysis
hypotheses.
and peer review. That's all you have.
Yeah, all you have is hype. I'm talking about for abiogenesis, not your other fantasy,
No,
ape-man
no,
fantasy.
no. The science is there. We can actually pinpoint when the ATP or the mitochondria started producing
When
ATP for cells.
you assume when that happened, and you can pinpoint when your assumption may have happened, right?
Well, no, we can actually pinpoint when the
When
cells
what
start-
happened, when what you assumed happened. Well, if this happened, it had to have happened here, under these conditions that you don't even know.
Well, no, that's right.
existed.
Well, that's right, because you have the basic building blocks of life, which is amino acids.
Okay,
Okay,
but
hold
where's
on a
your
second.
evidence that
Yeah,
this
hold,
ever happened?
hold on a second. Amino acids are formed of four different things, right? Lipids, some protein, and something else. There's something that forms. Just listen to me.
Sidney.
Hold on. Just hear me out. But just because all those things exist, how do they exist all together? How do they form? How do they come together to form life from non-life, as they say? Well, there's an explanation for it, and that is that lipids have a particular attribute in that they sort of stick together and are formed in such a way that they can form, the underside of one can stick to the underside of another and form sort of a post, all right?
Sidney,
And hold on a second, and they can form a ring or a sphere that way, and within that, the other three elements can be trapped, and then they can all get, and then with the protection of the lipids from not being able to, from these things not being able to work together, that's how they start interacting within this lipid sort of shell,
a vesicle.
and that's how life started.
Yeah. Well, that's a very good
Very
explanation. Very rough explanation. That's good.
Thank you.
That's basic.
That's
yeah.
extremely basic.
So I mean, if you Jill, if you take your dishwashing liquid, right, and you fill your sink with water, and you put your dishwashing liquid in the water, just notice they form automatic vesicles. You know what vesicles are? Like little bubbles, right?
He's muted himself.
Jill, are you there?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a great story. Almost put me to bed. Bedtime.
Holy fuck. Jill, come on, man.
Come
What-
on, that's funny.
Thanks for the bedtime story.
That's
Thank you.
funny. That is funny.
No. So what Sidney was saying, that he was kind of right, because these phospholipid membranes, they form because of amino acids. These amino acids are positively and negatively charged, right? So obviously they would align with certain kind of mechanisms. But also, you know what also I think affects this is the iron in the earth, which is an early earth, and also the Earth didn't have what's called a magnetosphere back then, but obviously the core of the Earth was really strong. It was creating a magnetic force. So these lipids and these ions, they started bonding and forming a shell around the vesicles, because you had your vesicles first, and then you had a phospholipid membrane, and it had to do also with magnetism as well. I'm sure magnetism has to be there. You know what I mean? Like Jill.
Your facts are putting Jill to sleep.
Jill.
Yeah, this is all great, but
Like Jill.
there's no evidence for it.
Okay, Jill, but is the Earth's
Sophisticated, but no evidence.
Right. What do you think is in the Earth's core? Do you believe that scientists have discovered what the Earth's core consists of?
How does this prove your fantasy?
Well, hold on. I answer
mythology.
Answer the question. That's a valid question. I know the answer. If you don't get it right, I'm gonna hazard a guess. Okay.
God put plenty of things, minerals in the Earth's core, probably mostly iron.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, what's your point?
Well, does iron, ferrite iron, produce a magnetic field?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So
Sure,
how do you explain the Van Allen belts?
I'm not sure what that is.
The Van Allen belts is the magnetic belts that goes from the north to the south, and they spread out. It's when this, It's when they spread out, and they form a shield to protect the Earth from the sun's rays, right?
Okay, great. Yeah, that sounds like foresight and planning to me.
Well,
Yeah, that sounds.
That's because he's not explaining it well. He hasn't explained it
sounds
well.
like intelligent
He
design
hasn't.
to me.
He hasn't. Hold on.
okay.
He hasn't explained it quite correctly.
So Jill's going to fine tuning right now.
No.
Yeah, I think that's
The way you
perfect,
explain, the way you explained it, Iron, I agree with Jill, because it makes it sound as if it's like just sort of surrounding the Earth, and it's just a perfectly placed thing, but it's not. It's not even close to Earth. It's not even. It's way. I don't even think it's in our vicinity. It's like it's past Mars or Venus or something like that.
Well, let's put it this way.
It's got to protect the entire solar system.
Exactly.
Planets are going to stay where they
It's
are.
not just.
No, come on, man. What were you guys talking about? You know, when they were shooting the Saturn V rocket to go to the moon. By the way, Jill, do you believe that man landed on the moon?
I don't know. I wasn't there. Some people.
Okay, fine.
Oh, okay. Hey.
They had to get past the
If
dome
that's
first.
if that's the thing, then ask somebody who was there. Ask me.
They had to get. To
I agree that I know that man landed on the Earth because I was there.
You were
On the moon, you mean?
Okay.
Yeah. No, I was on the receiving end of a radio.
What?
Oh, back in 1960, huh?
Back
Well,
then.
they must have broken the dome in order to get to the moon.
No, no. So
Yeah.
what happened during the
Yes,
75 landing?
there was splinters falling for decades.
The canopy, yeah.
Well, no. NASA had to plan for when they reach the outer orbit of Earth and they encounter what's called the Van Allen radiation belts. These are radiation belts that are actually supercharged
Okay.
by the sun.
Why is this relevant to the abiogenesis?
Well, I'm just saying that
myth?
all these things influenced what happened on the Earth.
You assume that this thing happened on the Earth. It's not evidence that they happened on the Earth.
Yeah, but if you have mutations going on, like some creationists, they say that, well, where does all these mutations come from, right? They don't know, because if you have too many mutations, that you cannot have a viable offspring. So I mean, these mutations, they came incrementally over time through cosmic rays, the sun's rays, sun corona expulsions. The sun actually has a lot of coronal expulsions which actually interfere with the radiation of the Earth. So that's where these mutations come from in the early Earth. So I wouldn't be surprised if in the early Earth that the primitive life forms, the prebiotic life forms, underwent massive mutations after RNA. Do you know what I mean? Hello?
Well, yeah, that's your faith. That's fine. You can believe that. I don't have a problem with that. This is America. You can believe whatever you want to believe. You can be a Buddhist. You can be a star.
Tell me something.
Magnetic field.
Tell me something.
Creation stories
I've
are
got a
all
question
fine
for
with me.
you. I've got a question for you, Jill. If you're
Yeah.
such a patriot, such a staunch American, such a believer in the Constitution and believer in everything that's American and proud, you're a proud American, why don't you then support an American Christianity, which is Mormonism? It was discovered in America. It was
Discovered in America.
yeah, it was scribed in America. It was written in America.
Did
It's
you hear
all
about what they
about America. It never happened anywhere else but in America. How come that Christianity is not your Christianity? Because it's
Did you hear what they did to
homegrown
Joseph Smith?
USA.
Did you hear about Joseph Smith?
I'm not talking
You
about
know who he
Joseph Smith.
was?
I'm
He was a
talking about,
fraud.
well, Jesus was
He was the
Jesus.
founder of
At least he
Mormonism.
existed. Jesus didn't exist. So
was
Joseph
a-
Smith, at least we know
He was a
existed.
fraud.
So
Okay, let me tell you the real
Did you-
story of
I
America.
know the story, but I know that he existed.
Okay, let me tell you the real story of America, which
I
was founded
don't
by
no. Tell me
Protestants,
why. Yeah, I
not
understand that.
Mormons.
Why
Okay, so
why
just because
why
there's a
today in the current progressive state of the nation, why do you not accept Mormonism as your religion? Because it's the United States religion of
a lot of
Christianity.
religions were founded in the United States. That's not a reason to accept them.
It's not,
Are
I'm
you
talking
serious?
about Christianity itself. It's the
There are a lot of
The
Christian-
Mormons
there
wrote
are-
the
there
Mormons
are
wrote
several
the
Christian
Mormons wrote an updated
false
Bible.
teachings.
The Mormons wrote an updated Bible, and I don't see why you
Ooh.
don't follow it, because
Wow.
it's specifically written in the United States.
That means that we should follow them.
Yes,
So
yes,
there
yes.
are a lot of Christian sects.
You're a
that
you're a
started in
traitor.
America.
You're a traitor if you
That
follow a
doesn't mean we
European.
have to follow
You're
them.
a traitor if you follow a
How about you
European.
follow?
You're
how
a
about you
traitor.
follow the
You're a
actual
you're a
start of this
traitor
country?
if you follow a European Christianity.
How about
But
we
you should be
follow-
more patriotic and follow an American
How about we
Christianity.
follow the people who started the country, who were from another country?
Uh,
All right? How about we follow their
You
lead?
can't.
Maybe you're the
You
traitor
can't. You
'cause you're
can't
not
escape.
following.
You
Can I
can't escape
respond?
this. You can't
That's a
escape
bad-
this.
That's a bad argument.
Because I'm
explaining
asking
why.
you.
Hey, you
I'm
guys are over talking each
I'm
other, man.
asking you for an answer.
Well, he won't let me respond.
No,
Doesn't sound good out
I'm
there.
asking you for an answer, and you won't.
Sure, let me respond.
You answer
Think
with
about
you
the-
answer with a
think about the
question.
audience, man.
You're
Yeah, let me
you're
respond.
answering with a question. I want an answer.
Sure. Okay, sure. So by that logic, we should all be Protestants because Protestants were the ones who started the country, which gave the Mormons the ability to
Absolutely.
start their religion
Absolutely.
inside of the country that
Absolutely.
was started Protestants.
Sydney, quiet.
So by that logic, you should be
Let
a
him finish.
Protestant. Why aren't you a Protestant? Since they were the ones who founded the country.
Because of evolution. I agree that
Okay, exactly.
I agree that they should all be Protestant, but the
You should be a
Protestant.
Protestant too, or leave.
Hold on, listen to me.
Protestants
Let me
started this
excuse
country.
me.
Why don't you leave? Go to China.
Iron, you tell me to shut up, but you don't tell him to shut up. What's that?
Move to China.
JiL, why do you say that? Why do you say move to China? What does that mean?
Listen,
This
guys.
country was
Listen,
started
guys.
by Protestants. Why are you
well,
here?
well, yeah, I agree. It was started by Protestants. You know where the Protestants came from?
England.
Yeah, they came from. Why did
Anglican.
they?
They came from Europe.
Why did
They came from Europe.
Europe. Yeah, Europe.
Yeah, why did they leave Europe?
They were leaving, or they were
Because of
escaping
Catholic oppression.
Catholic
Escaping,
persecution.
exactly.
Yes, Catholic
Escaping. Thank you
persecution.
very much.
Catholicism is of the devil. It has been. Always
Right,
will be.
right.
Yes,
So the whole
I
of North
agree.
America should be Protestant. But then comes Joseph Smith, a prophet who brings a different scripture of Christianity to the people of North America. Why did you not all accept Joseph Smith's scripture?
Sure. I've already explained why, but let me give you another reason why. Like most false prophets, they come onto the scene and claim that all the churches before them, this is his exact words, all the churches before me are wrong and I am correct. So
Oh,
like most false prophets, that is their motif. They say that the Bible is incorrect. So I'm going to rewrite the Bible and rewrite it in my own image.
Okay,
So that
JiL.
would be, hold on, let me finish. That would be a turnoff for me, even if it were today. If someone were to create a religion and say, "Oh, the Bible's wrong. Here's what the Bible is really saying," that's a red flag. So I would not join Joseph Smith's cult just because it was created in America, made in America.
well, why
That
why
doesn't mean you
doesn't
join.
JiL, is Jesus a false prophet?
Oh no, he's the greatest prophet of them all. He's never been wrong.
Oh, he's a
He's
prophet? I thought he
the
was
heir
God.
to the linguistic
Like Jesus is
throne.
like a perfect prophet?
He is, yes, all prophecy is 100% correct 100% of the time. All prophecy, including
what-
the prophecy of Christ.
So
what
who
did
else
Christ,
is there? Who else is
what
there?
did Christ prophesy? What did he prophesy?
He prophesied the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD. He said within a generation that the temple would be destroyed. And
Oh,
not one
good
stone
call,
would stand upon another.
Jesus.
That
Woo!
is so incorrect. That is so incorrect.
Oh, but
It
if
is.
hold on, but if he did
Well,
get
you're a Bible scholar now.
if he
That
did
is-
call it,
no. Well,
if he did
You've been
call
watching
it,
me for 7 years.
hey
so
guys,
you might have learned
well,
something.
no. I know that the number 70 was very important to the Jews. That's
Good
why.
number
they-
70.
if
that-
Jesus did call it, then that's a fucking great call.
What does the number 70 have to do with the text?
The number 70 is a geometrical or almost an astrotheological number that the
The
Jews
70
actually.
AD? Talking about 70 AD?
Well, they revered because just like the number 40.
So
just
wait,
like
the war with the Romans sacked Jerusalem in 70 AD, according to Britannica, according to every single encyclopedia, never
No,
happened.
I agree with you. The
Okay,
history
so why are you
records.
bringing up 70? What does that got to do with anything? That's just a year
Well,
that it
because
happened.
because look, what was the year 0?
It's a year. It's something he predicted within a generation.
When
Okay, so
was
it's
when
relevant
was
as to what year it happened.
okay? When was Jesus born?
Between scholars suggest between 4 and 6 BCE.
How many years was that? From
How many
from
years?
70 AD.
I have to do the math. Why? What is it? It depends on
Well,
where
it's
you
40.
start.
No, I can do the
Six. I'm
math.
sorry. 6 and 4. 6 and 4 BC.
Yeah,
Because we.
yeah. So the prophecy is wrong.
Huh? No, he said when he said the prophecy, he was already 30 something years
That
old.
prophecy
Genius.
is wrong.
No, when he said the prophecy, he was 30 years old.
No, but the
33
Jews
years
said
old.
that the temple will be destroyed in the year 70, right?
No, Jesus said that. Jesus said within a generation.
But Jesus wasn't even alive then.
That's not when he made the prophecy. He made the prophecy when he was in his 30s. Jesus made the prophecy that the temple would be destroyed.
Where's the verse for that?
I'll have to look it up for you, but sure, you're free
No,
to
no,
come
no.
visit
Wait,
my
wait.
channel and we can have
Don't
this
be
discussion one on one.
vague. Don't be vague because I know what Jesus said. He said,
Okay,
"I will
sure.
destroy the temple, and in 3 days I will raise it again." Right? Is that the
It was
verse you're going to?
no, No, he was referring. Even John says that he's referring to his body there. So John explains what he was referring to there.
Right, right.
The passage where Jesus predicts the destruction of Jerusalem is, I think, found in Matthew 26. I had to look it up. Where he says, "Not one stone will be left upon another." Let me look that up for you really quickly. That's in Matthew 24, actually.
Okay. Did he
It's
mention a
also in
year?
Mark
Did he
13.
say a year?
He said within a generation. He didn't give an exact year, but he said
Within a generation.
within
Okay.
a generation. Yes, a generation is 40 years.
Right. So when did Jesus die?
So anywhere from 33 to 36.
Okay, I'm going to be generous and give you 33.
Hmm.
Okay,
Within a
is
generation.
that within 40 years?
Yes.
Okay, it's within is it within 40 years?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
I'm a math teacher. I can help you with that.
Okay, I'll give you that. So go on with your Bible verse.
Yeah. So the Matthew 24 verse 2 says, "Do you see these things? Truly I tell you, not one stone will be left upon another. Everyone will be thrown down." And he was referring to now the disciples asked him a different question, and then he answers that as well. So you have in Matthew 24, you have interlaced, you have the prediction of the destruction, what will soon happen, and you also have Jesus telling us about what will happen when he comes a second time in the end of the
Jill,
age.
Jill, you are speculating now.
No, because it says, "Tell us," they said, "when this will happen and what will be the
No, no,
sign
no,
of
no,
your
no,
coming."
no. Read the verse.
Read what verse? I'm reading the
Read,
verse.
you just read it, right? So
Tell us.
complete the verse. Go on to the next section.
Sure. I'm reading verse 3.
I want to hear the word 70, and I
Oh,
want to
well, no, the
hear.
word 70 is not in the text. He said within a generation.
Well, yeah, that's fine, but it could
Mhm.
be generations could be 38 to 40 years.
Right.
So
40
read the
years.
verse. I want to hear that.
You want to hear him say within a generation? Oh, this generation will not pass?
That's a different verse, Jill.
It's in the same text in Matthew 24.
That's a different verse.
Of course,
Jesus was not talking about in that verse.
different
Jesus
verse.
in that verse, Jesus is not talking about the generations. He's talking about the ages.
Well, again, in this text, and after the prophets, after the tradition of the prophet.
No. Go back
Let
to
me
the
let me
verse.
respond, please.
Okay.
After the tradition of the prophets, as I said, Jesus intertwines both future reality, what's going to happen in the near future, and ultimate reality. The prophets did it, Isaiah did it, Ezekiel did it. Ezekiel prophesied about a virgin, but that virgin had a child in the next chapter. But Matthew says, well, Isaiah was also talking about Jesus prophetically. So Jesus is telling us what's going to soon happen in the generation, and he's also telling us what's going to happen when he returns a second time. He's doing both in the same chapter.
Jill, I'm not talking about Ezekiel. Can you read
I
that
just
verse? Can you
I
read that
used
verse?
Ezekiel to show you the style of
We know
prophetic
we know that
that
Ezekiel is also wrong.
oh boy, I'm using Ezekiel to show you that there is a style of prophetic utterance
Doesn't
here
matter. Ezekiel
that you
was wrong.
can't ignore.
Ezekiel was
Okay.
wrong about Tyre. He was
Sure.
wrong.
Come to my
He
channel and prove it.
no, he actually admitted it
$10
himself.
to your PayPal account.
He admitted it himself in the Bible.
False. Come to
I
my
don't have to
channel and
come to your
prove that.
channel.
Of
Okay?
course you won't. Of course you won't.
No.
Because you're
So
safe
go
here.
on. No. So go on with your verse that
Okay.
says that the temple was destroyed in AD 70.
It doesn't say the temple, it's a prophecy. The prophecy says
Oh my God.
that it will happen within a generation.
It's
You
not a
keep bringing
very
up stuff.
accurate prophecy, Jill.
It's not a very accurate prophecy, but
It's
it
very
doesn't
vague.
say AD
It's really
70.
vague.
Okay, that's fine. You can call it vague. That's your opinion. I think
Just
it's
like the
precise.
prophecy of
Okay.
Ezekiel.
Now you want to jump to Ezekiel. Remember, vagueness is is subjective to the individual. So I think it's very specific, and I think Ezekiel is very specific about Tyre. Daniel, for example, is very precise and specific, to the point where liberal scholars had to argue that it must have been written after the fact. There's no way he could have been accurately predicting the future because they're anti-supernaturalists. So therefore, they date his writings after these events happened.
Well, that's right. Because that's what the evidence shows.
Oh, what's the evidence?
It
It
shows
gives
the
you
evidence. Daniel was written in
give
the
me
year 200
one
B.
evidence of
No,
that.
no.
Have you
It
heard
shows
Dr.
that
Josh's?
Daniel was written in the year
What's
200 BCE
Give
after
me
the
one
reign
piece of evidence for that.
of Antioch the Fourth.
Give me one piece of evidence.
We
That's a
know
claim.
that.
Give me one
Yeah.
piece of evidence.
There's no way that Daniel was written in
Give me
600
one piece
BCE.
of evidence. That's another claim. That's
Just look at.
dogmatic assertion.
Okay, fine.
Give me one piece.
I'm gonna go with the scholarship.
Yeah, go with the
Most
scholarship.
scholars agree.
Give me
I'm
their
gonna go with.
evidence, sir. I
I'm
didn't
gonna go
ask you
with the.
what they agreed on.
No, I'm gonna go with the consensus on
Liberal
this.
scholars agree. Liberal scholars,
That's not
yes.
liberal.
Yes.
Why are you so divisive, man?
Because not all scholars hold to uh, so they have conservative and then they have liberal scholars.
No.
It's
I
not a
would say
consensus.
90% of scholars
That's
agree.
false.
90%.
What are their evidences? What are their reasons?
There's
Surely you just don't believe me because sure,
archaeological evidence.
no,
There's all
it's
kinds of
not
evidence, man.
archaeological evidence. The evidence that they will prop up and that you probably have never heard, but the evidence they've propped up is the language that is used. So one of their arguments is that, well, this had to have been written after the fact because of certain words. There are 8 words in this book of Daniel that was popularly used in the 2nd century. Therefore, so they're assuming that no one could have used these words before the 2nd century. That's one of their arguments. Yeah, I know, very
Well,
weak.
I wish
Weak.
Dr. Joss was here because
Weak.
he could go
That's
into it
Dr.
further.
Josh's argument. That's one of his arguments. Go look at his
That
videos.
no, that's not just Dr. Josh's argument.
That right, but it's
That's the
weak.
consensus. That's the consensus argument, Jill.
I don't care what the consensus is. I look at the evidence that they provide for the consensus. I'm a free thinking Christian. I think for
And
myself.
you have examined the
I think
evidence.
for my yes. And if you told me that what I wrote in college had to have been written in 2021 because I used a word that people use in 2021, I'm going to tell you you're an idiot. And that's not evidence that I wrote that in 2021. You'd have to show me more than that.
I'm just saying because what Dr. Josh says is that when Daniel was writing in the 2nd century BCE, that
Mhm.
like all of us like he started out with referencing 600 BCE material, but then all of a sudden he switched to his current time, which is Antiochus the Fourth, which was actually the ruler at the time. So I mean, that's a definitive proof that I mean, this guy
Mhm.
he switched between the two time periods. It's weird.
Um, well, he's predicting the future.
I
So he's
understand.
not switching.
I
He's
understand.
telling you what's going to happen in the future. So he predicts the succession of nations from the
Why would he
Medo-Persian
mention
to.
Antiochus in
Where does
Daniel?
he mention Antiochus?
He
He
does.
mentions that a man will come who will be the son of perdition, who will cause desolation, who will be an antichrist, if you will, an Old Testament antichrist. He's predicting the future.
Do you
He's
know
not
where
telling
Antiochus
you
is?
the
Do you know where
present.
Antiochus is?
Antiochus the fourth Epiphanes was a ruthless man, probably controlled by demons, principalities,
Oh my God.
and he
You gotta
was
be
made
kidding, or the
famous. Actually,
demons.
the story of or the holiday
You know,
Hanukkah
when
comes
you bring
from.
up the demon thing, you
Uh,
just throw your whole credibility out the window.
well, if you knew what this man was doing back then,
It doesn't
you would
matter what he
probably
was
say,
doing. It matters
"Yes."
not what he was doing.
Jill,
You
Jill,
said
Of course,
demons,
you
and
don't
that
care. You
and
think
that,
it's okay to kill
w-
babies, so who
do
cares?
when
Okay,
you say
so
demons, it makes your arguments ridiculous.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to believe in the supernatural. You would call him a bad man. I would call him a bad man, and I would say that there's some spiritual aspects of his humanity that are also responsible. But that's okay. So he's a very bad man, and the whole story of Maccabees, uh, Judah, not Judas Maccabees, but Judah of Maccabees, or it's in First and Second Maccabees, and that's where Hanukkah comes from.
Hmm.
He sacrificed a pig on the altar, basically causing the Jesus points to this.
Jill, that's way before Antiochus, man.
What?
What are you talking? You talking about the Maccabees?
Maccabees is the story of Antiochus, the fourth Epiphanes. It
Well,
tells
you
the
also
history.
have the Agrippas there. Uh, well, the Maccabees that also gave birth to Herod and the Agrippas, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
But do you know where the physical location of the city of Antioch is, which actually is where Antiochus comes from?
Why is that important?
Well, I mean, look where Antiochus is. Look where Antioch
Where
is.
is it? Where
It's
is
on
it?
the border of Judea and Turkey.
Yeah,
It's
what we
it's
call
around,
Syria. Yeah.
yeah, it's
Okay.
around
What's wrong with that?
that same kind of
Why is this
geographical
important?
location. Well, because I think that there was a lot of theological influences going on,
Yeah, it's the Hellenization of
and that's
uh,
why that's
and the
why
great. Yeah. So what?
yeah, that's why I think plausible. Excuse me. It's plausible that that Daniel could have been written in 200 BCE as opposed to 600 BCE.
What's your
I
you haven't
heard
provided
I
any
heard that
evidence.
Daniel was the very last book of the Old Testament that was written.
Okay.
This is what scholars agree on.
Okay. Well, I would need more evidence. Me personally, I would need more evidence than someone saying, well, the language that he used, they found 6 words in the entire book of Daniel, and they said these 6 words. Look at these 6 words. These 6 words were only used after the second century. Therefore, I need more than that. Sorry. I mean, I'm a Christian. Can you blame me for needing evidence?
So do you disagree with the homogeneity that went on in that region, specifically Egypt, Judea, Persia, and let's say Syria and Rome? Do
Yeah,
you,
I
do
mean, yeah, sure.
There was
The
a lot of
language,
homogeneity that was going on there, right?
sure, the language people. I think Jesus spoke Greek. He had to have spoken Greek.
No, Jesus was illiterate, man.
Oh, okay.
How can he be
So
illiterate and be a rabbi? Don't be ridiculous.
he had to have spoken Greek to communicate, during his trial. He
He
was put
had
on
to have been
trial.
able to read and write. He was a rabbi. At least this is what the story is.
Yeah, so
Well,
sure.
well, okay, fine.
There's,
So maybe
you'll never
Jesus learned
find
how to.
a rabbi in all of history who didn't know how to read and write.
Yeah, but most of the Aramaics or the people were illiterate.
I didn't say that the most people. I'm talking about the rabbis. Every rabbi knew how to read and write, and as far as I understand from the scriptures, is that Jesus was a rabbi. Is that not true?
Yeah, and I know he read the scriptures in the some kind of temple he went to, whatever.
Exactly.
As as it
So he must have been able to read, for sure, 100% read. Right? Absolutely. There's
right.
no way.
Well,
So why
but
didn't he
sorry.
write? So why didn't you write anything down so that we have
Well,
actual
exactly.
first-hand evidence of the fact that Jesus lived because he had all his writings, just like anybody else. But we got zero, nothing, zilch, nada. So basically, the whole Jesus story is debunked every time we talk about Jesus.
Well, this is the thing. I think there might have been. Well, I'm not a mythicist. I'm a historicist, right? So I think there might have been a person in Judea called
Yeah,
Jesus,
but might
right?
have been is not conclusive evidence of anything.
No, no. What I'm saying. Well, I'm being speculative right now. I'm saying that he was probably a very influential person Like on Wikipedia, if you can look up a person called Jesus of Gamala, 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 he actually started. He wanted to start the educational system for the Jews in Judea. He wanted to start schools and
Well,
actually teach.
I got another one. I got another one here. What if, okay, what if there were lots of these preachers around Judea at the time of Jesus, tons of them, and what if every single one of them, what if Jesus was a very common name? So what if then they were all just preaching the same apocalyptic stuff, right? So what if at some point or another, because there were so many of these apocalyptic preachers, they all came to be called the Jesus, just sort of because there's so many of them. There was a Jesus down at the corner. There's three Jesus. There's three Jesus on the top of the hill there competing with each other. What if that was what really the conglomeration is? They just took the whole thing that there were all these apocalyptic preachers. Most of them are named Jesus, so they called them Jesus as a group. And now the writings of the scriptures of the New Testament are just writing about this amalgamation of this regular Jesus kind of bloke who would do apocalyptic preaching, and there were so many of them.
Well, I think there had to have been some kind of Jesus figure that was a revolutionary.
No,
Right?
no, I no, not at all. Well, hold on, I'll take that back. In the eyes of the Romans, maybe he would be a revolutionary. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
So
there were
what-
tons.
what-
And what I'm saying is there were lots of them.
Well, yeah, but you have this person called Jesus of Gamala that wanted to started to educate the Jews, right? He wanted to set up his schools and set up the educational system in
Yes.
Judea, and the Romans did not like that.
Of course not. And
Right.
there was this guy
So-
Jesus of Nazareth who kind of started doing the same thing, and there was another Jesus of Jerusalem, and there was a
Yeah,
Jesus
so-
what's that other place called? Hebron. There was a Jesus of
Yes.
Hebron, and there was a
Yes.
Jesus of West Jerusalem, and there
So-
was
so, I
just
mean,
so
you have-
many of them that it's just a conglomeration of all
Yeah,
of them into
so-
one
so-
into
so-
one
so you-
mythical figure.
Yeah, so you have this person called Jesus who was a teacher, aka rabbi, right?
He knew how to read and write,
Right.
right?
So he actually wanted to improve the Jewish culture. So he wanted to establish schools, but the Romans did not like that. Right. So what happened is that Rome came down on his ass. They told Paul, okay, listen, this guy wants to start educating the Jews. We better quell that shit, because if the Jews become educated, then they might overtake the Roman Empire, right?
No, where do
So
you
then
get
what-
that from? Where do you get that from?
No. So Paul, which is a major figure, was an ally between the Jews and the Romans. Paul was a convert between the Jews and the Romans, right?
Paul was a policeman.
Yeah. Paul was a policeman. He hunted Christians.
Yeah.
So when Jesus started this sect, this Christian sect, right, and spread all this thing about his educational system in Judea, right? People were saying, "Hey, yeah, we like this shit. This goes against the Romans. We want to establish our independency, and all the stuff." So Paul was going, wait a second. I'm trapped in between two worlds right now. I'm a Jew, but I'm also loyal to the Romans, right? So Paul was saying, okay, listen, I better quell this. I better get rid of this guy Jesus, because he wants to educate the Jews, right? But
Okay.
but I am going to actually establish. I like his ideas, but I'm going to establish a religion that incorporates the Gentiles, which actually includes the Romans, which will spread.
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
Listen, any story, if it's fictional, works for me.
I mean, I'm not opposed to Jesus being a real guy, or real person.
But you know,
No, no,
this is what I have a problem with. I
but the
tell you where I
divinity,
have a problem with that. Is
but
that
the divinity is
to
out of the question. I
yeah,
don't think
but
Jesus.
you're dealing with Christians. If you as much as say yes, Jesus existed, but he wasn't a god, they already think that they don't listen. They already have gone into cognitive dissonance and say, you see, you admit that Jesus is God. You admit that Jesus existed, therefore Jesus is God, and therefore you are just a lying fucking scumbag
No,
atheist.
no, I didn't. I did not say that Jesus has any
That you don't
divine
have to.
principles.
Nobody asked you.
I just said
If
Jesus was a
Jesus
regular.
didn't have
Was
any
it?
any divine attributes,
Yeah.
then Jesus did not exist. Because Jesus is defined as this human being with divine attributes. There was no
Well,
such thing.
like what I'm saying is that what Richard Carrier says is that people often what's called euhemerized, right? You know what euhemerization is?
No.
They are propped up on a pedestal, you know. So I think that's exactly what happened to this figure, this Jesus figure in Judea. He was propped up on a pedestal, and then I think the crucifixion was real. I think he died on the cross, but I think the two thieves on the cross that was on either side were actually rebels that was working for him. He was the leader of a rebellion against Rome. That's what I think.
So then, if that's the case, then he's he's a traitor.
He's a traitor. Yeah, he was a
Yes.
traitor.
So
Because
therefore JiL should agree that he should have been killed because he's a traitor.
yeah, the reason why is because the Romans only use crucifixion for traitors and political prisoners. Right?
Exactly. So
Exactly.
Jesus is a felon. He's a convicted felon.
Right. So I think there was a
So
there was a
why do
person-
Christians pray to a convicted felon?
I don't know.
We don't respect every law that is made by the state. If you haven't noticed, that's always been the case.
JiL,
Just
but
like your
what,
law,
what,
which
what
says it's okay to kill babies.
JiL, but what do you think about that? I mean, do you think that? Well, obviously, you think there was a person named Jesus, but do you think there was a divinity there attached to this person?
Of course, yeah.
Really? You still think
Yeah.
that?
Why wouldn't I?
It's 2021 and you still think that.
There was.
Because divinity is really hard to prove, JiL.
It's really hard to prove. Well, it's hard to prove a lot of things that
Like
are
what?
physical,
Oh,
Like-
come
Like what?
on.
like the existence of love, like the existence of ego.
Well,
That's
know-
not
we-
true.
we-
That's
we-
not true. That's not
Well,
true.
we know
Can't
what
prove it
caused.
scientifically.
It's
Well,
not,
no, we know what causes love.
love is an
Ego?
emotion. Love is an emotion.
No,
Love
love
is
is
an emotion.
oxytocin in your bloodstream.
Yeah.
Oh, what
well,
happens
there's
if you don't have
there's a million
oxytocin?
there's a million different explanations from
If
from
you take if you
Yeah.
remove all the oxytocin from your bloodstream, you will no longer feel love, JiL. I
Oh,
guarantee
really?
you. Yeah.
False. You're confusing love with
Your body will
With
start producing
lust.
more oxytocin,
you're
but
confusing
then,
love
as we keep
with
removing it, you will no longer feel love, JiL.
you're confusing love with lusting after a woman sexually. They're two different things.
That's lust.
Right. You're confusing love, which is a metaphysical
you
reality.
see he's
with
telling
lust,
he's telling you what
which is
you
a
do.
physical
He's telling you
reality.
what you believe. He
Yeah,
does
but
that
those
every
are two
time.
separate things.
And
You have
that's my point. And
you
that's
have-
my point. You're conflating the two.
No, you have oxytocin that when
Oxytocin doesn't create love. Oxytocin creates your desire to be with a woman.
oxytocin is a
Physically.
bonding. It's a bonding chemical. That's what
Even the
bonds.
Greeks knew that. Even the
No.
Greeks
Are
knew
you
that.
guys
No, that's
chemists now? Like, what's going on?
That's
that's
why
what-
they had 4 different words for the word.
Well, no,
love.
that's what bonds a mother to the baby. When the baby suckles on the mom's breasts,
I'm not talking about the love
oxytocin is
between a mother
released.
and a father, or a mother and a
and
daughter.
that develops a bond between the baby and the
I'm
mom.
not talking about
right?
a bond between a mother and a daughter, or a mother and a son. Obviously, there's a physical bond there because the son was attached to the mother for 9 months. and share DNA and fluids and all other types of things. We're talking about a husband and a wife. There's no relation. My wife didn't give birth to me. Okay. If you took away the oxytocin, all you would be taking away is my
Oxytocin.
okay.
Oxytocin.
All you would be taking away is my desire to be sexual, to be romantic. You would not be taking away love.
No, Jill, you're wrong.
Okay.
You're wrong.
So the properties of the brain are identical to
No,
the
if
properties of the
No,
mind.
no, this
No,
is
no,
the way
if-
it works.
if I took
Love
away-
is apples and lust is oranges, and that's
Uh,
what you're trying to
no, no,
compare.
if
Are
I
the
took
properties
away-
of your mind the same as the properties of the brain?
No, if I took away your adrenaline and your dopamine, you will no longer feel lust.
Lust. Thank you for correcting yourself.
Yeah.
Lust is not the same as love.
But these all work
Yes.
together.
Yes,
These
you're
all work
right.
together in the human body.
Hello, skeptic.
Iron
These are hormones.
or Jesus, whichever one.
Yeah, hormones that produce physical realities,
listening to
not
us.
Right.
metaphysical realities.
There's no metaphysical reality there.
Is the mind identical to the brain?
Well,
Yes.
the mind is a product of the brain.
Is the mind identical to
Yes,
the brain?
yes, yes.
Yeah.
It is?
Yes,
Yes.
it is.
Well, first of all, logically, we recognize that the mind and the brain are two different things, and that they have dissimilar properties. That's how we can tell
No,
an
you're
ape is
wrong.
not
You're
a
wrong,
goat
Birdie. You're wrong.
because of they have dissimilar properties.
Skeptic,
right?
skeptic. I'll bet you if you allow him to talk and listen to him, he can explain you why you're wrong.
Okay, so all we need is to think of something like color. Okay, a person that is thinking of a color, it's more than just a wavelength of light. If we were merely material, there wouldn't be any subjective characteristics of consciousness.
Bullshit.
Okay, that could never be the case.
Bullshit.
Everyone would see it the
Nonsense.
same way,
Nonsense. Nonsense. Nonsense.
but that's not the case.
You are talking
In
nonsense.
fact,
I'm
My
pointing
wife
it out.
probably, maybe I might be colorblind because I don't believe that certain colors are red, and she does. Okay.
Which
So
colors? Which colors are red? Besides red.
I might be wrong. I might be colorblind. Maybe
Besides
that-
red,
maybe that
I want to know. Besides red, which colors are red?
crimson.
Yeah, that was good. That was quick.
So if you draw your conclusion to its logical, or your statement to its logical conclusion, someone could be, and now if you're black, you probably wouldn't need to do this because you'd be getting off of crimes just for being black. But someone could be held accountable for a crime that they committed last year. Or they couldn't be held accountable. They would be released because your physical identity changes over time. So we lose multiplied millions of microscopic particles. They say every 7 years, we basically our anatomy actually changes.
Yes, I agree.
Right? So you could not call me JiL 7 years from now if what you're saying is true.
Nonsense.
If we were merely material
Why not?
beings,
Why not?
because my material is changed. It's no longer
It
the
hasn't
same.
changed. It's just been replaced with
something
with
else
something
that wasn't there
identical.
7 years.
Something identical.
Oh, okay.
It's like
So
when a snake
replication.
who sheds its skin. Is that not a snake?
And it grows more skin.
Hold on a
Even
second.
if you have changed, your mind is changing as well.
Yeah, we recognize that
There
the
you
mind
go.
and the brain are two different things.
When women
They-
go
he
through
does.
menopause, does their mind change or their body?
No, it's menopause. That means you should pause. That means you need to pause whenever you're
Well,
around a
literally,
woman that's going through
when a
menopause.
woman when a woman goes through hormone changes, does she have alterations in mental status, thinking processes?
I think that is physical. That is purely physical. Yeah.
I thought you said the mind was metaphysical.
Well, your body can affect your mind. Like if I break my leg, my mind is going crazy. Like I need to get this fixed. I need to take care of this. If I have a physical problem, it sends a signal to the brain, and the mind actually is. That doesn't mean that they don't have dissimilar properties. There are similar properties, but they also have dissimilar properties. Therefore, we don't believe that they're the same thing. Like if you get hurt, my mind told me that's different from I got hurt and I know that I'm hurt because there's a signal coming to my brain. No, that's when somebody says my mind told me, they're not talking about the same thing as
Jill,
I got
but
hurt.
you're talking about the physical right now.
No, if I said if I
I
say,
didn't hear any metaphysical explanation what you just said.
well, like I said, there are subjective characteristics of consciousness. That's a fact.
So where does the healing property of the body comes from? Does it come from a god, or does it come from your body?
It comes from the creation. God created us in a way that we can heal ourselves, that we can heal
So where
without the need of medicine, obviously, because there would be thousands of years before medicine would be a thing.
so is that manifested in every atom of the
Makes
body?
sense. No, not all creatures are created with the same properties. No, which is why you can't eat rocks.
So are you saying that God is in every atom in the world?
No, God created us as molecular machines to do and function in different environments. Uh, he created us in a way that we could heal. God is the God that heals, Jehovah. I can't remember, Rapha. I think it is Rapha, the God that heals. That means He creates you in a way that is intelligent, where the body actually is intelligent in itself. The cell is intelligent.
But
It
we
can do
know
things.
but we
It can,
know our organisms heal, right?
all organisms, yeah.
We know the mechanisms involved with
Sure, we figured them
healing,
out. Sure,
right?
we thought
Yeah,
God's thought after Him.
yeah.
Yes,
So why would you need a god for that?
because all you're doing is showing. Like if I were to create a robot and you were to go in and say, "Aha, this is how he did it. He used this microchip." That doesn't mean that there wasn't a creator. You're just figuring out my thoughts after me. That's all you're doing.
Jill, that's a bad analogy.
It is. I created the
That's a
robot.
very bad
You found the
analogy.
robot. You started tinkering with it. You started
You
taking it
you
apart and studying it. And you said, aha, that's how he did it. He connected this to this and he connected that to that.
yeah, but you're
That's not
comparing
proving that there's no God.
inanimate objects to biological life.
Well, we're biological robots.
No, we're
We're
not.
wet, but yes, we are.
We're not
We
robots. I
we
don't
are
think I'm a
biological
Sydney,
robots.
are you a robot?
Biological robots.
Sydney, are you a robot?
Your cell actually is
Is
eh,
Sydney
uh,
there?
a microchip. Works
Yeah,
like a
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm
microchip.
here. Hold on a second.
No, I don't think I'm a robot.
Am
Okay.
I was just in the kitchen. So,
Do you think you're
what's
do you
the
think
question?
you're a robot, Sydney?
Am I a robot?
Yeah.
No, I'm organic.
Yeah.
Yes, you're organic robots.
That's
I
an oxymoron. That doesn't make sense.
Go check out Signature in the Cell, Stephen C. Meyer.
Yeah, I'll be.
Signature in the
Yes,
Cell.
okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go read a
Yeah,
book.
there's some homework for you. There's some
Yeah.
reading for you.
So why do you ask me if I'm a robot? Obviously, I'm not.
Because we don't understand that our own biology is so complex that it puts the supercomputers to shame.
Well,
I
no,
didn't even realize
no,
that.
no. What I've done, Sydney, I have reduced Jill's argument down to its fundamentals, and it's actually a reductio ad absurdum.
Mm-hmm.
And he had to go to the robot
Oh.
analogy,
Oh, he had to dig really
Yeah.
deep. Okay.
right?
Yeah, the
So he-
universe.
See,
So-
the
so-
thing is with these people, if you're having the same argument or the same conversation with them, say
Yeah.
70 years ago, they wouldn't
Yeah.
have the robot conception or the Matrix
yeah.
conception or any of that.
Yeah. So
We've
he could
learned
not.
a lot since then.
Yeah,
It's
so he
called
could-
DNA.
Yeah. So he could not come up with a theological explanation,
Right.
right? He
Yeah,
could not come up
God
with that.
created us in that way so that we would be able to do what we do without him having to come guide us to the food.
Where'd you get
Like, really? I mean, what kind
what's
of a God
behind
would create us
what's
so
behind that
we can't-
assertion? What's
so that
behind
we
that
can't-
assertion?
what kind of a God would create us so that we can't even get that we don't even have the functionality to know when it's time to eat? That would be a cruel God,
Well,
right?
but I want to know the
Yeah, but you
mechanism.
can make up
I
any
want to know
god
the
you like.
mechanism that God used.
Oh, me too. Please,
He's
pray
well,
tell.
you can study the the body and the human anatomy and figure out how it works, but
Yeah,
that is not going to reveal
we've done that.
now. I find what Zuckerberg is doing over there very, very interesting. Okay,
Zuckerberg. What the
I
fuck?
find with his metaverse, I find this to be very, very not only frightening but very interesting when it comes to my understanding of God, and we're learning things about reality that we didn't understand 100 years ago.
I agree with
How
you,
could
Jill.
Jesus be? How could Jesus be equally God and a man on earth? Right? How can you be in your living room and at work and the office at the same time? Ah,
What are you talking
so
about?
so we're starting to learn things about how may God may have done it. Okay, of course we're not going to fully exhaust the mechanism, but we're starting to learn things now. We're moving into this metaverse universe where you could be your brain, your literally can be in another place. You could be in two places at one time. Hmm.
Jill,
Hmm.
Jill.
So science is starting to uncover slowly but surely how God may have done it. Uh,
Oh,
not going to
so
fully exist. Not going to fully exhaust God ever.
so are you going into quantum physics right now?
No, up to virtual reality. You could be in two places. Scientists can download your thoughts and put them in a program, and your thoughts, what makes you, could be somewhere else.
That's not true, Jill.
That will be true. That's what they're
Well,
doing.
okay, it will be, but you said that scientists
Yes.
can't do it now.
No, maybe not now, but look at where we're heading. Look
I
at
know.
metaverse.
Yeah, I agree with
Look
you.
at the virtual what they call AI. Artificial intelligence is starting to I think open up Pandora's the box, but it's starting to open people's eyes to the fact that what we call supernatural to God is a program.
Well, it opens
Jesus could have been a. What if Jesus was a program?
what
Hmm. What if he was a program?
program?
What if he was a God program? What if he was here
There would
physically?
be more evidence for
A
Dude,
Jesus than there
like,
downloaded
is
like,
currently, if that were
signature,
true.
a downloaded
Jill.
signature in the cell, and God downloaded his DNA and put him on Earth. What if that sounds something like more like what the Gnostics would teach, but
Well, Jill,
but
but we haven't found a signature in the cell.
they haven't.
No.
Oh, it's called information.
Well, but
That's
there's no like.
that's a
Well,
fundamental constant in the universe.
yeah, but
Information.
we know how DNA works. We can actually manipulate DNA now. That's not a problem. But
Look, manipulating stuff is just
where's
intelligent
the
design to
signature?
me.
Where's the signature in the cell?
When you manipulate it, that's showing me that intelligence is behind the manipulation. That's all that's telling me.
So
You're
so
not proving anything by tinkering with what God created and saying, "Oh, look, we could change things around." Well, that's what He did when He created the
uh
universe. When He created animals, when He created
okay,
apes,
okay. I
He
understand.
changed DNA. He moved different parts of the protein molecules, and
Right.
that's how you get different species.
So you are a IG proponent and a creationist. Are you creationist?
I believe, yeah, the Bible, yeah, teaches that God created everything. Sure, all of the
So and also are you a intelligent design proponent?
it's the same thing. Yeah.
Well, kind of. Well, it's not kind of the same thing because
Okay, you're right. You're right. Creationism is more so reading the Bible and uh, determining, or I think trying to fit science into the rendering of scripture. But I don't read Genesis the same way uh, a young Earth creationist might read it anyway. So
Because
I don't have that problem.
yeah, because you have these ID proponents, apologists that totally reject scripture. Well, no, sorry, I shouldn't say reject. They when they argue in their apologetics, they don't reference scripture at all,
They
right?
don't need to, because God wrote 2 books. One of them is science, or not science, but nature, which science helps to uncover, and then the other one is divine revelation. So we don't have to commingle the two.
Oh,
Uh,
okay. So
yeah,
so the book of nature is whatever we see around us, right?
correct. Yeah,
Okay. No,
nature.
I've heard you say that before, and I mean that's I mean if you look at the Egyptians, they had a book of life and a book of death, right?
Hmm.
I mean that kind of parallels this kind of theme.
Yeah, I think all of the major civilizations had the same sort of understanding,
Yeah.
which
So what?
makes you an anomaly
Well, so what makes you think that that the Christian
as
doctrine?
an atheist.
Yeah. So what makes you think that the Christian doctrine, like the Book of Nature and the Book of Revelation or whatever, was a succession from previous generations?
Well, if you read the story of the Bible tells a story about how everyone was in one region and people migrated, and it got even at one point to the Tower of Babel separated people,
Right.
and people went off in their own corner and began to teach things that were contrary to what God had said or God had spoken in Genesis in the beginning. So we would expect then for people to have stories about creation with moody, capricious gods living on top of Mount Olympus because they couldn't climb up there. So they invented stories to describe. They began to worship fish. They began to worship trees. They began to worship birds. So as sin and sin is a perpetual disease, it grows like a virus, like fungi, as after man fell into or fallen into sin and leading in death or ending in death,
Right. Right.
um,
Okay.
people began to separate from the truth of God's word. So,
Yeah. So
uh,
let me ask you a question.
yeah,
Do you worship Yahweh?
Yahweh. Interestingly enough, El Elyon, uh, what the God of the Bible has done. Now, after we get to Genesis is 50 chapters. If you read it, a lot of time elapsed from
No. What
Genesis
I'm
1.
saying is that
I'm,
like
I'm
Yahweh,
getting I'm
like
getting there.
is the ultimate question would be, is Jesus Yahweh?
Yes.
It is
Okay.
Yahweh.
So let me
So then you do worship Yahweh.
Yahweh. Yeah, Jesus is God. Jesus
Okay.
is Yahweh. Jesus is also El Elyon. Jesus is also Jehovah Rapha. He's also Jehovah Shabbaoth. He's also El. He's all of those things. So what God
Is
does?
Yahweh Hashem?
Who?
Hashem.
Who's that?
That's the Jewish version.
Um, yes. So it's the meaning that you pour into the word. It's not necessarily the term that's used. So what the God of the Bible did so skillfully is that once people began to create all of these false gods and give them names, he then comes back and Abraham to himself, and he changes Abram's name to Abraham, and he says, "I'm going to make you the father of many nations."
Right. Where did
And
Abraham?
he
Where did?
takes the gods of Canaan,
Yeah.
right? And he subverts the gods of Canaan, and he says, "Those are not gods. That is not El Elyon. I
Yeah.
am El Elyon.
Quick
I am
question.
Elohim."
quick
I am
question.
Jehovah. So he takes all of the names of the false gods of Canaan and attributes them to himself because they belong to him, because he created
Yeah.
everything.
Can I ask you a question quickly?
Yes.
Where did Abraham come from?
The Ur of the Chaldeans, which is probably modern day Iraq, I believe.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So have you ever gone and investigated Abraham's history at all?
His father was a pagan king. He's
Ah,
probably worshipped a pagan god that God
okay,
subverted. The true God subverted all of the gods of Canaan
okay. So any
because they were false. They were
ah,
made up, did
okay.
not exist
So
in reality.
any god before Abraham's God was false.
All gods
All gods.
are false except for the true and living God.
So
So
Yahweh.
if you, for example, if you were to create a God today, let's
Yeah.
say you create a God of the television,
Mhm.
right? And you called him Tube, right? And you start worshiping Tube.
No.
God's going to say, what God could do is he could say, okay, that's not a God. I am the God of the tube.
Yeah.
Okay. So
But
that's what you see going on in the ancient Near East. He's subverting the false gods of Canaan.
yeah.
Subversion simply means to
Right.
take over.
But do you know what the origins of the God Yahweh is? What the origins are?
I
Have
already
you
explained that. It was a false Canaanite God.
Yahweh?
Yes.
But you worship Yahweh.
The subversion, I've already explained this. So you're not listening. God subverted the false gods of Canaan. It's not the word, but what the meaning you pour into the word.
Okay, wait.
So
So
God,
what
when
is?
God takes over your television and says, "I'm the God of the television now," it's not the same as the God that you worship before God subverted it. When God takes something and attributes it to Him, and He says, "No, this is mine. I'm taking this back," you are not going to call that tree El Elyon because I am the Most High God. El Elyon means Most High. I am the Most High God. My
No,
name is El Elyon.
no,
So
no,
God has, in that respect, God has many names because
no,
He
no.
subverted the gods of Canaan.
Yeah, but El Elyon is such a vague term. It could.
It is. It is.
Well,
Yes.
El just means God in general.
Yes.
Right?
Amen. Yeah.
It's a general God.
And God
But
says,
the
look, that's false. There is no general God. I'm the only God that
well,
exists.
yeah. So then
I
what
am
the
El.
Jews? So yeah, then what the Jews did is they actually said, okay, no, we're gonna worship this one God, which is called Yahweh, right?
They also had many names for him: Jehovah,
Well,
Jehovah Sabaoth. So it was the El Elyon, El. There are several
but,
names of
but
God, and they all come from the ancient Near East. So what God is doing is He is taking the El Canaanite religion and the false religions of Canaan, and He is subverting it. Militaries do the same thing. When they go to another country, your
yeah,
McDonald's is no longer under the control of the German government. Your McDonald's, even though it's the same McDonald's, same
yeah.
arches, is now in control of the Allied powers.
No, that's
And the
fine.
Allied
But
powers are now running the same
yeah,
McDonald's
that's
that
fine.
your country was running.
That's
Literary
fine.
subversion, it's called.
Okay, good. So the word Yahweh, do you know what it exactly means? Because most scholars say that when they look up the etymology of Yahweh, it comes down to volcano god,
Hmm.
right?
Yes, the Tetragrammaton, the four-letter Hebrew, and what God did was He took those four letters and He said, "Look, I." You think God was surprised, or you think He didn't know that they were worshiping this God before He came on the scene?
Right.
Really?
But
So He
but
knew that, and He took it
you worship a
anyway.
volcano god, though,
Okay, pay attention.
right?
He took the name of a false God and He said, that God is false. He doesn't exist. I'm the God of the volcano. I created this. You're going to call me Yahweh. You're going to call me El Elyon. You're going to call me. He names, as a matter of fact, I have a book with all of the names of God the God of the Bible. He took all of the names and attributed them all of the false gods and said they don't exist. I am that I am. That's why when Jesus, or rather Moses, came and said to God, "Well, what name do I tell Pharaoh? What name do I tell him?" What did God say? I am that I am. He
Right.
has no name.
Right.
Okay,
So
he existed before there was such a thing as a name.
right.
So what he is doing is he is taking back what is rightfully his.
Okay.
Every name, every false god that you attribute, or everything that you attribute to a false god, belongs to him.
Okay.
That's what he's doing in the ancient Near East. That's
Question.
why he's called the Yahweh, the volcano god.
Right.
We're
Question
not
for you.
worshiping a volcano god.
Oh, okay. Question for you. So this volcano god, right?
Yeah.
Yahweh. What was his territory
Probably somewhere in the Levant.
in the Levant?
Somewhere in there. Yeah.
So this volcano Yahweh God was not worldwide.
Was not worldwide. No, there was the region that he subverted is was the Levant, the ancient, what we might call the Middle East.
So when did Jesus or Yahweh become worldwide?
Well, Christianity spread through the preaching of the word of the gospel. People became saved. Um, Much of it was by the 10th century.
Yeah, yeah,
Christian Rome
but
had
what I'm saying is you said that Jesus was Yahweh, right?
El Shaddai too, Elohim, Adonai,
Yeah, but
right?
do you agree that Jesus is Yahweh?
He's also El Shaddai.
No, I understand, but can you answer that
Yeah,
question?
you're straining at a gnat. I've already explained where
Okay,
these
okay,
terms
I
mean.
know you answered already that
Yes,
Jesus was
he's
Yahweh.
Yahweh. He's
Yeah.
also El Shaddai. Why don't you deal with El Shaddai?
Okay, but Yahweh conquered the land, right?
Yahweh did what?
He conquered his land that he was going to settle with the Jews, right?
He conquered the land of Canaan. Yeah,
Right.
right.
So
He
then if
spewed them
Yahweh
out.
is Jesus, right? And
Yes, Jesus is also Elohim. Yes.
Jesus wanted to spread his gospel, right?
Hmm.
Why did Yahweh wait like 1,000 years to do that?
Well, because 1,000 years is as a day to the Lord. What are you? You're asking me why I didn't go to the store at 5 o'clock instead of 6 o'clock? Because that was my
Jill, no,
choice. That was my
you're
choice.
not understanding my point though.
You
It's
don't
like
have a point. Your
Yahweh
point
is
is that why
Jesus.
didn't God do something when I wanted Him to do it? Is that your
No,
point?
no.
So
Yahweh is Jesus. So why didn't Yahweh spread his word as soon as he settled Canaan? Why did
because
he need
that wasn't His plan.
why did he need Jesus
Because I
to
didn't
do
want to
that?
go to the store at 4 o'clock. I wanted to go at 5. Who are you to tell me when I'm supposed to go to the store?
I don't care about when you go to the store.
Well, that's the point
I
I'm
want to know
making is
when
that God decides when He wants to move and when He
I
wants to not move.
I want to know why Yahweh didn't spread his word from the
Why does God have to
get-go.
tell you why He didn't
Oh
do
my God.
something for 1,000 years?
What a
Who do you think you are?
well,
An
you contradict,
atheist?
but you're contradicting yourself though.
How am I contradicting myself? Because I don't want to. Because I don't know why God does what He does when He doesn't. Not a contradiction.
That's
You're
your
trying to
ultimate.
make God
But
do
I'm
what
going with
you want Him to
scripture.
do.
You agreed with scripture, right?
Scripture doesn't say you know what God is going to do every 500 years. And if He doesn't do it in 500 years, if He takes
What
a
does
thousand
scripture
years,
say when
something
Yahweh?
wrong.
No, what does scripture
What's your
say when
point?
Yahweh's? No, what does scripture say when Yahweh settled Israel? When did they do that?
When did He settle Israel? Israel
Yeah.
still never not settled.
Well, okay,
It will never be
okay,
settled until
okay.
He returns.
Let me give you an idea. Well, we went to the Maccabean, I would say probably A.D. 110, and
Yeah.
then we had all these things going on with the
Well,
year zero.
so back to your question. Why is it important that God does not wait 1,000 years? Why does He have to do it sooner? Why is that important to you?
Well, because it's God.
Right, but he's God. That means he decides when he wants to do something, not
Well,
you.
that means that we've been
Wait
a
a minute,
thousand years ahead now.
if you're dictating when God is supposed to do something within a span of 30 years or 40 years or whatever your lifespan is, God's lifespan doesn't have one. He's eternal. If you're dictating when God is supposed to move and do things based on your logic and understanding and your finite existence, then you're God and not God. You're telling God when he's supposed to move. 1,000 years is too long. He should have did it in 500. What? Dude, really? Your atheism has gone to your head, dude.
I don't know, man, but
You're, you're telling the El Shaddai, you're telling Elohim, you're telling Adonai when
I'm
he's
just,
supposed to move.
I'm just thinking logically
Are
here.
you
That's all I'm
serious?
doing.
That's not logic.
That is logic.
How is that logic?
It is logic.
Is 500 years logical?
Why couldn't Yahweh change the world when he settled
Wait, wait, wait,
Judea?
wait, wait. Don't pivot yet, because I need to bang this home. Is 500 years more logical than 600 years? Do
Huh?
you know what does logic have to do with this reasoning?
Well, we don't. Well, we know the Bible is inaccurate when it comes to history.
Okay. So it had nothing to do with logic. You were just trying to dictate what God should do, which is a fallacy of I can't remember, but it's a fallacy, intentional
No,
fallacy,
no,
maybe.
no. It's logic because we know when the Canaanites were settled. We know when the Jews adopted this God called Yahweh, right?
But it's logic that God waited too long. How's
Huh?
that logical?
No,
If I
no.
say you, it's
I'm
if I say
saying,
if you say I waited too long to go to the store, how am I violating some sort of logical
we know when the Jews
logic?
adopted the God of Israel, Yahweh, in Egypt, and then the Jesus came along after that, right?
When he could have come 5,000 years
Yeah.
after that. Who cares? It's not a logical question on whether or not he waits or he comes right away. It's not a
Jill,
question of logic.
I'm
Okay,
gonna,
let's move
I'm gonna make a bold claim right now.
on. Okay,
I don't think Jesus is Yahweh.
that's fine. You don't have to
I don't
believe.
think so
That's fine.
because I think that the Old Testament was written just for the Jews,
Okay. Yeah,
right?
we are true Israel. Christians are true
Israel only.
Israel.
No, 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 no. Don't equate Christianity with Israel. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry, but the people who began Christianity were Jews,
Um,
including Jesus Christ himself.
well, yes, but then you went through the Roman Catholic Church,
So we
and
believe the Jews that rose from the dead,
you
the
know
Jew that rose
you
from the
went
dead,
through Constantine, you went through the Council of Nicaea, and the
mhm,
Jew and the Jews were
Reformation.
and the
Yeah,
no and the the Jewish religion was considered heretical, and
it is.
the Gnostics were considered heretical,
They are.
and the Marcionites were considered
They
heretical,
are. Well, not so much
and
Marcionite.
the Ebionites and the Essenes, and all these religions that the
Mhm.
Christianity. Well, I wouldn't say Christianity. I would say that the Roman Catholic Church and its acolytes, if you want to use that term, acolytes of the Roman Catholic Church, decided which books gets included in the canon, right?
When did this happen?
325 A.D.
False.
Sorry, AD.
Uh,
Yeah.
the canon had already been determined before that, as I cited earlier in Eusebius church history.
I don't think so, man.
Oh
No, the
yeah.
canon
Well, go
was
read
the can.
Eusebius church history. He cites a man in the first century by the name of Irenaeus, who had 27 books, the same 27 books we have today, although some of his books were in different order. Oh,
Was Irenaeus present at the Council of Nicaea?
he was before the Council of Nicaea. He might have been there. I don't know, but he was before.
Was Constantine at the Council of Nicaea?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Irenaeus lived in the first or second century.
How many bishops were at the Council of Nicaea?
I have no idea, but the Council of Nicaea had nothing to do with the canon of Scripture.
Yes, it did.
No, it did not. Go look it
Right.
up.
When was the
That's what your homework's going to be.
well
Okay.
no
I'm
well
going to
when was
invite
the
you to
canon
my channel.
so when was the canon codified?
Again, there was no codification of the canon until later, but the people, Christians, are recorded having 27 books by a church historian,
No,
by the
you're
name of
wrong. You're
Eusebius.
wrong. The canon was codified at the Council of Nicaea,
It was
and then
not.
at the Council of the
What
Council
was
of
this? What was
the count.
decided? Can you cite something that says that the canon was determined at the Council of Nicaea?
Yeah, I can
Sure.
cite something.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and also let me finish. The Council of Chalcedon confirmed the Trinity.
That might be the case.
So
but
look at this
but
history.
the Trinity or uh, the canon of Scripture was not determined at the Council of Nicaea. That's a fact. You won't be able to cite anyone.
So when was the canon established?
Probably by the Roman Catholic Church. Probably later than that.
But,
Much later than that.
Okay. Could it be at the Council of Hippo?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. As long as we had people in the first century, second century, in fact, scholars suggest that if we were to lose the Bible, we could take the writings of the early church fathers and compile all of the whole New Testament. That's how much information we have about what was accepted, what was considered canonical to the early church. We can take all of the writings of the church or the church fathers and combine them. We would have the Bible again.
No, that's wrong because the first codification wasn't it the Latin Vulgate?
Okay, you're talking about a codification. I'm not talking about a codification. These were scattered writings. We can compile them and codify them. If we were to lose the Codex Vaticans, and if we were to lose all of these manuscript traditions, we would still have the early church fathers, and we can still compile something like 95 to 99% of the entire New Testament just with quotes from church fathers alone.
So no, I don't believe that.
Okay, I can cite a historian, a biblical scholar that would suggest such. Of course, I don't have that.
So
now.
let me ask you a question. Do you believe the Latin Vulgate is the codification of the Bible as we know today?
It's a manuscript tradition, which means it's not going to be like all of the lines of transmission. They're not going to all be. They're not the mother copy. They're not perfect.
Okay. So I guess you then my next question would be the King James version. I guess you would consider that to be the final version. Is that right?
No, there's no final version. The final version of the Bible doesn't exist. There's no final version. You can make a translation today, and it could be just as accurate and as the 24 or the 27 books that were carried in the first century by Christians.
I don't understand. You're just saying that the final version of the Bible does not exist today? Is that what you said?
There's no final version, meaning you can always make copies, meaning you can always make translations that have or more dynamic translations, which means that our language has changed. Therefore, when we open up the King James and we see things like forgiveth,
so what are you reading?
Don't speak the Old English. Let me finish. We don't speak that way anymore. So instead, a newer translation, a more dynamic translation would say, keep on forgiving, because that's what the TH meant.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So what are you reading today? Are you reading the absolute word of God or not?
Yes, I am.
You are.
Sinneth, yeah.
So that means it's a final Bible, right?
Forgiveth and keep on forgiving mean exactly the same thing.
But you just said that there's no final Bible.
Meaning that there will always be an evolution of language, and therefore, if you want to make another Bible, another translation later, 100 years from now, to correspond to the way people speak in that time in the future, that's fine. The concept is still there. Sinneth and people who keep on sinning mean exactly the same thing.
Okay, JiL.
It's just said a different way.
Okay, I don't want to go into the minutiae of
We don't speak Old English anymore.
I don't care. I just want to know, like, Like, what Bible do you read today? What is the
I
Bible that
read
you read?
I read the Bible. I like personally I like the New Living Translation because it's more of a dynamic translation. The first time I actually read the whole Bible was the New Living Translation. The New Living Translation. I read it cover
So,
to cover because
oh,
it was an
okay.
easy contemporary style.
So, do you consider that a final uh, word?
No, their language will always like in 20 years we may not be saying bro anymore to each other. We may have coined another word.
JiL, I
So
mean,
language evolves. It's called uh, evolution. Evolution
like,
does exist. It exists in language of
stop going
evolution
off
of
topic,
language.
please. Don't just
I'm
stop going
telling
off
you that
topic and
language
just.
changes. So there is no
I just.
final
Well, I know that
Bible.
though.
It makes no sense.
So when is God? When is Jesus going to bring the final Bible?
Is Jesus going to bring the final Bible?
Yeah.
When he returns a second time, there won't be any need for Bibles. Okay, he's
Holy
going to
shit.
bring now. If it were a case of a new revelation, meaning you're adding revelation onto the existing revelation, I'd have a problem with that. But that's not what I mean by uh, Bible translations or, um, in making or writing a translation of the text based on the language of the day, the English, and even in other languages like English and Chinese. And the Bible is probably translated in more languages than any other book. So you have to account for the culture. Um, when Paul says that we sailed a compass, in that culture where it was written, had Paul read that, he would have been like, "What are you talking about?"
Right.
Because when it was written in a culture in which that made sense to them, but it means exactly the same thing that Paul was saying. It just means that he sailed in a circular course.
Right. But how
So
do you
to
know? But how do
so
you?
it's saying the
Yeah.
same thing, but it's saying it in a way in which the culture can understand it based on their language and their culture.
Right. But how do you know the Bible that you're reading today is true? How do you know that?
Well, do you mean how do I know that the Catholic Church, for example, did not just
No, no,
erase
no,
all
no.
the
You
copy?
said you know you said you read the Bible called the NLV or something like that.
New Living Translation. Yeah, it's
New
a
NLT,
right.
New
New
Living
Living
Translation, right? How do
not
you
the New
know?
World Translation, the New Living Translation. New
Right.
World Translation is Jehovah Witness Bible.
Oh, huh? So
The
you
New
do.
World Translation is a Jehovah Witness
Oh,
Bible.
right, right, okay. So how do you know that Bible is accurate and true?
Well, what do you mean by accurate as far as what's the litmus test for accuracy?
Well, I mean, if you
It's
look at
pure
say, for,
skepticism. What's the litmus test? It's historical inaccuracy or historical facts.
well,
I'm going to
I know,
take that and weigh it against the Bible. What's your litmus test for
no, 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 I know
accuracy?
I know we don't have any original copies
Right.
of the Gospels and stuff like that, right? So if we go back to the earliest canonized version, we would have to go back to the Latin Vulgate, right?
No,
What's the
there are
what,
other. There are other.
what's before
Um,
that? What's before that?
I think I don't know. The Masoretic was later. Um, but there are. I think there are other church traditions. I can't think of their names right now, but um, I have to actually look them up.
Okay. So then, so then, so we don't have the originals, but we have about 5,700 manuscripts, right? Now we're talking about the New
Yeah.
Testament right now, but we're also talking about the Old Testament as well, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, like how would you? Why would? How would you know in any like critically speaking, how would you know? Have you investigated whether that Bible that you read is actually authentic?
Well, again, what is it that you're using as a litmus test for authenticity? What criteria are you using? Not if it's just your skepticism, then I don't use that criteria to judge truth. You may because you're a skeptic. But if I were to use that as my criteria for what's true, then I wouldn't even believe this chair I'm sitting in
Right.
is worthy of to be sat in.
So
So
so could you use the King James version as a litmus test?
no, I don't. Well, scholars call it a science of textual criticism, whereby they've taken all of these manuscripts, and I'm not going to do this, of course, but I do trust the scholars and the experts and the
Uh-huh.
textual critics, and they've taken all of these handwritten copies in parts and fragments, and there are various scrolls. There are tiny scrolls that contain individual verses. There are that and then entire scrolls, like uh, as well as the extra canonical works. So they take all of these texts and they try to reconstruct the original text, um, and that was published. And after the invention of the printing press, that was
The
how they
Gutenberg Bible,
determine what the Bible is.
right?
Yeah. So they compare copy to copy, and although there are several copies that make errors, they all don't make the same errors.
Okay.
So by comparing copy to copy, they can get back to the mother copy, or at least as close to the mother
Right.
copy as you're going to get.
So you believe that the Bible that you read today is infallible? Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and when we say infallible, again, we don't mean minor errors like spelling and grammar. We mean its claims historically, primarily, and the prophecies, which are predicting future historical events, and its moral teachings, its moral prescriptions. Okay, not when it's describing, like a newspaper that someone killed someone else. That's not a prescription for living, for Christian living and
Yeah.
deportment. So it's infallible in that sense.
So what I mean by infallible is that this is the word of God and this is perfect.
Well, yeah, because although the manuscripts are not perfect, because people like you and I tried to copy them just to get the information out, and we are not professional scribes, so we made mistakes. So, of course, we're not arguing that there aren't spelling and grammar errors, but what we can demonstrate is that there aren't any legendary errors or corruption.
You can demonstrate there's no corruption.
Yeah, because there was never any apostolic authority, whether it be Rome or any of the Protestant groups. Um, there was never any apostolic authority that had control over all of the codexes
Well, you can,
at once.
you can't bring in Protestantism because that came later.
Okay,
Uh,
well, I'm saying any apostolic, that's besides the point. Any apostolic, whether it be the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Septuagint, the Vulgate, the Masoretic text, no one ever had control over all of the manuscripts at once.
okay.
Therefore, God preserved his word over time
Yeah,
by creating lines of transmission that were independent of each other. So
right,
you couldn't gather up all of the manuscripts and say, I'm going to make legendary changes and this is what we're going to believe going forward. That
right,
was impossible. If you
right,
tried to do that, you were quickly discovered because of independent lines of transmission that existed elsewhere in other parts
right.
of the world.
Let me ask you a question. What does the word Septuagint mean?
I'll have to look it up. What does it mean?
It means 70.
Earlier,
It means
70.
70.
Oh,
Yeah.
you back on the 70 again.
Yeah.
Okay.
And actually, to tell you the truth, the reason why I brought that up is because the Jews love their numbers, right?
Yes, they did. Yeah.
Yes, they love their numbers. So the Septuagint was most likely a production of, well, as a result of the Greek and the Egyptian Jews, right?
Okay.
And also maybe influence from Persia, right? But they established these 70 writers, right? Basically 70 apostles, whatever, right? Is it? Yeah, because that's a succession. Because after the main apostles from Jesus, they passed their apostolic succession to these 70 writers. Some say 72, right? Right. So they passed they passed these apostolic succession. So why is that? I mean, do you think that this was planned based on gematria, like the Jewish numbers?
I think God uses, they're probably just following after the pattern of scripture. God uses numbers. He rearranges genealogies, or at least the authors do, who are inspired by God. Matthew, for example, organizes his genealogies, which means they're not sequential but symmetrical. He rearranges his genealogies to spell out David's name in the Hebrew. So he's got four groups of 13 or 14. Um, in Genesis, did you know that there are 10 generations before the flood and 10 after the flood? Just a coincidence, right? So we see that. Why not continue that tradition with the Septuagint? I don't have a problem with that.
Right. So do you? I also see a link between this, the 70 A.D. temple destruction.
Oh, okay. So date of composition for
But yeah,
is 300 BCE.
no. But then you also see the Maccabees. If you look back in BCE, 70 BCE, or maybe 140 BCE. That's when you have the Maccabean revolt, right? It was almost like these Jews work. They revere these numbers, the number 70, number 40, generational numbers. The
Right.
number,
And by the way, it's the Hinnom. I think it's pronounced Hinnom scrolls, which was before the um, Vaticanus.
the Hino.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's the oldest, I believe, Hebrew written text.
Okay.
It's actually the Paleo Hebrew alphabet.
Right. So I mean, like, I just don't see. I mean, I'm not convinced that this is this this divine providence in these texts. I'm not convinced of that.
Well, it's not my job to convince you. That's the job of the Holy Spirit. So, um, I wouldn't have been. I don't believe I would have been convinced apart from the Holy Spirit. I mean, we believe a man rose from the dead. I mean, that's not something you see every day or at all, and you'll never see that because it'll never happen. Because there's only one man that could possibly rise himself from the dead, and that's
But
God,
but you
the
but
God Man.
but you know that Dionysus also rose from the dead, right?
Why don't you join me for a one-on-one and we can talk about
Do you know that?
all of your false gods,
Yeah. Do you know that Inanna was a woman?
all of your false rising savior gods will
No,
all
no,
be
no, no, no,
all
no,
be
no. Listen to
shot
me.
down one by
You
one.
always do this. You always do this. You deny the pagan heritage of Christianity. Why do you do
again,
that?
again, I've already explained to you what literary subversion is. You listen to my channel, you know what my arguments are. But I'm glad you uh, actually came out and heard them in person instead of you know and had a chance to respond to them. Uh,
So whenever when
there's no evidence of a dying, raising, or a savior God before um, Christ.
there's lots of evidence.
Not one.
There was Inanna. Inanna was
Not
a woman actually.
not one.
Inanna was a Persian goddess that actually spent 3 days in the underworld, just like Jesus. Did you know that? Did you know that?
She was a woman in the underworld. Huh? It was
She's
a
a
man's
woman
world.
in the underworld, and
It was
she
the man's
raised.
world. It's above the earth, so she went down below to
No,
be with the rest of the. Okay.
and she raised on the third day.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we could take a very a more in-depth look at the so-called rising savior gods, because according to scholars, at least the scholars that I read, they don't exist.
Well, you also have Apollonius of Tyana. Have you heard of that?
Okay.
This is another dying and rising god. You also had Romulus from Rome.
Romulus? No,
Yeah.
I've heard about Romulus. I wouldn't put Romulus on your list. I'll have to research the others,
Okay.
um, but
Well,
I wouldn't put Romulus on. Actually, the Zeitgeist garbage has been debunked for decades, man.
no. Actually, Richard Carrier actually acknowledges that the zeitgeist has been debunked, but he refined it. He actually made it better. He said he said the only dying and rising gods that we have in history is Dionysus, is Horus, right? Is
Horus.
Zelmoxis, and
Horus
Inanna.
was not created. Horus was not born of a virgin.
Horus was born of Isis and Osiris.
Right. So he was not born of a virgin, and he did not. Uh, uh, he did not die um, and rise again.
Yeah, he did.
No, he was actually cut up into 14 pieces,
No,
and then
that was the husband, Osiris. The Horus
okay,
Horus was
Osiris, right?
raised. Horus was raised as the son. The, the son.
But he's not a
Right?
dying, raising
Hey, hey,
god.
let me give you a quick quiz. You know Horus, Horus, right? What is that an anagram for?
I have no idea.
It's hours.
Okay, well,
Hours of the day.
hours. Okay,
Yeah,
hours of the day. Okay,
yeah. Because the Horus goes across the sky, right? And
uh,
when he
okay.
goes,
We can take a look at Horus, and we can take a look at all of your ancient gods and
yeah,
all of your, he had 12 disciples, and he was baptized, and all of
yeah.
those things, and
And when he reaches the midday of the sky, yeah, that's 12 noon, right? 12 noon is 12 disciples,
sure, sure.
right? And then he sets and he dies, just like Jesus died on the cross, right?
Mm.
And then he sets and then he's raised again on the next day.
Well, again, to find people living again after they die in the ancient cultures and religions is not something that's unique to Christ, but so you can't take the similarities and exaggerate them while all while be it ignoring the vast differences, right?
Do you know what Sol Invictus is?
And by the way, Horus was never reported to have actually died at all in
Oh
most of the
yeah,
Egyptian narratives. So there
that's
is
right.
no dying, raising savior god if he never died.
That's right because Horus is the sun.
So he's described as, um, you know, being reborn, right? The Son, God,
Right.
merging with the Son, God,
That's right.
but
And
not.
also,
Yeah.
and also, what was I saying? After Horus, I can't remember. Oh, never mind. Brain fart.
Yeah. So I mean, you can take he, um, of course, you can take the number 12 and try to parallel that with the 12 disciples, but he only had four disciples. So
Jesus only had
uh,
four disciples.
no, Horus.
Horus had
Some
four
say he had
disciples.
16. Some say he had 16, not 12. So, uh,
Okay.
yeah. So, I mean, I could do the same thing with Hercules. I can take parallels of stories of hero like figures and, make them fit and say, this must have been derived from the other. No, that's not evidence that they're related or that they have any sort of relationship, and that one is derived from the other.
So you don't think the story of Samson in the Bible came from the story of Hercules from the Greeks?
No,
No.
no.
What about the story of Jonah and the whale,
What
or the
about
fish, or the fish? You know where that story came from?
it came from the Bible?
No, no, it came from Jason and the Argonauts.
Okay. So, so you think
Look,
that
look, look,
because
look,
there
look at
are other
no, no, no.
stories?
Look at the name Jonah,
Uh-huh,
Jonas, or Jonas, or whatever.
hmm
What's
Try
that?
that
What's
in
that?
the language that it was
What?
written. It
Yeah,
doesn't
what's
work.
that an anagram for?
Yeah. Try that. Try that in Hebrew, or
Well,
try
no.
that
What?
in
What? What's that
Paleo Hebrew.
what's that an anagram for?
It won't work.
That's Jason,
All right.
right?
Yeah, but we don't. But we don't. They didn't speak English back. English didn't exist back
But
then. So
but you
try
know
that
that
in the Hebrew.
Jason was swallowed by a big fish.
Try that in the Hebrew. It's not his name in the Hebrew, sir.
Did you know that the men on on Jason's boat, they actually rebelled against him, just like the men on the boat that Jonah sailed on, and that's why they threw him overboard. It's the exact same story.
Yeah, only you're taking English and trying to force it onto the text of Scripture where they didn't even speak the language, and
Yeah.
the names that sound the same and may even rhyme in English are not even close to related in
Yeah.
that way in the Hebrew or other languages. So,
Yeah. I have another question for you. You know the story
yeah.
about Elisha getting made fun of because he's bald by the 42 kids, right? And then the two bears come out of the woods and they kill and they maul the 42 kids,
Hmm.
right? Do you think that story actually happened?
Yes.
Really?
Why wouldn't I?
That- That's a true story?
Yes.
So that couldn't be like an allegory or metaphor for something?
No, I think the text describes it as an actual story. Yeah.
So God told,
Historical story.
so God sent two she bears to come and kill the 42 kids. Is that right?
Yeah. Maul them. Yeah. Not kill them.
Maul them. So you think they survived?
Yeah. There's nothing in the text that suggests that there's actually killed
Oh,
them.
oh, so all of the 42 kids survived?
I don't know if it was 42. And they
Yeah.
weren't kids, by the way.
No, it was 42.
And they weren't kids, by the way.
Okay, whatever. They were preteens.
Dangerous people. Dangerous men.
Really.
Yes.
So they made fun of this bald
Like
guy.
like the Lord of the Flies, remember those kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't too good they weren't too much of a preppy. Then by the end of the story,
Right.
they were trying to kill each other.
Do you know? Do you want to know where that? Do you want to know where that story comes from?
It comes from the Bible.
No,
Ultimately,
no,
Goldberg was a Christian.
no. It's an astrotheological story.
Yeah, yeah. Absence from God. Absent from God. That's the way man behaves. That's why atheists believe it's okay to kill children.
No,
And
no. Atheists?
yeah,
Do you
liberals.
do you know the story? You know the bald man. His head. His bald head. That's the moon in the sky. I'm serious.
Okay. All
And
right. So,
you know the 42 kids?
mm,
That's the 42 stars around the constellations of Ursa Minor, and Ursa Major.
yeah, of course. What a coincidence.
Do you know what Ursa stands for?
How many for show me in the text where there were 42 kids.
No, no. What does the word Ursa mean?
Show me in the text where there were 42.
Well, no. Do you believe that there are two, there are
What,
two,
what passage? Let me look that up for you.
do you believe
Uh,
that there are two constellations called Ursa Minor and Ursa Major? Well, not. I wouldn't say part of the 12 constellations, but they're separate. They're not constellations. They're like stars in the sky that people gave names to, or patterns. So the word Ursa means bear,
okay.
right?
Here's the text. 2 Kings chapter 2. And when he went up from thence unto Bethel, and he was going up, by the way, there came forth little children out of the city and mocked him, saying, Go up, you headed, you go up, you bald head. He turned back and looked at them and cursed them in the name of the Lord. And there came forth two she bears out of the woods and tore 42 children. Okay, so it does say 42. 42 children um, were torn to pieces.
Yeah. So that's
Good riddance.
yeah. That I don't think that really happened.
Okay. I mean,
To
I
tell you the
can
truth.
take the numbers. I can take, you know, the constellations, and you could do that with any book.
Yeah, but let me
I can count the number of words in a sentence and say and find something in the endless constellations that corresponds to what I
right.
just read. That doesn't mean that someone actually wrote this and was thinking of the stars or a
Yeah, but let me
constellation of
ask you a
stars.
question. Do you know what the word Ursa means? Ursa, Ursa.
Uh-huh. What does it mean?
That means bear.
Okay.
So you have two. The Bible says two she bears, right?
Hmm.
Yeah. So they're according to convention and Ptolemaic astrology, there are two uh, patterns of stars called Ursa Minor and Ursa Major,
Hmm.
right?
Great. What does that mean?
Those are two bears.
The constellations were named late,
No,
way too late to be considered
no,
something
no.
that the Bible actually uh, copied from. The naming of these constellations many times come from scripture.
No, no. So what I'm
So they're
saying is that
actually reading scripture and then creating their cosmology or
yeah,
their
no, no,
models.
no, no. What I'm saying is that some guy sat down on his stool and instead of watching his TV, because he didn't have TV back then, he looked up into the sky, right? And he
Mhm.
gave these the stars names, right? He was daydreaming, and
And the Bible just so happened to uh, not get one king, queen, in all of these writings that are supposed to be parabolic, that are supposed to be allegorical,
yeah,
never once got any of the cities, the places, the particulars, the kings, the queens, the tributaries, not one wrong.
right.
But
Well,
we're
let me ask.
supposed to believe that all this is just some sort of allegory to describe to teach us about the constellations.
Right.
Then why didn't they just make up the names, the people, the places, the particulars? Why didn't they just make them up?
Well, here's another
Why
thing.
do they
So
have to all correspond to reality?
yeah, here's another thing. So there's a verse in the Bible that says that the man that bears the water pitcher went into the house, right? Do, do you
Okay.
do you know what that do you know what the have you read that verse?
Probably it's probably something that sounds like something the story of Elijah or something in
No,
First
it might
Kings.
be
I mean,
later, but it says that I mean I think after Jesus visited this person or whatever,
hmm
and he went off with his disciples, that he said that, and all this should pass, and when it comes to pass, that the man that bears the water pitcher should go into his house,
hmm
right?
yes, yeah.
So what the hell does that mean?
Well, again, as in the case with the names of God, you have to keep this in mind that not only the names of the false gods of Canaan are being subverted, are being hijacked, if you will, but you also have many of the mantras, many of the idioms, many of the popular sayings are now being attributed to the true God. Because remember, if I were to, let's say God were to come to me and say, I need you to write these words down, okay? Because I'm speaking through you and you are a prophet and I'm his mouthpiece, basically. I might sound and use language of the day. And if I want to talk to someone, especially a young person, I might say, bro. That doesn't mean that the people who created bro, okay, had anything to do with what I'm saying, bro. You
Right.
know what I'm saying, bro? So simply so simply me using the language or the popular sayings of the day and things that people could understand, right? That's why Jesus, when he spoke about things that the culture and agricultural society could understand. He always used analogies that had to do with farming. Okay, that doesn't mean that farmers, okay, came up with that idea and Jesus is stealing from a farmer that wrote a story. Okay, so we can't play that game. When we understand that, we know that the text is doing that. We can't try to find little things here and there and mantras and sayings and say, hey, do you know that that saying came from the code of Hammurabi?
Oh
Well,
wait, okay,
duh.
no, actually I found the verse.
Mm,
It's in Luke 22:10. It
okay.
says, the disciples ask, how will they know where to go? Right? And
Okay.
Jesus tells them, there will be a man with a pitcher of water.
hmm
Follow him into the house.
Right.
Some versions of this verse translates a man with a pitcher of water on his shoulder. This is referencing the houses of the zodiac.
Okay. It might have been that case for some. Doesn't mean that the authors intended to communicate such.
So
Again,
what?
I could use the word bro. God could use me to communicate the truth about who he is, and I could use what might have been said in a rap song.
Yeah, but you know what
Right?
the man
That
with the pitcher of
doesn't
water?
mean that the rappers
Yeah,
I'm borrowing from the rappers. What
yeah.
I'm doing is I'm subverting the language of the culture and the sayings and the uh, popular even in astrology was very popular.
Mhm.
I'm taking that and I'm attributing it to God. Even God, if you look at the New Testament, he takes a star and he says that this star is a sign of the birth of my son. So he's using what people, and that's why you have the whole story about the wise men coming from the east who saw the sign in the sky. So he's taking the motif of the culture and implanting himself in all of it. He is smothering himself on all. If God were to come back today, he would be on the internet. That
Right.
doesn't mean that Bill Gates created him.
Well,
It
let
doesn't
me
mean that he
yeah,
borrowed from Bill Gates and that Bill Gates is responsible
yeah,
and Microsoft is responsible and God borrowed from him.
yeah,
No, he is coming into a motif and he is taking over all aspects of the culture
right.
and attributing those aspects to himself. So
What
when you
Okay.
what
understand that
would
none of these things make sense, none of
what
these
would
things
God need the internet for? What would God Google?
Well, no, Sidney. Let me ask the Jill a question quickly,
he would Google
because
why
he
Sidney
mentioned
is
he
still alive
mentioned
at 3 o'clock in the morning.
no, he mentioned the star in the east, right, and the
Mm,
magi coming in, right?
yes.
But doesn't the Bible say that out of Egypt I will call my son or something like that?
Yeah, that's a prophecy that was fulfilled. Yes.
So why is Jesus not coming from Egypt, the south?
He did come from Egypt.
Well, then no, that's after he was born,
Yeah. Okay.
right? So after
It didn't say he had to be born first before he would come from Egypt.
but why are you talking about the Eastern Star? The Magi came to follow the Eastern Star
Mm.
to see where the baby Jesus was born, right?
It said out of Egypt. Oh, yeah. So he came out of Egypt. He went to Egypt and he came out of Egypt.
So out of no, but no, but this is a birth, a narrative. Out of Egypt, I will call my son. Right? He's
Out of,
calling him out of Egypt, right? He's not calling him out of Bethlehem or wherever he was born,
okay.
right? So I don't
Yeah.
understand.
That doesn't mean that he had to have been born in Egypt.
Okay, Sidney,
Okay.
go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
What it means to come out of Egypt is simply to departure from Egypt.
No, but it's
Exodus.
Mr. and Mrs. Christ took the family to Egypt because remember there was a rumor that King Herod was going to kill the firstborn or whatever of every family in order to get to kill Jesus. So they fled to Egypt in order to not be part of that plan of Herod. If you can believe that one, I've got others for you.
Well, if you
But
got
that's the
others for
book.
me, they're gonna have to wait until
That's the book, man. Are you done?
another day.
Yeah, I hear
I want
you.
to invite Iron to uh, my channel one day this week if he'll uh, have if he can tolerate me. Liberals are supposed to be the tolerant ones, but they don't tolerate Christians too well.
No, I can tolerate you. I can tolerate anybody, man.
Yeah, just email me rebukeandreprove at Gmail your
Okay.
availability, and we can continue this another time.
Yeah. All right.
All right, I'll see you guys next time.
Thanks for popping in. I really appreciate
All
it.
right, see you, Sidney.
Okay, man. See you, Jill.
Good night. He's a good guy.
Yeah. He's misguided, but
Oh yeah,
he's a good guy.
he's got a weird. He's got his brain is not quite connected right, but he's a good guy.
No, I think he grew up with that. He grew up with the Bible thumpers, right?
Hmm.
And it just stuck with him, man.
But the thing is that his explanations are so far out there that there's no way there's no way anybody would actually believe what he says as a valid, justifiable explanation
Yeah.
for anything.
Well, that's the thing because he went through that book, the Bible, right?
Yeah.
and he adopted that book as his reality,
Right.
right?
Mhm.
So I mean, at this point, you have to break it down. Um, you have to break it down sequentially. You know what I mean?
Excuse me. Well, the thing is, you can break it down in whatever method you like. He's still he's still a grown man who's living in this fantasy world with in a community of people living in this fantasy world. And I feel kind of bad for them because they will at some point realize that that all their beliefs are nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of feel for
Sydney,
them. Yeah,
Sydney, you're a hard atheist, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm.
I'm sticking with the agnostic atheist title. You know.
Okay, fair enough.
You know. Because I'm not going to adopt the soft atheist position because I don't want to stifle conversations, right?
You think hard atheism stifles conversation?
Um, let me think about that. Hard atheism. If you start out claiming that there's definitely no God,
Hmm.
well, it could turn Christians off.
I know, but I'm not claiming that there's no God without any substance behind it.
Well, no, but hard atheism means that you're basically saying that there's no way in hell that there's any God.
Right, but then so what? The theist says there's no way in hell that there is anything but God. So I don't see why I'm so much different than the theist or the Christian who says God, Jesus is God and God is Jesus, and I know that, and it's true, it's written, blah 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 blah.
Right. But then if you're hard atheist, both of you and the theist have the burden of proof.
No, we just have no common ground and really nothing to talk about.
Exactly, which is an end to the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm not here to debate Christians
Right.
at all. I'm just here to have a conversation, and the axioms of my axioms and the axioms of the channel
Yeah.
are that all gods are imaginary, and evolution is proven science. That's it. I don't.
Okay.
Those aren't debatable for me.
Right.
So, but when you hear people like JiL coming in here and making all this stuff up as he goes along to try and explain to explain away all the inconsistencies that you point out in the questions that you're asking,
Uh-huh.
it solidifies my belief that these people are in a state of incredible cognitive dissonance.
Right. Right. He doesn't even know the date that Jesus was born.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Cognitive dissonance.
Don't you think that if you believe in Jesus as the creator of humanity, that you want to know the date he was born at least?
There's a
No.
lot more I'd like to know. You know what I was thinking? I was thinking, how come there isn't a succession of Jesus Christ in every generation? So when one Christ dies, another one is appointed Christ by Christ or by God or whatever. How come there isn't always a living human deity to guide us?
Well, no, because the Jews took care of that when they got rid of Yom Kippur ceremonies every year, right? Because what happened, during Yom Kippur, they sacrificed two goats, right? Unblemished,
I have no idea.
right?
I have no idea.
Yeah, Yom Kippur. And then what they did is instead of
What's that got to do?
so
What's that got to do with Jesus?
well, let me finish.
All right.
So what happened is that so when they sacrificed these goats, one was to carry the sins of man, and one was to carry the sins of the city, right? So when you get to the Jesus story, Pontius Pilate, you have Jesus there, which is unblemished, right?
I don't think
And
so.
you have Barabbas, right?
I don't know.
Do you know what the word do you know what the word Barabbas means?
No?
Barabbas means son of the Father,
Okay.
right? And what's Jesus? Is Jesus the son of the Father?
That's what you say.
No, but in the Bible, does it say that Jesus is the son of the Father?
I, um, the Bible says that Jesus says that he's the son of the Father, doesn't
Right.
it? Yeah.
So now you have two sons of the Father, right?
Twins.
Being executed by Pontius Pilate.
Mm-hmm.
It's the replacement of the two goats. And instead of doing it every year, they said, okay, now we're going to do it with human beings, and it's going to last forever. That's what the Jews did. So they got rid of the goat ceremonies, right? And now it's Jesus' sacrifice is forever now. You don't have to do any more goat sacrifices.
Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah.
And this whole idea of sacrificing animals and pretending that something's going to be sort of disappearing with them, like, I don't know, what did you say? Your sins and your...
Yeah, exactly. The priest would come and they would put the sins of the city.
Yeah, that's right.
On the goat,
Which
and
is-
then actually when it comes to the Yom Kippur, they would drive one goat out into the wilderness, right?
Okay.
Right, to carry the sins of the city out of the city, and to die in the wilderness. That means that the city got rid of its sins.
Yeah,
But the other goat would be sacrificed
Yeah,
and killed.
but the next day, when everybody wakes up, the sins are still back. There's no...
Exactly.
It's like the goats snuck back in the middle of the night.
Yeah. So that's exactly where the Jesus story comes from. It comes from the Jewish Yom Kippur ceremony.
Listen, it doesn't matter. I'm not arguing that it doesn't come from there, but wherever it comes from the imagination.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Right.
Yeah. It's strange, man. It's like it's just the human imaginations working overtime, right?
The human imagination is being stunted when you consider that when people consider possibilities of the supernatural just as equal to possibilities of the natural. And that's what these theists do, and it's dishonest and disingenuous.
Yeah.
That's why I don't trust them.
Religion definitely stunts growth.
Yep. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Freezes it
All
in its
religions.
footsteps.
I'm not just picking on Christianity. I'm saying all religions. Look at Islam.
I'm
God.
specifically picking on Christianity.
What a hellhole Islam is. Wow.
Christianity is a worse hellhole.
The thing is though, if you get rid of Christianity and Judaism, right, then Islam automatically falls apart.
Well, if you get rid
Right.
of Judaism, so does Christianity fall apart.
That's right.
What
But
if we prove that Moses is just a made up mythical figure? What if you prove that for sure? Does that mean that everything that follows after Moses is also mythical? Every person that's connected to mythical Moses is then mythical, because that would include Jesus Christ, and that would include what's his name, Allah.
Yeah. Well, do you know that the consensus scholarship, biblical scholars, secular or even theological scholars or theologians think that Moses never existed.
Everybody knows that Moses never existed. That's the thing, because Moses never existed. Moses is just a mythical folklore.
Yeah.
But everything is dependent upon Moses existing, but he didn't.
Yeah. Well, he definitely didn't write the Pentateuch, that's for sure.
Right.
He didn't write the 5 books of the Old Testament.
No, they didn't exist.
Well, that's for sure. Well, I mean, we know that.
The books?
There's the books of the Old Testament. Moses did not write them.
No, the books are mainly written in Babylon by the when the in the Babylon persecution. What the Babylonians did was that they took all the sort of the rich and intelligent and intellectual people out of Judea and sent them to Babylon, and there they were there for about 60 years or so.
Well, they didn't send them there. They enslaved them.
No, they sent them there, but they didn't enslave them there. There they were. That's why they had the time in Babylon to write the Pentateuch, and that's what they did because they had the Persian influence, especially when the Persian came.
That's right. The
Okay.
The Zoroastrians.
Yeah, they had that
Yeah.
influence, and that was about 500 something BC.
Yeah.
So that's when that's when it was written.
Yeah. So what happened is what happened after that is that the Babylonians or the Persians actually felt sorry for the Jews, right?
Yeah.
So then they said, okay, we're gonna let you guys go back to your home country, go back to Judea. You know, and what they did was when they let them go, they took all their customs with them, their monotheistic gods, right?
Yes, but did you know that when the Jews were in Babylon, like I said, there were not that many of them in Babylon. Those that were left behind in Judea for 60 years, when the Babylonians Jews came back 60 years later, you know, a whole different generation, they didn't. They were frowned. They weren't looked upon very they weren't looked upon very friendly by those that stayed behind.
That's right,
And
because
it's my understanding that those that stayed behind became what is known as the Samaritans.
yeah. Well, no. You know that Egypt controlled most of Judea back then, right? When the Babylonians came back from Persia, they found a lot of Egyptian influence. So the Egyptian controlled that whole peninsula there, Judea and northern Africa. And there was a lot of Egyptian influence in Judea. A lot of it.
Yeah, but that all fell apart when Alexander the Great came by. Then there was no Egyptian influence. Then it was the Seleucid influence, or the what do they call it, the Hellenic age.
Well, yeah, that too. But what happened is that the Jews came back from Babylonia, right?
Yeah.
And they found all these Egyptian influences in Judea, right? In that peninsula there. And they said, okay, listen, we're going to go back to our Jewish heritage, our roots. We know now that there's only one God. You know, we are monotheists right now. We're going to get rid of all these Egyptian influences. So the Jews don't really like Egyptians. They actually, the Jews today, if you ask any Jew and you tell them, are you, do you have any Egyptian heritage or Egyptian influences in your religion? They would utterly deny it.
Oh yeah, I'm Jewish. Ask me.
Utterly deny Egyptian influence, right?
I've never heard of Egyptian influence in Judaism ever.
Right. Well, but you know that the Jews lived in Egypt for the longest time. Ptolemy, the Greco Jews.
Again, that was during the Greco-Roman age.
That's right.
Not the Greco-Roman age. It was long before that. It was when Alexander the Great conquered everything, and for about 500 until the fall of Egypt, which was by Augustus,
Mm.
which was middle of the the first century BCE. So for a good 300 years or so, there was a Greek influence. In fact, the Greeks ran
Yes,
everything.
that's right. There was Alexandria, Egypt, which is the main city there.
But there were mostly Jews living there.
Exactly, yeah. So there was a lot of Jewish influence, and I'm sure they communicated with the people in Judea. Obviously, they're going to do that, right?
Well, by
And
that time, I'm just wondering, would they be speaking Greek in Alexandria?
yes,
And they probably would be speaking Greek and Aramaic or whatever in
yes, yes.
Palestine.
Well, that's where you get the that's where you get the translation from Hebrew to Greek in the Old Testament.
Right. What's that called? There's a name for it.
Yeah, there is a name for it. I think it's called. It's not the Septuagint.
No. There's
Something else.
Something else, yeah.
Yeah. Synoptic. No, it's not synoptic. Is it synoptic? No.
No.
Synoptic is the New Testament.
Synoptic is Matthew, Mark, and Luke.
That's right. The Synoptic Gospels is New Testament. I know there's a name for the Hebrew to Greek translation. I know there's a name for it.
I know there's a name for it too.
Somebody in the chat will probably say will come up with it.
The Vulgate? No, what's the Vulgate? No, that's the Latin one. The Septuagint may be the one we're talking about.
No, Septuagint means 70, right? The number 70.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean to say it's not translated into the Greek.
Well, quite possibly, yeah.
Because there's the Vulgate, which I believe was the one translated either from the Greek to the Latin. I think it's from Greek to Latin. So it went from original to Greek, from Greek to Latin.
That's right.
I think that's the way it went. So
and then
and then
you had Islam. Don't forget about that.
Listen, then you had Islam, and then you had Mormonism.
Well,
I'm serious. There's no reason to believe that Joseph Smith was not the prophet that he claimed to be. I mean, Jesus, according to the JiL who was here earlier, he agreed to stone children to death. So if Jesus Christ is God, but he can stone children to death, then why is he any worse than Joseph Smith, who was some kind of a fraud or whatever?
Yeah. Well, you have to take history into account. There was a lot more technological advances with Joseph Smith, right?
1850s or so, I think.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter because I mean, a con man is a con man, no matter what generation.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Right?
Yep. I still don't understand how the United States is so patriotic with, made in America, born in America, discovered in America, how they just have not taken to Mormonism as being the Christianity of America. Makes no sense.
Well, Mormon is secluded to Utah, isn't it?
It doesn't. It's Christian.
I know it's Christian, but I mean, but when you look at the southern states, right? What form of Christianity is dominant in the southern states?
Baptism, I guess. I don't know.
Well, that's a smorgasbord, right? You get Presbyterians, you get Baptists, you get Anglican. Is it Anglican?
Mm-hmm.
You probably do get Anglican churches.
But what about the ones that are made in America? Okay, like Southern Baptist. There's no Southern Baptist in Europe or in the United Kingdom. It's made in America. Yeah. So all this shit, all these Southern Bible Belt Christian religions and denominations are all made in America, just like Mormonism.
Right.
Except that they have a distinctly Protestant or Catholic leaning, whatever.
I have a question for you from the freak.
But
It says, well, then, why do you believe and are Mormon, Sidney?
why
Don't you love American?
Not really. I might if I was American, but I don't. No, I'm not American, so it's just all a thought. A thought. It's a thought riddle.
I think patriotism is fucking bullshit, man.
Of course it is. Unless, of course, you're Canadian, like me.
Yeah.
Then you can go, oh, Canada, I love you so much. That's our national anthem.
Are you happy Trudeau won?
Sure.
Because you have a liberal, right?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
well. Trudeau's I'm fine with that. Yeah, sure.
Because if
I'd rather a non-Catholic, an atheist one, but who am I to just to interfere in the in the institutional part of Canadian politics?
yeah. Well, if a conservative got into power, you guys would not get your raise to $15 an hour in January next year.
It's already raised.
Huh?
It's already
No,
raised.
it starts next year. $15 an hour is
No.
the minimum wage.
Well, not in my province. Yeah, $15 an hour is already the minimum wage.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
No, some companies are still paying like $14.50, $14 or whatever, but it's gonna become like
Hold on, where about? What are you talking about? What part of Canada are you talking about?
well, I'm talking about like like Ontario and Quebec.
Yeah, I'm in BC, so it's different.
Oh, okay.
Over
Yeah,
here,
but-
it's very,
but-
very humanistically. There's more of a humanistic approach by government, although
Right.
sometimes you'd be hard pressed to find it.
I'm glad with Trudeau's win. I think liberals should stay in power, right?
I agree. Considering the opposition, I agree with you.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
because you definitely don't want to go the conservative route.
No,
It's like
no, you don't.
it's I don't know. It's they have this. You know what I think? As the conservatives, they have this this fundamentalist pull yourself up by your bootstraps philosophy, right?
Well, it's not that. It's not that. They don't care about. There's no humanism in the conservative
Well, exactly.
platform.
Exactly. So they disregard any type of people that have mental issues or whatever,
Yeah, exactly.
or people that have struggling with health,
Yes, exactly.
right? I mean, it's just like this the do or die philosophy, right?
The American philosophy.
Yeah, and I don't know. I just don't think that will last very long, man.
Well, the Americans have a they say that Islam is basically people who follow Islam are basically living in the seventh century, right? Well, those that
Yeah.
follow that are Americans and are patriotic Americans, they're living 1776.
Yeah. Well, maybe regarding their healthcare system.
Yeah,
Right.
well, not the healthcare system, just the way they treat people.
Yeah.
So I'm not a fan of humanity.
Yeah. Hey, do you think China's gonna be a mega world power soon?
Aren't they already?
I have no qualms with China, or not. I'm not ethnocentric or whatever. If China succeeds, great. They worked hard at it, right?
No, no. If China succeeds, it's because America fucked up.
Really?
Yeah, because
Well,
there was no China going to be a superpower under Donald Trump.
well, yeah, because Donald Trump loved Putin.
Yeah, well, whatever. Everybody trod quite lightly, but now they're gonna just you know step all over Biden,
Yeah.
weak ass bastard.
What, really? You don't like Biden?
Nah, not at all.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know where people get this idea that a democratic government is like this is like corrupt or the status quo, or they always follow they always like they get this idea that they're always like a puppet government, right?
I don't know.
They're not.
I just said I didn't like Biden. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I mean, the right wing has this thing where where if it's Trump, because they like Trump. You know why they like Trump, right?
Because he had a foreign policy where he stood out strong.
No, the main reason was they said that Trump is not a Democrat sellout or whatever. He tells it like it is, right? This is the main. If you ask
Yeah,
me,
but where did it get him?
huh?
Where did it get him?
Exactly. He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
He didn't know how to use that power,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. But he won't
I mean,
admit. But he won't admit it. He's one of those people.
I swear to God. I think that when he lost the election, it was the electoral college. I think the governors in the states that actually, the electoral college in the states, they probably went, okay, listen, this guy's a fucking idiot. We can't have 4 more years of this guy, right? He got lucky in 2016 against Hillary.
I don't
Hillary-
think. I think if there was no COVID, he would have won, no problem.
I don't think so, man.
Oh, absolutely would have.
I think the electoral college just had enough. Even because you look at the governors, you look at the governors in his states, right? Raffensperger in Georgia, and all these other Republican senators in the states, and he's calling them to fucking negotiate votes with them, right?
I don't know.
Why do you want to put your governors, your Republican governors, in that position where you're asking them to basically cheat to make you win?
I don't know.
I
I don't really know what you're talking about.
You don't know the history?
No.
Yeah. Did you hear the phone call where Trump called the governor from Georgia? I'm sure. I think it's Georgia. I'm not sure. He says, "Listen, Governor of Georgia, I need 11,780 votes. Just get me that votes and I can win." You didn't hear that phone call?
I never heard about that. No.
Holy shit! And you know what these governors did in all of these Republican states? They basically, I think they probably went, okay, listen, I gotta talk to the electoral college in my states, and just tell them that this fucking president, he doesn't deserve to be there, and this is not how things work, and we have to get this fucker out.
Then why have the election in the first place if the electoral college just
well, you know what
makes their
happened in
mind up?
You know what happened in 2016? Hillary Clinton won with a popular vote, right?
Yeah.
She beat Donald Trump 3 million votes.
Yeah,
She
but
won,
that doesn't matter. She got all the big city votes.
I know, but the electoral college was for Donald Trump. The reason why
the electoral college wasn't for Donald Trump.
there
The
was
electoral college was for the reason there's an electoral college is because you can't have all just big cities deciding who the president is. Okay, so it's got to be divided throughout the whole country, and that's what the electoral college does. It sort of makes a level playing field out of the rural and urban mix.
no. The electoral college basically made Trump win that election. He did not win with the popular vote at all. He did not win.
The Electoral College doesn't care about the popular vote.
Exactly. So he won with the Electoral College vote. That's how he got in.
Everybody always wins with the Electoral College vote. It's not. There is no other way.
No, well, no. Biden won with the popular vote.
I'm not saying he didn't. I'm saying there's no way to win without the Electoral College vote.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that the Electoral College did not want to support Donald Trump when he was running against Biden. The Electoral College turned against Donald Trump.
Oh, okay.
They
You know more about it than me, so fair enough.
I think that's what they did in most of these red states. I think they turned against Trump because they realized, after all, this guy's a fucking dummy. He's an idiot. You know? And there's no way that Donald Trump can be president for another 4 years because all of this shit and the mistakes that he made.
Well, we'll see how Mr. Biden does.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to next year, November.
Yeah. Yeah, Biden. I don't know. His approval rating is slipping.
Yeah, I heard that.
But I think the infrastructure deal that he just passed, the 1.2 billion.
Oh yeah. I was going to talk about that.
Yeah, I think that's going to bring his approval rating up.
I think
I
think it's a brilliant thing. But I was going to say, Trump promised that same infrastructure deal when he was running for president, and when he won, instead of starting the infrastructure, which is totally what he should have done, he went and he tried to fuck with the Medicare and lost. Remember? But if he'd have started the infrastructure, the whole economy would have been buzzing right from the very beginning. The whole country would have been fantastic.
Well, yeah. Well, this is the thing.
And I don't think COVID would have stopped it because construction didn't stop during COVID.
Yeah. I mean, Trump promised a revised Medicare system. He was going to get rid of Obamacare. He's going to bring in all kinds of new things, the Trump fucking healthcare and all this bullshit, and it never materialized. Never. Right? All these fucking promises, and he never delivered on any of them.
Yeah, he let us all down. I was particularly caught up in the Trump train simply because of the infrastructure talk promises that he was making. I thought that was a brilliant idea. You got the whole country, the highway systems, the bridges, everything being fixed by employing hundreds of thousands of people, and it's for a good cause, and it's for a sustainable. You know, it's just like it is nothing bad about the idea, and he didn't implement it when he first came in. He went after the wrong. He fucked himself up.
Yeah. Hey, the freak. No, it's not 1.2 billion. It's 1.2 trillion. That was the infrastructure
for the infrastructure. Yeah, right.
Well, yeah, he said I said 1.2 billion. I didn't say 1.2 billion.
No, you said 1.2 trillion. But it's not so what? It's what? How many trillion for 20 years of Afghanistan?
Oh, I don't fucking know.
Exactly. So it's never the money.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'll be okay with that, even though the taxes will definitely go up, right?
When I say it's never the money, I mean you can't say there's not enough money to deal with the homeless problem in America, because if there's enough money for war at every snap of the finger, then there's enough money to implement some kind of a national mental health plan, which ensures that everybody's secure, comfortable, dry in the rainy weather. Humanism. Fuck, take care of people.
Yeah. So where do you think Biden is getting his money from? Is he cutting the military?
Getting his money from what?
The 1.2 trillion. He's gonna cut from somewhere, right?
No. They just borrow. The thing about the United States and their borrowing and their trillions and trillions and trillions is that the economy keeps on chugging along. So as long as the economy keeps on chugging along, then everything works out. Okay, they can make their payments, they can make their interest payments, whatever it is that that getting trillions of dollars costs. They can make those payments. It's when the United States economy collapses, that's when we have a worldwide problem. So
Yeah.
don't expect the United States economy to collapse anytime soon.
No, it's not going to collapse. It's just the inflation rate's going to go up. There's a whole bunch of shit going on with the pandemic, and what else? The infrastructure bill. Biden's going to have to. I don't think they're printing new money. I don't think that's what they're doing.
They
think
have to be
I-
printing new money.
No, I think he's going to cut something from the military. That's what I think. I think the military, because the military budget right now, before Biden and Trump,
Yeah.
is 50% of the fucking U.S. economy. What the fuck? Cut some of the military, man, and give it to the people.
Well, you know, have you ever done economics, like at a university level or at a higher level?
Basic.
Okay, so you know all about the guns or butter and question. You know the Milton Friedman. He says, you know,
No.
there's a certain amount of money that every government has, right? So they got to decide what to spend it on. Do they spend it on guns, you know, war, or do they
Right.
spend it on butter? Do they spend it on stuff that for the well-being of the people?
Right.
So
Yeah.
what the United States is doing is choosing to spend it on guns and not butter.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Which is jolly bad. Jolly bad.
Well, yeah, I don't know if Biden's going to change that around.
No, exactly.
Maybe.
If he was to keep his promises,
Yeah.
just from what he said during the election run-up, not that he said much, but if he were to keep his promises, then America would have no homeless. Everybody would be taken care of, and you know, all mental health concerns would be addressed, etc., etc. But
Right.
nothing like that.
But do you think America will be less protected if they cut maybe 20% of the military budget?
No.
I mean, they're spending 50% right now GDP on the military, right?
Well, that means that there's a war coming. Is all I can say. If they really are spending
no,
that
no,
much,
no.
if
No,
they
no.
really are spending that much, then we're going to war.
No, this has been going on for years now. Even during the Obama administration, it's been pretty much steady at 50%.
Okay, so how's China? They ready to go to war with us? What if
Well, no.
what if China goes and tries to take over Taiwan by force? And there's nothing to say that they won't.
Well,
Especially
I don't think,
especially with Biden being so weak.
yeah. Well, I don't think America should go in there alone. They should get the coalition forces together,
Oh, so
right?
you-
It'll be a coalition effort. It won't be strictly a U.S. effort to save Taiwan, right?
Oh, I don't know. Why? Well, there's another question. Should Taiwan be saved? Why should we get involved in basically China's internal problems? And also, if you know the history of Taiwan, Japan used to basically occupy Taiwan for the longest
Yeah.
time.
Well, Taiwan is a democracy, right?
Yeah, it sure is now.
And China wants to get rid of democracies.
No, they just want
Yes.
they want Taiwan. They consider Taiwan to be a province of China.
They want Taiwan to be a province of China,
No, yes, of
And-
course they do, but they consider it.
and they want to convert the Taiwanese democracy into communists.
Yes, sir. That's what they want.
Yeah, and look what happened in Hong Kong a couple of years ago, right? With these people demonstrating for democracy in Hong Kong,
Yeah.
fucking got squashed.
Okay, well,
man.
there's a question I have for you. If these people were demonstrating for democracy in Hong Kong, and there was tons of them, and hundreds of thousands of them left. Why didn't they all go to fucking Taiwan? Why did they all come to Canada and Australia and America and everywhere else? Why didn't they go to Taiwan? And I mean, I just don't understand this. Flee to the West when something happens. I don't get it. I don't get that.
Well, how do you know they all flee? How do you know they all fled to the West?
Well, because I live in Vancouver.
So are you saying? So are you saying that because you see more Chinese people that they came there?
No, I know they did. Listen, I was around. I was around when the '87. I think it was 1987. There was the first wave. Because 10 years there was 10 years before 1997, which was the handover to China of Hong Kong. So a lot of people didn't know what was going to happen when Hong Kong became part of China. So they came to Canada and got their citizenship and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of them went back. But
I don't blame them.
But before China actually took over, like a few months before they actually took over in '97, there was a wave of people coming into Canada because they didn't know what was going on. They'd come to Canada and they'd buy a house, and then they'd go back to Hong Kong, to do their business.
Yeah.
Well, and leave the empty house behind. And if there was any security issues, they'd be boom on the plane to Canada. It's not that I don't blame them. I really don't blame them.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. The Chinese basically want to secure assets, right?
Of course, they're communists. You know what? There's one thing about the Chinese that I can't help but admire, and I mean the CCP specifically. I admire the fact that they crack down on religion. They don't give religion any break. They don't allow mosques to be built and churches to be built, and they crack down on stuff like that, and they frown upon it. And I am so with them on that.
But you do know that China does have an ideology, right?
Yeah, they do. But the religion I'm talking about the religions that we know are bullshit, like Christianity, for example, China and Islam, right? So we know they're bullshit, and the Chinese Communist Party knows they're bullshit, and they say it's bullshit, so fuck off. You can't do that here. It's because it's bullshit. I like that.
Yeah. No, I think with China, it's more of like an imperial kind of a succession, right? Like imperialistic Hong dynasty and dynasties and all that shit.
China now? No.
I would probably say it's probably a dynastic, like a dynasty kind of thing, right?
Now? No.
The communists, they branded as communist, right?
Who? Okay, I'm sorry. I've lost.
China.
China? No, the CCP and China are two different things.
No, I know. CCP stands for China's Communist Party.
Yeah, that's the state. The CCP is the state.
Right.
China is the country and the nation and the people.
Yeah.
So when I say the CCP, I like what the CCP is doing, in that they, bulldozing mosques and not allowing them to be built, and not allowing Christianity to be preached because it's bullshit. I like that. I just like that.
Yeah, but they also enforcing their own ideology upon people.
I never said they weren't.
Huh? Yeah.
I never said they weren't, but I'm talking.
This is
the ideology. The ideology is non-religious and inclusive of everybody, which is also okay.
I don't know what they call that ideology in
Chinese communism or Maoism or whatever.
Maybe it might be Maoism or something like that. Yeah, it's fucking weird, man.
The Chinese Manifesto, the Red Book?
Yeah.
The communists, the Chinese, the Red, but the Mao Zedong's book. I forget. I think
Uh,
that's kind of what their
the
ideology
Communist
is.
Manifesto.
Not the Communist Manifesto, the Chinese Red Book from Mao Zedong.
I never heard of that. No.
Oh, okay. Used to be that every person, all the kids, all the children, everybody had their little red book, and they would read them, and there's sayings of Chairman Mao.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you a question. Is Russia still communist?
Russia?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Is Russia a democracy?
Russia is a Russian democracy. Yeah. Well, put it this way: Russia is capitalist.
Really?
Yeah.
How did they go from communism to capitalism?
Because communism collapsed.
No, I remember that. But I don't think they're capitalists though.
Well, what would you call it?
There must be some kind of democratic system in there.
What would you call their economic system?
Well, I
There's no central planning anymore, which is what
Why
China
not?
China has central planning. The Soviet Union used to have central planning. That fell apart very quickly.
Yeah, but they have Putin. Putin's a central guy.
Yeah, but he's more of a what's the word? He's more of an oligarch, right? He's more of
Oh
a
yeah.
like
Oh yeah. Okay, maybe. So maybe Russia's is an oligarchy.
yeah, exactly. There's a few people that are very fucking rich, like billionaires and stuff.
It's yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's an oligarchy. Yeah.
Yeah, which is capitalistic, which is really capitalism
It is. Yeah.
For the few.
Yeah. Well, it's bordering on fascism.
Yeah, all right. Yeah,
What? Yeah.
yeah. There's a thin line, between the two.
Yeah. Hey, can you imagine if the January 6th insurrection succeeded?
What was the point? In how succeeded in doing what?
Like what if they fucking hung Mike Pence? They killed Nancy Pelosi. They took over the Capitol building, right? And then they signaled to all of the other counterparts in their respective states to take over their Capitol buildings as well.
Well, if they had hung Mike Pence and done what to Nancy Pelosi?
I don't know, kill her.
Okay, so they get hold of Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi and they exterminate them, and then they send out a signal to all the states to do the same thing to their speaker and
Yeah, yeah.
okay, well that would be an insurrection,
Wow. Yeah.
and
That would have
and Trump would still be president.
been. Yeah, that's right. That's what I asked all these fucking MAGA people. I said, did you really want the January the 6th insurrection to succeed? And they don't know how to answer that. They say, well, yeah. And then the ones that are like mid, they say, okay, no, but I like democracy. They don't know how to answer it. I like the democratic system, but I'm a religious person, right?
Hmm.
So I want less government and more religion. Right?
Well, you know what? Trump's a fucking liar. He promised us that if Joe Biden won the presidency, he was going to take away. What is he? He was going to take away your guns. He was going to take away your religion, and he didn't take away guns, and he's not taking away your religion, and I feel let down.
Yeah.
Not so much about the guns, but because Joe Biden is not following. He's not taking away religion like Donald Trump said he would. And I wish Donald Trump wasn't lying about that.
Yeah. Hey, look at the freak in the side chat.
The freak in the side chat.
I think it's triggered.
Oh, there's a lot of posts from the freak.
It says MAGA wasn't gonna kill anyone. Seriously?
MAGA wasn't. What is MAGA?
MAGA is Make America Great Again.
Yeah. What is?
You know-
Yeah, but how does it have a form to kill? What does it mean? What do you mean?
The guys that stormed the Capitol were mostly MAGA people.
But MAGA is just Trump.
Yeah. Most of the people that stormed the Capitol were MAGA hats.
Yeah, but MAGA is just like all of America. I don't know. Whatever.
Well, MAGA is...
If you said they were all Christians, then I'd say, there's a
that's
common
what I mean.
denominator right there.
Well, that's what I mean. It's like the southern states. It's the MAGA states.
Are they all Christian, these people?
Yeah, most of them.
Well, then they deserve to be executed for treason.
Well, look at this. Look at the QAnon shaman, Jacob
Yes.
Chansley. They broke into the fucking Congress building,
Yeah.
and then what do? They go and stand and they say a prayer.
Oh, they
Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
And he got arrested. He got like 3 years in prison.
Yeah, he's gonna have a prison record. He's a convict for the rest of his life,
Yeah.
just for doing something stupid. I bet you all these guys are young too.
Yeah, they look pretty young. But yeah, that was some fucked up shit, man.
It seems you got to be pretty lucky to get through your youth into middle age without being convicted or arrested or anything for anything. Luckily, I'm one of those people.
Well, there's a lot of youth in the country.
I know, but I was a youth and I never caused trouble. Well, not that I got caught and arrested.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, the youth will always find a way to have fun, no matter what.
Yeah, but vandalism is not fun.
Vandalism?
Vandalism is not fun. It's
Well,
not.
not vandalism, but
That's what they do. That's how youth have fun a lot of the time.
yeah, I agree.
So
But I mean,
execute them for treason.
this is the thing. I don't really give a shit about property destruction.
I do. I'm very pro property rights.
Well, so like, say for example, like protesters or whatever, they throw rocks and they break the windows of a federal building, or they set a federal building on fire. That's their right to do that. They own that building.
No, they don't.
They do.
No.
They own it.
Just because you own it doesn't mean to say you have a right to endanger the whole neighborhood by setting it on fire.
No, but if you look at the logistics of it.
Listen, if you're going to waste your time, if you're going to spend your time lighting federal buildings on fire, rather go after the fucking Catholic churches, light them all on fire, because
yeah,
they
I would do that.
deserve it.
Yeah, I would do that instead.
I am not
actually,
okay.
to tell you the truth.
I'm calling on all Protestants.
Okay, let's not make any threats here, but I wouldn't mind a couple of mega churches going up in flames.
All right, I'm calling on all Protestants to unite against the Catholics. Burn their churches. They committed genocide. They committed.
No. Actually, I
They
have a better
did.
solution.
They killed with crusades by crusading.
Yeah.
What?
No, I actually have a better solution.
What's your solution?
Convert all the churches, the churches, whatever, Catholic, Christian, whatever, convert them into 24-hour community centers to get the homeless off the street. How does that sound?
I like the burning better.
24-hour community centers. You have your basement there. The homeless can spend the night there. Warm, cozy.
I think
get a
burning.
meal.
I think burning down the Catholic Church would be good closure for me.
Well, yeah,
and for
okay, listen,
everybody.
yeah. I'm okay with burning the Catholic Church, but let's convert the Christian churches into 24-hour community centers. They'll have a way better purpose.
Yeah, I mean they're supposed to be open 24 hours anyway, aren't they?
Right now they're fucking sitting empty.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Nice, warm. They're paying for the heat, right? It's not like it's freezing in there. Put a couple of homeless people in those pews, and let them sleep there, man. What the fuck?
There's a church around my corner, and I walk by it every day, and it's got the sign on the front. They've got their little motto on the front, and it says, "Remember that our loving God is always with us." What a load of shite.
Yeah. Anyways, it's fucking 3:30 a.m., man. Holy shit.
Well, it's 12:30. It's late.
Holy shit. It's late for me.
All right. Well,
I gotta go.
Fantastic. I really appreciate you joining in, and we had a really good discussion tonight.
Yeah, man. Same here. I had a good discussion with JiL.
Yeah.
I think we accomplished a lot.
Well, anytime we don't lose our shit and rage quit and scream and shout, we've accomplished a lot, especially on this platform.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, take it easy. I might drop by in the future, okay?
Yeah, you're very welcome too.
All right. Thanks, Sidney.
You bet. Bye-bye.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
Hey, everybody. Anybody who's still listening, still watching, thank you so much for your participation in the side chat and even just for viewing. Thank you again.